Section 1 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bold the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Bold the Beautiful, The Fire Festivals of Europe and the Doctrine of the External Soul, by James George Frazer, Doctorate of Civil Law, Doctor of Law and Doctor of Literature, Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, Professor of Social Anthropology in the University of Liverpool, in 2 volumes, Volume 2. Chapter 6. Fire Festivals in Other Lands. 1. The Fire Walk. Bonfires at the Pongal Festival in southern India. At first sight, the interpretation of the European fire customs as charms for making sunshine is confirmed by a parallel custom observed by the Hindus of southern India at the Pongal, or Feast of Ingathering. The festival is celebrated in the early part of January, when, according to Hindu astrologers, the sun enters the Tropic of Capricorn, and the chief event of the festival coincides with the passage of the sun. For some days previously, the boys gather heaps of sticks, straw, dead leaves, and everything that will burn. On the morning of the first day of the festival, the heaps are fired. Every street and lane has its bonfire. The young folk leap over the flames or pile on fresh fuel. This fire is an offering to Surya, the sun god, or to Agni, the deity of fire. It wakes him from his sleep, calling on him again to gladden the earth with his light and heat. If this is indeed the explanation which the people themselves give of the festival, it seems decisive in favour of the solar explanation of the fires, for to say that the fires waken the sun god from his sleep is only a metaphorical or mythical way of saying that they actually help to rekindle the sun's light and heat. But the hesitation which the writer indicates between the two distinct deities of sun and fire seems to prove that he is merely giving his own interpretation of the rite, not reporting the views of the celebrants. If that is so, the expression of his opinion has no claim to authority. Bonfires at the Holy Festival in Northern India. A festival of Northern India, which presents points of resemblance to the popular European celebrations which we have been considering, is the Holi. This is a village festival held in early spring at the full moon of the month Phlegm. Large bonfires are lit and young people dance around them. The people believe that the fires prevent blight and that the ashes cure disease. The village priest expected to pass through the fire. At Barsana, the local village priest is expected to pass through the holy bonfire, which, in the opinion of the faithful, cannot burn him. Indeed, he holds his land rent-free simply on the score of his being fireproof. On one occasion, when the priest disappointed the expectant crowd by merely jumping over the outermost verge of the smouldering ashes and then bolting into his cell, they threatened to deprive him of his benefice if he did not discharge his spiritual functions better when the next holy season came round. Another feature of the festival which has, or once had its counterpart in the corresponding European ceremonies, is Yanchet profligacy, which prevails among the Hindus at this time. In Kurmon, a district in northwest India, at the foot of the Himalayas, each clan celebrates the holy festival by cutting down a tree, which is thereupon stripped of its leaves, decked with shreds of cloth, and burnt at some convenient place in the quarter of the town inhabited by the clan. Leaping over the ashes of the fire to get rid of disease. Some of the songs sung on this occasion are of a rebelled character. The people leap over the ashes of the fire, believing that they thus rid themselves of itch and other diseases of the skin. While the trees are burning, each clan tries to carry off strips of cloth from the tree of another clan, and success in the attempt is thought to ensure good luck. In Gwalior, large heaps of cow dung are burnt instead of trees. Among the Marwaris, the festival is celebrated by the women with obscene songs and gestures. A monstrous and disgusting image of a certain Nathuram, who is said to have been a notorious profligate, is set up in a bazaar and then smashed with blows of shoes and bludgeons while the bonfire of cow dung is blazing. No household can be without an image of Nathuram, and on the night when the bride first visits her husband, the image of this disreputable personage is placed beside her couch. Barren women and mothers whose children have died look to Nathuram for deliverance from their troubles. Various stories are told to account for the origin of the holy festival. According to one legend, it was instituted in order to get rid of a troublesome demon, Rakshas. The people were directed to kindle a bonfire and circumambulate it, singing and uttering fearlessly whatever might come into their minds. Appalled by these vociferations, by the obligations to fire, and by the laughter of the children, the demon was to be destroyed. Vernal Festival of Fire in China. In the Chinese province of Fujian, we also meet with the Vernal Festival of Fire, which may be compared to the fire festivals of Europe. The ceremony, according to an eminent authority, is a solar festival in honor of the renewal of vegetation and of the vernal warmth. It falls in April on the 13th day of the month in the Chinese calendar, and is doubtless connected with the ancient custom of renewing the fire, which, as we saw, used to be observed in China at this season. The chief performers in the ceremony are labourers, who refrain from women for several days, and fast for 3 days before the festival. During these days they are taught in the temple how to discharge the difficult and dangerous duty which is to be laid upon them. On the eve of the festival, an enormous brazier of charcoal, sometimes 20 feet wide, is prepared in front of the temple of the great god, the protector of life. At sunrise next morning, the brazier is lighted and kept burning by fresh supplies of fuel. Ceremony to ensure an abundant year. A Taoist priest throws a mixture of salt and rice on the fire to conjure the flames and ensure an abundant year. Walking through the fire. Further, 2 exorcists, barefoot and followed by 2 peasants, traverse the fire again and again till it is somewhat beaten down. Meantime, the procession is forming in the temple. The image of the god of the temple is placed in a sedan chair, replaced with red paint and gilding, and is carried forth by a score of more of barefooted peasants. On the shafts of the sedan chair, behind the image, stands the magician with a dagger stuck through the upper parts of his arms and grasping in each hand a great sword, with which he essays to deal himself violent blows on the back. However, the strokes as they descend are mostly parried by peasants who walk behind him and interpose bamboo rods between his back and the swords. Wild music now strikes up, and under the excitement caused by its stirring strains, the procession passes thrice across the furnace. At their third passage, the performers are followed by other peasants carrying the utensils of the temple, and the rustic mob, electrified by the frenzied spectacle, falls in behind. Strange as it may seem, burns are comparatively rare. Inured from infancy to walking barefoot, the peasants can step with impunity over the glowing charcoal, provided they plant their feet squarely and do not stumble. For usage has so hardened their souls that the skin is converted into a sort of leathery or horny substance which is almost callous to heat. But sometimes when they slip, and a hot coal touches the sides of their feet or ankles, they may be seen to pull a wry face and jump out of the furnace amid the laughter of the spectators. When this part of the ceremony is over, the procession defiles round the village, and the priests distribute to every family a leaf of yellow paper inscribed with a magic character, which is thereupon glued over the door of the house. Ashes of the fire mixed with the fodder of the cattle. The peasants carry off the charred embers from the furnace, pound them to ashes, and mix the ashes with the fodder of their cattle, believing that it fattens them. However, the Chinese government disapproves of these performances, and next morning a number of the performers may generally be seen in the hands of the police, laid face downwards on the ground and receiving a sound castigation on a part of their person which is probably more sensitive than the soles of their feet. Passage of the image of the deity through the fire. In this last festival, the essential feature of the ceremony appears to be the passage of the image of the deity across the fire. It may be compared to the passage of the straw effigy of Kupalo across the Midsummer bonfire in Russia. As we shall see presently, such customs may perhaps be interpreted as magical rites designed to produce light and warmth by subjecting the deity himself to the heat and glow of the furnace, and where, as at Barsana, priests or sorcerers have been accustomed in the discharge of their functions to walk through or over fire. They have sometimes done so as the living representatives or embodiments of deities, spirits, or other supernatural beings. Passage of inspired men through the fire in India. Some confirmation of this view is furnished by the beliefs and practices of the Dosads, a low Indian caste in Berar, and Chota Nagpur. On the 5th, 10th, and full moon days of 3 months in the year, the priest walks over a narrow trench filled with smouldering wood ashes, and is supposed thus to be inspired by the tribal god Rahu, who becomes incarnate in him for a time. Full of spirit and also, it is surmised, of drink, the man of God then mounts a bamboo platform, where he sings hymns and distributes to the crowd leaves of tulsi, which cure incurable diseases, and flowers which cause barren women to become happy mothers. The service winds up with a feast lasting far into the night, at which the line that divides religious fervour from drunken revelry cannot always be drawn with absolute precision. Similarly, the Boyas, a Dravidian tribe of Mirzapur, worship their tribal hero Bur by walking over a short trench filled with fire, and they say that the man who is possessed by the hero does not feel any pain in the soles of his feet. Ceremonies of this sort used to be observed in most districts of the Madras Presidency, sometimes in discharge of vows made in time of sickness or distress, sometimes periodically in honour of a deity. Where the ceremony was observed periodically, it generally occurred in March or June, which are the months of vernal equinox and the summer solstice respectively. A narrow trench, sometimes 20 yards long and half a foot deep, was filled with small sticks and twigs, mostly of tamarind, which were kindled and kept burning till they sank into a mass of glowing embers. Along this the devotees, often 50 or 60 in succession, walked, ran, or lived barefoot. In 1854, the Madras government instituted an inquiry into the custom, but found that it was not attended by danger or instances of injury sufficient to call for government interference. Hindu Fire Festival in honour of Dharma Raja and Draupadi. The French traveller Sonnerat has described how, in the 18th century, the Hindus celebrated a fire festival of this sort in honour of the god Dharma Raja and his wife Draupadi. The festival lasted 18 days, during which all who had vowed to take part in it were bound to fast, to practice continence, to sleep on the ground without a mat, and to walk on a furnace. On the 18th day, the image of Dharma Raja and his spouse were carried in procession to the furnace, and the performers followed, dancing, their heads crowned with flowers and their bodies smeared with saffron. The furnace consists of a trench about 40 feet long, filled with hot embers. Worshippers walking through the fire. When the image had been carried thrice round it, the worshippers walked over the embers, faster or slower, according to the degree of their religious fervour, some carrying their children in their arms, others brandishing spears, swords, and standards. This part of the ceremony being over, the bystanders hastened to rub their foreheads with ashes from the furnace, and to beg from the performers with flowers which they had worn in their hair. And such as obtained them preserved the flowers carefully. The rite was performed in honour of the goddess Draupadi, the heroine of the great Indian epic, the Mahabharata. For she married 5 brothers all at once. Every year she left one of her husbands to betake herself to another, but before doing so she had to purify herself by fire. There was no fixed date for the celebration of the rite, but it could only be held in one of the first 3 months of the year. In some villages the ceremony is performed annually. In others which cannot afford the expense every year, it is observed either at longer festivals, perhaps once in 3, 7, 10, or 12 years, or only in special emergencies, such as the outbreak of smallpox, cholera, or plague. Anybody but a pariah or other person of very low degree may take part in the ceremony in fulfillment of a vow. For example, if a man suffers from some chronic malady, he may vow to Draupadi that should he be healed of his disease, he will walk over the fire at her festival. As a preparation for this solemnity, he sleeps in the temple and observes a fast. The celebration of the rite in any village is believed to protect the cattle and the crops, and to guard the inhabitants from dangers of all kinds. When it is over, many people carry home the holy ashes of the fire as a talisman which will drive away devils and demons. Fire Festival of the Badagas in southern India. The Badagas, an agricultural tribe of the Nilgiri Hills in southern India, annually celebrate a festival of fire in various parts of their country. For example, at Didugala, the festival is held with much ceremony in the month of January. Omens are taken by boiling 2 pots of milk side by side on 2 hearths. If the milk overflows uniformly on all sides, the crops will be abundant for all the villages. But if it flows over on one side only, the harvest will be good for the villages on that side only. Sacred fire made by friction. The sacred fire is made by friction, a vertical stick of Rhodomyrtus tomentosus, being twirled by means of a cord in a socket let into a thick bough of Debregesia valentina. With this holy flame, a heap of wood of two sorts, the Eugenia jambulana and the Philanthus emblica, is kindled, and the hot embers are spread over the fire pit about 5 yards long and 3 yards broad. When all this is ready, the priest ties bells on his legs and approaches the fire pit carrying milk freshly drawn from a cow, which is calved for the first time, and also bearing flowers of Rhododendron arboreum, Leocus aspera, or jasmine. After doing obeisance, he throws the flowers on the embers and then pours some of the milk over them. Walking through the fire. If the omens are propitious, that is, if the flowers remain for a few seconds unscorched and the milk does not hiss when it falls on the embers, the priest walks boldly over the embers and is followed by a crowd of celebrants, who, before they submit to the ordeal, count the hairs on their feet. If any of the hairs are found to be singed after the passage through the fire pit, it is an ill omen. Cattle driven over the embers. Sometimes the Badagas drive their cattle which have recovered from sickness over the hot embers in performance of a vow. The fire walk preceded by a libation of milk and followed by ploughing and sowing. At Millur, another place of the Badagas in the Nilgiri hills, 3, 5, or 7 men are chosen to walk through the fire at the festival, and before they perform the ceremony, they pour into an adjacent stream milk from cows which have calved for the first time during the year. A general feast follows the performance of the rite, and next day the land is ploughed and sown for the first time that season. At Chakanari, another place of the Badagas in the Nilgiri hills, the passage through the fire at the festival seems to have originally had some connection with agricultural prospects, as a young bull is made to go partially across the fire pit before the other devotees, and the owners of young cows, which have had their first calves during the year, take precedence of others in the ceremony, and bring offerings of milk, which are sprinkled over the burning embers. According to another account, the ceremony among the Badagas was performed every second year at a harvest festival, and the performers were a set of degenerate Brahmins called Haruvaros, who used to walk on burning coals with bare feet, pretending that the god they worshipped could allay the heat and make fire like cold water to them. As they only remained a few seconds, however, on the coals, it was impossible that they could receive much injury. The fire walk in Japan. In Japan, the fire walk is performed as a religious rite twice a year at a temple in the Kanda quarter of Tokyo. One of the performances takes place in September. It was witnessed in the year 1903 by the wife of an American naval officer who has described it. In a court of the temple, a bed of charcoal about 6 yards long, 2 yards wide, and 2 feet deep was laid down and covered with a deep layer of straw. Being ignited, the straw blazed up, and when the flames had died down, the bed of hot charcoal was fanned by attendants into a red glow. Priests dressed in robes of white cotton then walked around the fire, striking sparks from flint and steel and carrying trays full of salt. When mats had been laid down at the two ends of the fire, and salt poured on them, the priests rubbed their bare feet twice in the salt and then walked calmly down the middle of the fire. They were followed by a number of people, including some boys and a woman with a baby in her arms. The Shintoists claim that, having been perfectly purified by their prayers and ceremonies, no evil has any power over them. Fire they regard as the very spirit of evil, so twice a year, I believe, they go round this fire walking as a kind of outward and visible sign of inward spiritual grace. The fire walk in Fiji. In the island of Mabenga, one of the Fijian archipelago, once every year a dracaena, which grows in profusion on the grassy hillsides, becomes fit to yield the sugar of which its fibrous root is full. To render the roots edible, it is necessary to bake them among hot stones for 4 days. A great pit is dug and filled with great stones and blazing logs, and when the flames have died down and the stones are at white heat, the oven is ready to receive the roots. At this moment the members of a certain clan called Na Oivalankata, favoured of the gods, leap into the oven and walk unharmed upon the hot stones, which would scorch the feet of any other persons. On one occasion, when the ceremony was witnessed by Europeans, 15 men of the clan, dressed in garlands and fringes, walked unscathed through the furnace, where tongues of fire played among the hot stones. The pit was about 19 feet wide, and the men marched mounted, planting their feet squarely and firmly on each stone. When they emerged from the pit, the feet of several were examined and showed no trace of scorching. Even the anklets of dried tree fern leaves, which they wore on their legs, were unburnt. The immunity thus enjoyed by members of the clan in the fiery furnace is explained by a legend that in former days a chief of the clan named Tuinikulita received for himself and his descendants this remarkable privilege from a certain god, whom the chief had accidentally dragged out of a deep pool of water by the hair of his head. The Firewalk in Tahiti, the Marquesas Islands, and Trinidad. A similar ceremony of walking through fire, or rather over a furnace of hot charcoal or hot stones, has also been observed in Tahiti, the Marquesas Islands, and by Hindu coolies in the West Indian island of Trinidad. But the eyewitnesses who have described the rite, as it is observed in these islands, have said little or nothing so to its meaning and purpose, their whole attention having been apparently concentrated on the heat of the furnace and the state of the performer's legs before and after passing through it. Hottentot customer driving their sheep through fire and smoke. Another grand custom of the Hottentots, which they likewise term Andersmukken, is the driving their sheep at certain times through the fire. Early in the day, appointed by a kraal for the observance of this custom, the women milk all their cows, and set the whole produce before their husbands. It is a strict rule at these times that the women neither taste nor suffer their children to touch a drop of it. The whole quantity is sacred to the men, who drink it all up before they address themselves to the business of the fire. Having consumed the milk, some go and bring the sheep together to the place where the fire is to be lighted, while others repair to the place to light it. The fire is made of chips and dried twigs, and thinly spread into a long square. Upon coming up of the sheep, the fire, scattered into this figure, is covered with green twigs to raise a great smoke, and a number of men range themselves closely on both sides of it, making a lane for the sheep to pass through, and extending themselves to a good distance beyond the fire on the side where the sheep are to enter. Things being in this posture, the sheep are driven into the lane close up to the fire, which now smokes in the thickest clouds. The foremost boggle, and being forced forward by the press behind, seek their escape by attempting breaches in the ranks. The men stand close and firm, and whoop and goad them forward, when a few hands planted at the front of the fire catch 3 or 4 of the foremost sheep by the head, and drag them through, and bring them round into the sight of the rest, which sometimes upon this, the whooping and goading continue, follow with a tantivy, jumping and pouring themselves through the fire and smoke with a mighty clattering and fury. At other times they are not so tractable, but put the Hottentots to the trouble of dragging numbers of them through, and sometimes, in a great press and fright, sturdily attacking the ranks, they make a breach and escape. This is a very mortifying event at all times, the Hottentots, upon whatever account, looking upon it as a heavy disgrace and a very ill omen into the bargain. But when their labours here are attended with such success that the sheep pass readily through or over the fire, 'tis hardly in the power of language to describe them in all the sallies of their joy. The writer who thus describes the custom had great difficulty in extracting an explanation of it from the Hottentots. At last one of them informed him that their country was much infested by wild dogs, which made terrible havoc among the cattle, worrying the animals to death even when they did not devour them. Now we have it, he said, from our ancestors, that if sheep are driven through the fire, as we say, that is, through a thick smoke, the wild dogs will not be fond of attacking them, while the scent of the smoke remains upon their fleeces. We therefore, from time to time, for the security of our flocks, perform this Andersmukken. Fire applied to sick cattle by the Nandi and Zulus. When disease breaks out in a herd of the Nandi, a pastoral tribe of British East Africa, a large bonfire is made with the wood of a certain tree, Olea chrysophylla, and brushwood of 2 sorts of shrubs is thrown on the top. Then the sick herd is driven to the fire, and while the animals are standing near it, a sheep big and young is brought to them and anointed with milk by an elder, after which it is strangled by 2 men belonging to clans that may intermarry. The intestines are then inspected, and if the omens prove favourable, the meat is roasted and eaten. Moreover, rings are made out of the skin and worn by the cattle owners. After the meat has been eaten, the herd is driven round the fire, and milk is poured on each beast. When their cattle are sick, the Zulus of Natal will collect their herds in a kraal, where a medicine man kindles a fire, burns medicine in it, and so fumigates the cattle with the medicated smoke. Afterwards he sprinkles the herd with a decoction, and taking some melted fat of the dead oxen in his mouth, squirts it on a firebrand, and holds the brand to each animal in succession. Such a custom is probably equivalent to the Hottentot and European practice of driving cattle through a fire. Indians of Yucatan walk over hot embers in order to avert calamities. Among the Indians of Yucatan, the year which was marked in their calendar by the sign of Cayoac was reported to be very unlucky. They thought that in the course of it the death rate would be high, the maize crops would be withered up by the extreme heat of the sun, and what remained of the harvest would be devoured by swarms of ants and birds. To avert these calamities they used to erect a great pyre of wood, to which most persons contribute a faggot. Having danced about it during the day, they set fire to it at nightfall, and when the flames had died down, they spread out the red embers and walked around barefoot over them, some of them escaping unsmirched by the flames, but others burning themselves more or less severely. In this way they hoped to conjure away the evils that threatened them, and to undo the sinister omens of the year. The fire walk in antiquity at Castabella in Cappadocia, and at Mount Soracte near Rome. Similar rites were performed at more than one place in classical antiquity. At Castabella in Cappadocia, the priestesses of the Asiatic goddess, whom the Greeks called Artemis Parasia, used to walk barefoot through a furnace of hot charcoal and take no harm. Again, at the foot of Mount Soracte, in Italy, there was a sanctuary of a goddess Veronia, where once a year the men of certain families walked barefoot, but unscathed, over the glowing embers and ashes of a great fire of pine wood, in presence of a vast multitude, who had assembled from all the country round about to pay their devotions to the deity or to ply their business at the fair. The families from whom the performers of the rite were drawn went by the name of Herpi Sorani, or Soranian wolves, and in consideration of the services which they rendered the state by walking through the fire, they were exempted by a special decree of the Senate from military service and all public burdens. In the discharge of their sacred function, if we can trust the testimony of Strabo, they were believed to be inspired by the goddess Veronia. The ceremony certainly took place in her sanctuary, which was held in the highest reverence alike by Latins and Sabines, but according to Virgil and Pliny, the rite was performed in honour of the god of the mountain, whom they called by the Greek name of Apollo, but whose real name appears to have been Soranus. If Soranus was a sun god, as his name has by some been thought to indicate, we might perhaps conclude that the passage of his priests through the fire was a magical ceremony designed to procure a due supply of light and warmth for the earth by mimicking the sun's passage through the firmament. For so priceless a service, rendered at some personal risk, it would be natural that the magicians should be handsomely rewarded by a grateful country, and that they should be released from the common obligations of earth in order better to devote themselves to their celestial mission. The neighbouring towns paid the first fruits of their harvest as tribute to the shrine, and loaded it besides the offerings of gold and silver, of which, however, it was swept clean by Hannibal when the Hun and his dusky army, like a storm cloud about to break, within sight of the sentinels on the walls of Rome. 2. The meaning of the fire walk. Little evidence to show that the fire walk is a sun charm. The foregoing customs, observed in many different parts of the world, present at least a superficial resemblance to the modern European practices of leaping over fires and driving cattle through them, and we naturally ask whether it is not possible to discover a general explanation which will include them all. We have seen that two general theories have been proposed to account for the European practices. According to one theory, the customs in question are sun charms. According to the other, they are purifications. Let us see how the two rival theories fit the other facts which we have just passed in review. To take the solar theory first, it is supported, first, by a statement that the fires at the Pongal festival in southern India are intended to wake the sun god or the fire god from his sleep, and second, by the etymology which connects Soranus, the god of Sorect, with the sun. But for reasons which have already been given, neither of these arguments carries much weight. And apart from them, there appears to be nothing in the foregoing customs to suggest that they are sun charms. Nay, some of the customs appear hardly reconcilable with such a view. For it is to be observed that the firewalk is frequently practiced in India and other tropical countries, where, as a rule, people would more naturally wish to abate than to increase the fire heat of the sun. In Yucatan, certainly the intention of kindling the bonfires cannot possibly have been to fan the solar flames, since one of the principal evils which the bonfires were designed to remedy was precisely the excessive heat of the sun, which had withered up the maize crops. Thus the solar theory is not strongly supported by any of the facts which we are considering, and it is actually inconsistent with some of them. Widows fumigated to free them from their husbands' ghosts. On the other hand, there is much to be said for the view that the fire walk is a form of purification, the flames being thought either to burn up or repel the powers of evil. Not so with the purificatory theory. It is obviously applicable to some of the facts, and apparently consistent with them all. Thus we have seen that sick men make a vow to walk over the fire, and that sick cattle are driven over it. In such cases, clearly the intention is to cleanse the suffering man or beast from the infection of disease, and thereby to restore him or it to health. And the fire is supposed to effect this salutary end, either by burning up the powers of evil, or by interposing an unsurmountable barrier between them and the sufferer. For it is to be remembered that evils which civilized men regard as impersonal are often conceived by uncivilized man in the personal shape of witches and wizards, of ghosts and hobgoblins, so that measures which we should consider as simple disinfectants, the savage looks upon as obstacles opportunely presented to the attacks of demons or other uncanny beings. Now, of all such obstacles, fire seems generally to be thought the most effective. Hence, in passing through or leaping over it, our primitive philosopher often imagines that he is not so much annihilating his spiritual foe as merely giving him the slip. The ghostly pursuer shrinks back appalled at the flames, through which his intended victim, driven to desperation by his fears, has safely passed before him. This interpretation of the ceremony is confirmed first by the observation that in India the ashes of the bonfire are used as a talisman against devils and demons, and second by the employment of the ceremony for the avowed purpose of escaping from the pursuit of a troublesome ghost. Customers stepping over the fire for the purpose of getting rid of a ghost. For example, in China, they believe that a beheaded man wanders about a headless spectre in the world of shades. Such spectres are frequently to be seen in walled towns, especially in the neighbourhood of places of execution. Hence they often visit the people with disease and disaster, causing a considerable depreciation in the value of their houses around such schemes. Whenever an execution takes place, the people fire crackers to frighten the headless ghost away from the spot, and the mandarin who has superintended the bloody work on entering the gate of his mansion has himself carried in his sedan chair over a fire lighted on the pavement, lest a headless apparition should enter there along with him, for disembodied spirits are afraid of fire. For like reason, Chinese mourners after a funeral, and persons who have paid a visit of condolence to a house of death, often purify themselves by stepping over a fire of straw. The purification, we cannot doubt, consists simply by shaking off the ghost who is supposed to dog their steps. Similarly, at a coroner's inquest in China, the mandarin and his subordinates hold pocket handkerchiefs or towels to their mouths and noses while they are inspecting the corpse, no doubt to hinder the ghost from insinuating himself into their bodies by these apertures, and when they have discharged their dangerous duty, they purify themselves by passing through a small fire of straw kindled on the pavement before they enter their sedan chairs to return home, while at the same time the crowd of idlers who have gathered about the door assist in keeping the ghost at bay by a liberal discharge of crackers. The same double process of purification, or rather repelling the ghost by means of fire and crackers, is repeated at the gate of the mandarin's residence when the procession defiles into it. Among some of the Tartars, it used to be customary for all persons returning from a burial to leap over a fire made for the purpose, in order that the dead man might not follow them, for apparently in their opinion he would be afraid of the fire. The Yakuts bury their dead as a rule on the day of the death, and in order not to take the demon of death home with them, they kindle fires on the way back from the burial and jump over them in the belief that the demon of death, who dreads fire, will not follow them, and that in this way they will be freed from the persecutions of the hated demon of death. In Sikkim, when members of the Kambu caste have buried a corpse, all persons present at the burial are joined to a stream for a bath of purification, and on re-entering the house have to tread on a bit of burning cloth, to prevent the evil spirits who attend at funerals from following them in. Among the fans of West Africa, when the mourning is over, the wives of the deceased must pass over a small lighted brazier in the middle of the village. When they sit down, while some leaves are still burning under their feet, their heads are shaved, and from that monument they are purified from the mourning. Perhaps we should translate, delivered from the ghost of their husband, and maybe divided among their heirs. Widows fumigated to free them from their husbands' ghosts. At Agua, on the slave coast of West Africa, a widow used to remain shut up for 6 months in the room where her husband was buried. At the end of the time, a fire was lighted on the floor and red pepper strewn in it, until in the pungent fumes the widow was nearly stifled. No doubt the intention was to rid her of her husband's ghost, in order that she might mingle again in the world with safety to herself and others. Hence it seems probable that the chief use of the fire in the fire festivals of Europe was to destroy or repel the witches to whose maleficent arts the people ascribed most of their troubles. On the analogy of these customs, in which the purpose of the passage through the fire appears to be unmistakable, we may assume that the motive of the rite is similar at the popular festivals of Europe and the like observances in other lands. In every case, the ritual appears to be explained in a simple and natural way by the supposition that the performers believe themselves to be freed from certain evils, actual or threatened, through the beneficent agency of fire, which either burns up and destroys the noxious things, or at all events repels and keeps them at bay. Indeed, this belief, or at least this hope, is definitely expressed by some of the people who leap across the bonfires. They imagine that all ills are burnt up and consumed in the flames, or that they leave their sins, or at all events their fleas, behind them on the far side of the fire. But we may conjecture that originally all the evils from which the people thus thought to deliver themselves were conceived by them to be caused by personal beings, such as ghosts and demons, or witches and warlocks, and that these fires were kindled for the sole purpose of burning or banning these noxious creatures. Of these evil powers, witches and warlocks appear to have been the most dreaded by our European peasantry, and it is therefore significant that the fires kindled on these occasions are often expressly alleged to burn the witches, that effigies of witches are not uncommonly consumed in them, and that 2 of the great periodic fire festivals of the year, namely May Day and Midsummer Eve, coincide with the season when witches are believed to be most active and mischievous, and when accordingly many other precautions are taken against them. Thus, if witchcraft, as a great part of mankind has believed, is the fertile source of almost all the calamities that afflict our species, and if the surest means of frustrating witchcraft is fire, then it follows as clearly as day follows night that the jump over a fire must be a sovereign panacea for practically all the ills that flesh is heir to. We can now, perhaps, fully understand why festivals of fire played so prominent a part in the religion of superstition of our heathen forefathers. The observance of such festivals flowed directly from their overmastering fear of witchcraft, and from their theory as to the best way of combating the dreadful evil. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7, The Burning of Human Beings in the Fires. 1. The Burning of Effigies in the Fires. The effigies burnt in the fires probably represent witches. We have still to ask, what is the meaning of burning effigies in the fire at these festivals? After the preceding investigation, the answer to the question seems obvious. As the fires are often alleged to be kindled for the purpose of burning the witches, and as the effigy burnt in them is sometimes called the witch, we might naturally be disposed to conclude that all the effigies consumed in the flames on these occasions represent witches or warlocks, and that the custom of burning them is merely a substitute for burning the wicked men and women themselves, since on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, you practically destroy the witch herself in destroying her effigy. On the whole, this explanation of the burning of straw figures in human shape at the festivals appears to be the most probable. Possibly some of the effigies burnt in the fires represent tree spirits or spirits of vegetation. Yet it may be that this explanation does not apply to all the cases, and that certain of them may admit and even require another interpretation, in favor of which I formally argue as follows. It remains to ask, what is the meaning of burning an effigy in these bonfires? The effigies so burned, as I have already remarked, can hardly be separated from the effigies of death which are burned or otherwise destroyed in spring, and grounds have been already given for regarding the so-called effigies of death as really representatives of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. Are the other effigies which are burned in the spring and midsummer bonfires susceptible to the same explanation? It would seem so, for just as the fragments of the so-called death are stuck in the fields to make the crops grow, so the charred embers of the figure burned in the spring bonfires are sometimes laid on the fields in the belief that they will keep vermin from the crop. Again, the rule that the last married bride must sleep over the fire in which the straw man is burned on Shrove Tuesday is probably intended to make her fruitful. But as we have seen, the power of blessing women with offspring is a special attribute of tree spirits. It is therefore a fair presumption that the burning effigy over which the bride must sleep is a representative of the fertilizing tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. This character of the effigy as representative of the spirit of vegetation is almost unmistakable when the figure is composed of an unthreshed sheaf of corn or is covered from head to foot with flowers. Again, it is to be noted that, instead of a puppet, trees, either living or felled, are sometimes burned both in the spring and midsummer bonfires. Now, considering the frequency with which the tree spirit is represented in human shape, it is hardly rash to suppose that when sometimes a tree and sometimes an effigy is burned in these fires, the effigy and the tree are regarded as equivalent to each other, each being a representative of the tree spirit. This again is confirmed by observing, first, that sometimes the effigy which is to be burned is carried about simultaneously with a made tree, the former being carried by the boys, the latter by the girls, and second, that the effigy is sometimes tied to a living tree and burned with it. In these cases we can scarcely doubt the tree spirit is represented, as we have found it represented before in duplicate both by the tree and by the effigy. That the true character of the effigy as a representative of the beneficent spirit of vegetation should sometimes be forgotten is natural. The custom of burning a beneficent god is too foreign to latter modes of thought to escape misinterpretation. Naturally enough, the people who continued to burn his image came in time to identify it as the effigy of persons, whom on various grounds they regarded with aversion, such as Judas Iscariot, Luther, and a witch. Reasons for burning effigies of the spirit of vegetation or for passing them through the fire. The general reasons for killing a god or his representative have been examined in the preceding chapter, but when the god happens to be a deity of vegetation, there are special reasons why he should die by fire. For light and heat are necessary to vegetable growth, and on the principle of sympathetic magic, by subjecting the personal representative of vegetation to their influence, you secure a supply of these necessaries for trees and crops. In other words, by burning the spirit of vegetation in a fire, which represents the sun, you make sure that, for a time at least, vegetation shall have plenty of sun. It may be objected that, if the intention is simply to secure enough sunshine for vegetation, this would be better attained, on the principles of sympathetic magic, by merely passing the representative of vegetation through the fire instead of burning them. In point of fact, this is sometimes done. In Russia, as we have seen, the store figure of Kupalo is not burned in the midsummer fire, but merely carried backwards and forwards across it. But for the reasons already given, it is necessary that the god should die. So next day, Kupalo is stripped of her ornaments and thrown into a stream. In this Russian custom, therefore, the passage of the image through the fire is a sun charm pure and simple. The killing of the god is a separate act, and the mode of killing him, by drowning, is probably a rain charm. But usually people have not thought it necessary to draw this fine distinction. For the various reasons already assigned, it is advantageous, they think, to expose the god of vegetation to a considerable degree of heat, and it is also advantageous to kill him, and they combine these advantages in a rough and ready way by burning him. The custom of passing images of gods or their living representatives through the fires may be simply a form of purification. On the foregoing argument, which I do not now find very cogent, I would remark that we must distinguish the cases in which an effigy or an image is burnt in the fire from the cases in which it is simply carried through or over it. We have seen that in the Chinese festival of fire, the image of the god is carried thrice by bearers over the glowing furnace. Here the motive for subjecting a god to the heat of the furnace must surely be the same as a motive for subjecting his worshippers to the same ordeal, and if the motive in the case of the worshippers is purificatory, it is probably the same in the case of the deity. In other words, we may suppose that the image of a god is periodically carried over a furnace in order to purify him from the taint of corruption, the spells of magicians, or any other evil influences that might impair or impede his divine energies. The same theory would explain the custom of obliging the priest ceremonially to pass through the fire. The custom need not be a mitigation of an older practice of burning him in the flames. It may only be a purification designed to enable him the better to discharge his sacred duties as representative of the deity in the coming year. Similarly, when the rite is obligatory, not on the people as a whole, but only on certain persons chosen for the purpose, we may suppose that these persons act as representatives of the entire community, which thus passes through the fire by deputy and consequently participates in all the benefits which are believed to accrue from the purificatory character of the rite. In both cases, therefore, if my interpretation of them is correct, the passage over or through a fire is not a substitute for human sacrifice. It is nothing but a stringent form of purification. 2. The burning of men and animals in the fires. Yet at some of the fire festivals, the pretense of burning live persons in the fires points to a former custom of human sacrifice. Yet in the popular customs connected with the fire festivals of Europe, there are certain features which appear to point to a former practice of human sacrifice. We have seen reasons for believing that in Europe, living persons have often acted as representatives of the tree spirit and corn spirit and have suffered death as such. There is no reason, therefore, why they should not have been burned, if any special advantages were likely to be attained by putting them to death in that way. The consideration of human suffering is not one which enters into the calculations of primitive man. Now in the fire festivals which we are discussing, the pretense of burning people is sometimes carried so far that it seems reasonable to regard it as a mitigated survival of an older custom of actually burning them. Thus in Aachen, as we saw, the man clad in pea straw acts so cleverly that the children really believe he is being burned. At Jumiges, in Normandy, the man clad in all green, who bore the title of the Green Wolf, is pursued by his comrades, and when they caught him, they feigned to fling him upon the midsummer bonfire. Similarly, at the Beltane fires in Scotland, the pretended victim was seized, and a show made of throwing him into the flames, and for some time afterwards people affected to speak of him as dead. Again, in the Halloween bonfires of northeastern Scotland, we may perhaps detect a similar pretense in the custom observed by the lad of laying down as close to the fire as possible, and allowing the other lads to leap over him. The titular king at Aix, who reigned for a year, and danced the first dance round the midsummer bonfire, may perhaps in days of old have discharged the less agreeable duty of serving as fuel for that fire, which in later times he only kindled. In the following customs, Manhart is probably right in recognizing traces of an old custom of burning a leaf-clad representative of the spirit of vegetation. And Wolfegg in Austria, on Midsummer Day, a boy completely clad in grain fir branches goes from house to house, accompanied by a noisy crew, collecting wood for the bonfire. As he gets the wood, he sings, "Forest trees I want, no sour milk for me, but beer and wine, so that the woodman be jolly and gay." In some parts of Bavaria, also, the boys who go from house to house collecting fuel for the midsummer bonfire envelope one of their number from head to foot in green branches of firs and lead him by a rope through the whole village. At Muschheim, in Württemberg, the festival of St. John's Fire usually lasted for 14 days, ending on the second Sunday after Midsummer Day. On this last day, the bonfire was left in charge of the children, while the older people retired to a wood. Here they encased a young fellow in leaves and twigs, who, thus disguised, went to the fire, scattered it, and trotted out. All the people present fled at the sight of him. In pagan Europe, the water as well as the fire seems to have claimed its human victim on Midsummer Day. In this connection, it is worthwhile to note that in pagan Europe, the water as well as the fire seems to have claimed its human victim on Midsummer Day. Some German rivers, such as the Saale and the Spree, are believed still to require their victim on that day. Hence people are careful not to bathe at this perilous season. Where the beautiful nectar flows between vine-clad and wooded hills, under the majestic ruins of Heidelberg Castle, the spirit of the river seeks to drown 3 persons, one on Midsummer Eve, one on Midsummer Day, and one on the day after. On these nights, if you hear a shriek as of a drowning man or woman from the water, beware of running to the rescue, for it is only the water fairy shrieking to lure you to your doom. Many a fisherman of the Elbe knows better than to launch his boat and trust himself to the treacherous river on Midsummer Day. And Samland fishermen will not go to sea at this season, because they are aware that the sea is then hollow and demands a victim. In the neighbourhood of the Lake of Constance, the Swabian peasants say that on St. John's Day the angel or St. John must have a swimmer and a climber, hence no one will climb a tree or bathe even in a brook on that day. According to others, St. John will have 3 dead men on his day. One of them must die by water, one by a fall, and one by lightning. Therefore old-fashioned people warn their children not to climb or bathe, and are very careful themselves not to run into any kind of danger on Midsummer Day. So in some parts of Switzerland, people are warned against bathing on St. John's night, because the saint's day demands its victims. Thus the elemental, they say, this day will have 3 persons. One must perish in the air, one in the fire, and the third in the water. At Schaffhausen, the saying runs, St. John the Baptist must have a runner, must have a swimmer, must have a climber. That is the reason why you should not climb cherry trees on the saint's day, lest you should fall down and break your valuable neck. In Cologne the saint is more exacting. On his day he requires no less than 14 dead men. 7 of them must be swimmers and 7 climbers. Custom of throwing a man and a tree into the water on St. John's Day. Accordingly, when we find that, in one of those districts where a belief of this sort prevails, it used to be customary to throw a person into the water on Midsummer Day, we can hardly help conclude that this was only a modification of an older custom of actually drowning a human being in the river at that time. In Voigtland, it was formerly the practice to set up a fine May tree, adorned with all kinds of things, on St. John's Day. The people danced round it, and when the lads had fetched down the things with which it was tricked out, the tree was thrown into the water. But before this was done, they sought out somebody whom they treated in the same manner, and the victim of this horseplay was called the John. The brawls and disorders, which such a custom naturally provided, led to the suppression of the whole ceremony. Loaves and flowers thrown into the water on St. John's Day, perhaps as substitutes for human beings. At Rottenburg on the Neckar, they throw a loaf of bread into the water on St. John's Day. Were this offering not made, the river would grow angry and take away a man. Clearly, therefore, the loaf is regarded as a substitute which the spirit of the river consents to accept instead of a human victim. Elsewhere, the water sprite is content with flowers. Thus in Bohemia, people sometimes cast garlands into water on Midsummer Eve, and if the water sprite pulls one of them down, it is a sign that the person who threw the garland in will die. In the villages of Hesse, the girl who first comes to the well early in the morning of Midsummer Day places on the mouth of the well a gay garland composed of many sorts of flowers which she has culled from the fields and meadows. Sometimes a number of such garlands are twisted together to form a crown, with which the well is decked. At Fulda, in addition to the flowery decoration of the wells, the neighbours choose the lord of the wells and announce his election by sending him a great nosegay of flowers. His house too is decorated with green boughs, and children walk in procession to it. He goes from house to house collecting materials for a feast, of which the neighbours partake on the following Sunday. What the other duties of the lord of the wells may be, we are not told. We may conjecture that in old days he had to see to it that the spirits of the water received their dues from men and maidens on that important day. Midsummer Day deemed unlucky and dangerous. The belief that the spirits of the water exact a human life on Midsummer Day may partly explain why that day is regarded by some people as unlucky. A Neuburg in Baden, people who meet on Midsummer Day bid each their beware. Sicilian mothers on that ominous day warn their little sons not to go out of the house, or if they do go out, not to stray far, not to walk on solitary unfrequented paths, to avoid horses and carriages and persons with firearms, and not to dare to swim. In short, they bid them be on their guard at every turn. The Sicilian writer who tells us this adds, "This I know and sadly remember ever since the year 1848, when, not yet 7 years old, I beheld in the dusk of the evening on St. John's Day some women of my acquaintance bringing back in their arms my little brother, who had gone to play in a garden near our house, and there had found his death, my poor Francisco." In their simplicity, the women who strove to console my inconsolable mother, driven distracted by the dreadful blow, kept repeating that St. John must have his due, that on that day he must be appeased. "Who knows," said they, "how many other mothers are weeping now for their little sons forlorn." In Europe, people used to bathe on Midsummer Eve or Midsummer Day because water was thought to acquire wonderful medicinal virtues at that time. Yet, curiously enough, though the water spirits call the human victims on Midsummer Eve or Midsummer Day, water in general is supposed at that season to acquire certain wonderful medicinal virtues, so that he who bathes in it then or drinks of it is not only healed of all his infirmities, but will be well and hearty throughout the year. It's in many parts of Europe, from Sweden in the north to Sicily in the south, and from Ireland and Spain in the west to Estonia in the east, it used to be customary for men, women, and children to bathe in crowds in rivers, the sea, or springs on Midsummer Eve or Midsummer Day, hoping thus to fortify themselves for the next 12 months. The usual time for taking the bath was the night which intervenes between Midsummer Eve and Midsummer Day, but in Belgium the hour was soon on Midsummer Day. It was a curious sight, we are told, to see the banks of a river lined with naked children waiting for the first stroke of noon to plunge into the healing water. The dip was supposed to have a remarkable effect in strengthening the legs. People who were ashamed to bathe in public used to have cans of water brought to their houses from the river at midday, and then performed their ablutions in the privacy of their chambers. Nor did they throw away their precious fluid. On the contrary, they bottled it up and kept it as a sort of elixir for use throughout the year. It was thought never to grow foul, and to be as blessed as holy water fetched from a church, which we may well believe. Hence it serves to guard the house against a thunderstorm. When the clouds were heavy and threatening, all you had to do was to take the palm branches, that is, the twigs of boxwood, which were blessed on Palm Sunday, dip them in the midsummer water, and burn them. That averted the tempest. In the Swiss canton of Lucerne, a bath on Midsummer Eve was thought to be especially wholesome. though in other parts of Switzerland, as we saw, bathing at that season is accounted dangerous. Similar customs and beliefs as to water at Midsummer in Morocco. Nor are such customs and beliefs confined to the Christian peoples of Europe. They are shared also by the Mohammedan peoples of Morocco. There too, on Midsummer Day, all water is thought to be endowed with such marvellous virtue that it not only heals but prevents sickness for the rest of the year. Hence men, women, and children bathe in the sea, in rivers, or in their houses at that time for the sake of their health. In Fez and other places on this day, people pour or squirt water over each other in the streets or from the housetops, so that the streets become almost as muddy as after a fall of rain. More than that, in the Antra, they bathe their animals also. Horses, mules, donkeys, cattle, sheep, and goats all must participate in the miraculous benefits of midsummer water. The rite forms part of that old heathen celebration of midsummer which appears to have been common to the peoples on both sides of the Mediterranean, and as the aim of bathing in the midsummer water is undoubtedly purification, it is reasonable to assign the same motive for the custom of leaping over the midsummer bonfire. On the other hand, people in Morocco, like some people in Europe, think that water on Midsummer Day is unclean or dangerous. A Berber told Dr. Westermarck that water is haunted on Midsummer Day, and that people therefore avoid bathing in it and keep animals from drinking of it. And among the Beni Ashan, persons who swim in the river on that day be careful, before plunging into the water, to throw burning straw into it as an offering, in order that the spirits may not harm them. The parallelism between the rites of water and fire at this season is certainly in favour of interpreting both in the same way, and the traces of human sacrifice which we have detected in the rites of water may therefore be allowed to strengthen the inference of a similar sacrifice in the rite of fire. Human sacrifices by the fire among the ancient Gauls. But it seems possible to go farther than this. Of human sacrifices offered on these occasions, the most unequivocal traces, as we have seen, are those which, about 100 years ago, still lingered at the Beltane fires in the highlands of Scotland, that is, among a Celtic people who, situated in a remote corner of Europe and almost completely isolated from foreign influence, had till then conserved their old heathenism better perhaps than any other people in the west of Europe. It is significant, therefore, that human sacrifices by fire are known, on unquestionable evidence, to have been systematically practiced by the Celts. The earliest description of these sacrifices has been bequeathed to us by Julius Caesar. As conqueror of the hitherto independent Celts of Gaul, Caesar had ample opportunity of observing the natural Celtic religion and manners, while these were still fresh and crisp from the native mint, and had not yet been fused in the melting pot of Roman civilization. With his own notes, Caesar appears to have incorporated the observations of a Greek explorer by name Posidonius, who travelled in Gaul about 50 years before Caesar carried the Roman arms to the English Channel. The Greek geographer Strabo and the historian Diodorus seems to have derived their descriptions of the Celtic sacrifices from the work of Posidonius, but independently of each other and of Caesar, for each of the three derivative accounts contains some account which are not to be found in either of the others. By combining them, therefore, we can restore the original account of Posidonius with some probability, and thus obtain a picture of the sacrifices offered by the Celts of Gaul at the close of the 2nd century before our era. The following seem to have been the main outlines of the custom. Condemned criminals were reserved by the Celts in order to be sacrificed to the gods at a great festival which took place once in every 5 years. The more there were of such victims, the greater was believed to be the fertility of the land. If there were not enough criminals to furnish victims, captives taken in war were immolated to supply the deficiency. Men and animals enclosed in great wickerwork images and burnt alive. When the time came, the victims were sacrificed by the Druids or priests. Some they shot down with arrows, some they impaled, and some they burnt alive in the following manner. Colossal images of wickerwork or of wood and grass were constructed. These were filled with live men, cattle, and animals of other kinds. Fire was then applied to the images, and they were burned with their living contents. As the fertility of the land was supposed to depend on these sacrifices, Manbart interpreted the victims as representatives of tree spirits or spirits of vegetation. Such were the great festivals held once every 5 years. But besides these quinquennial festivals celebrated on so grand a scale, and with apparently so large an expenditure of human life, it seems reasonable to suppose that festivals of the same sort, only on a lesser scale, were held annually, and that from these annual festivals are lineally descended some at least of the fire festivals, which, with their traces of human sacrifices, are still celebrated year by year in many parts of Europe. The gigantic images constructed of osiers, or covered with grass in which the Druids enclosed their victims, reminds us of the leafy framework in which the human representative of the tree spirit is still so often encased. Hence, seeing that the fertility of the land was apparently supposed to depend upon the due performance of these sacrifices, man had interpreted the Celtic victims, cased in osiers and grass, as representatives of the tree spirit, or spirit of vegetation. Wickerwork giants are popular festivals in modern Europe. These wicker giants of the Druids seem to have had till lately their representatives at the spring and midsummer festivals of modern Europe. At Douai, down to the early part of the 19th century, a procession took place annually on the Sunday nearest to the 7th of July. The Giant of Douai on July the 7th. The great feature of the procession was a colossal figure, some 20 or 30 feet high, made of osiers, and called the Giant, which was moved through the streets by means of rollers and ropes worked by men who were enclosed within the effigy. The wooden head of the Giant is said to have been carved and painted by Rubens. The figure was armed as a knight with lance and sword, helmet and shield. Behind him marched his wife and his 3 children, all constructed of osiers on the same principle, but on a smaller scale. The Giants of Dunkirk on Midsummer Day. At Dunkirk, the procession of the Giants took place on Midsummer Day, the 24th of June. The festival, which was known as the Follies of Dunkirk, attracted such multitudes of spectators that the inns and private houses could not lodge them all, and many had to sleep in cellars or in the streets. In 1755, an eyewitness estimated that the number of onlookers was not less than 40,000, without counting the inhabitants of the town. The streets through which the procession took its way were lined with double ranks of soldiers, and the houses crammed with spectators from top to bottom. High Mass was celebrated in the principal church, and then the procession got under way. First came the guilds or brotherhoods, the members walking 2 and 2 with great waxen tapers lighted in their hands. They were followed by the friars and the secular priests, and then came the abbot, magnificently attired, with the hosts borne before him by a venerable old man. When these were past, the real follies of Dunkirk began. They consisted of pageants of various sorts wheeled through the streets in cars. These appear to have varied somewhat from year to year, but if we may judge from the processions of 1755 to 1757, both of which have been described by eyewitnesses, a standing show was a car decked with foliage and branches to imitate a wood, and carrying a number of men dressed in leaves or in green scaly skins, who squirted water on the people from pewter syringes. An English spectator has compared these maskers to the green men of our own country on May Day. Last of all came the Giant and Giantess. The Giant was a huge figure of wickerwork, occasionally as much as 45 feet high, dressed in a long blue robe with gold stripes which reached to his feet, concealing the dozen or more men who made it dance and bob its head to the spectators. This colossal effigy went by the name of Papa Reus, and carried in its pocket a bouncing infant of Brobdingnagian proportions, who kept bawling "Papa, Papa" in a voice of thunder, only pausing from time to time to devour the victims which were handed out to him from the windows. The rear was brought up by the daughter of the Giant, constructed, like her sire, of wickerwork and a little, if at all, inferior to him in size. She wore a rose-coloured robe, with a gold watch as large as a warming pan at her side. Her breast glittered with jewels. Her complexion was high, and her eyes and head turned with as easy a grace as the men inside could contrive to impart to their motions. The procession came to an end with the Revolution of 1789, and has never been revived. The Giant himself, indeed, who had won the affections of the townspeople, survived his ancient glory for a little while, and made shift to appear in public a few times more, at the carnival and other festival occasions, but his days were numbered, and within 50 years even his memory has seemingly perished. Wickerwork giants in Brabant and Flanders. Most towns and even villages of Brabant and Flanders have, or used to have, similar wicker giants, which were annually led about to the delight of the populace, who loved these grotesque figures, spoke of them with patriotic enthusiasm, and never wearied of gazing at them. The name by which the giants went was Ruses, and a special song called the Ruse Song was sung in the Flemish dialect while they were making their triumphal progress through the streets. The most celebrated of these monstrous effigies were those of Antwerp and Wetteren. At Ypres, the whole family of giants contributed to the public hilarity at the carnival. At Kassel and Hazebroek, in the French department of Nord, the giants made their annual appearance on Shrove Tuesday. At Antwerp, the giant was so big that no gate in the city was large enough to let him go through, hence he could not visit his brother giants in neighbouring towns, as the other Belgian giants used to do on solemn occasions. It was designed in 1534 by Peter van Elst, painter to the Emperor Charles V, and is still preserved with other colossal figures in a large hall at Antwerp. At Ath, in the Belgian province of Hainaut, the popular procession of the giants took place annually in August down to the year 1869, at least. For 3 days, the colossal effigies of Goliath and his wife, of Samson and the archer, Tyrant, together with a 2-headed eagle, were led about the streets on the shoulders of 20 bearers concealed under the flowing drapery of the giants. To the great delight of the townspeople, and a crowd of strangers who assembled to witness the pageant. The custom can be traced back by documentary evidence to the middle of the 15th century, but it appears that the practice of giving Goliath a wife dates only from the year 1715. Their nuptials were solemnized every year on the eve of the festival in the church of St. Julian, whither the 2 huge figures were escorted by the magistrates in procession. Midsummer giants in England. In England, artificial giants seem to have been a standing feature of the Midsummer festival. A writer of the 16th century speaks of midsummer pageants in London, where, to make the people wonder, are set forth great and ugly giants, marching as if they were alive, and armed at all points, but within they are all stuffed full of brown paper and tow, which the shrewd boys, under peering, do guiltily discover, and turn to a great derision. At Chester, the annual pageant of Midsummer Eve included the effigies of 4 giants, with animals, hobby horses, and other figures. An officious mayor of the town suppressed the giants in 1599, but they were restored by another mayor in 1601. Under the Commonwealth, the pageant was discontinued, and the giants and beasts were destroyed, but after the restoration of Charles II, the old ceremony was revived on the old date, new effigies being constructed to replace those which had fallen victims to Roundhead bigotry. The accounts preserve a record not only of the hoops, buckram, tinfoil, gold and silver leaf, paint, glue, and paste which went to make up these gorgeous figures. They also mention the arsenic which was mixed with the paste in order to preserve the poor giants from being eaten alive by the rats. At Coventry, the accounts of the Cappers and Drapers companies in the 16th century shed light on the giants, which there also were carried about the town at midsummer. From some of the entries it appears that the giant's wife figured beside the giant. At Burford, in Oxfordshire, Midsummer Eve used to be celebrated with great jollity by the carrying of a giant and a dragon up and down the town. The last survivor of these perambulating English giants dragged out a miserable existence at Salisbury, where an antiquary found him mouldering to decay in the neglected hall of the Tailors' Company about the year 1844. His bodily framework was of lath and hoop like the one which used to be worn by Jack in the Green on May Day. The drapery which concealed the bearer was of coloured chintz, bordered with red and purple, and trimmed with yellow fringe. His head was modelled in pasteboard and adorned with a gold-laced cocked hat. His flowing locks were of tow, and in his big right hand he brandished a branch of artificial laurel. In the days of his glory he promenaded about the streets, dancing clumsily, and attended by 2 men grotesquely attired, who kept a watchful eye on his movements, and checked by the wooden sword and club which they carried any incipient tendency to lose his balance and topple over in an undignified manner, which would have exposed to the derision of the populace the mystery of his inner man. The learned called him St. Christopher, the vulgar, simply the giant. Wickerwork giants burnt at or near Midsummer. In these cases, the giants only figure in the processions, but sometimes they were burnt in the summer bonfires. Thus the people of the Rue Auxours in Paris used annually to make a great wickerwork figure dressed as a soldier, which they promenaded up and down the street for several days, and solemnly burned on the 3rd July, the crowd of spectators singing Salve Regina. A personage who bore the title of king presided over the ceremony with a lighted torch in his hand. The burning fragments of the image were scattered among the people, who eagerly scrambled for them. The custom was abolished in 1743. In Brie, Isle-de-France, a wickerwork giant 18 feet high was annually burned on Midsummer Eve. Animals burnt in midsummer bonfires. Again, the druidical custom of burning live animals, enclosed in wickerwork, has its counterpart at the spring and midsummer festivals. At Luchon, in the Pyrenees on Midsummer Eve, a hollow column composed of strong wickerwork is raised to the height of about 60 feet in the centre of the principal suburb, and interlaced with green foliage up to the very top, while the most beautiful flowers and shrubs procurable are artistically arranged in groups below, so as to form a sort of background to the scene. The column is then filled with combustible materials, ready for ignition. At an appointed hour, about 8 p.m., a grand procession composed of the clergy, followed by young men and maidens in holiday attire, pour forth from the town chanting hymns, and take up their position around the column. Meanwhile, bonfires are lit with beautiful effect in the surrounding hills. Serpents formerly burnt in the midsummer fire at Luchon. As many living serpents as could be collected are now thrown into the column, which is set on fire at the base by means of torches, armed with which about 50 boys and men dance around with frantic gestures. The serpents, to avoid the flames, wriggle their way to the top, whence they are seen lashing out laterally until finally obliged to drop, their struggle for life giving rise to enthusiastic delight among the surrounding spectators. This is a favourite annual ceremony for the inhabitants of Luchon and its neighbourhood. The local tradition assigns it to a heathen origin. Cats formerly burnt in the midsummer, Easter, and Lenten bonfires. In the midsummer fires formerly kindled on the Place de Grève at Paris, it was a custom to burn a basket, barrel, or sack full of live cats, which was hung from a tall mast in the midst of the bonfire. Sometimes a fox was burned. The people collected the embers and ashes of the fire and took them home, believing that they brought good luck. The French kings often witnessed these spectacles and even lit the bonfire with their own hands. In 1648, Louis XIV, crowned with a wreath of roses and carrying a bunch of roses in his hand, kindled the fire, danced at it, and partook of the banquet afterwards in the town hall. But this was the last occasion when a monarch presided at the midsummer bonfire in Paris. At Metz, midsummer fires were lighted with a great pomp on the esplanade, and a dozen cats enclosed in wicker cages were burnt alive in them, to the amusement of the people. Similarly, at Gap, in the department of the High Alps, cats used to be roasted over the midsummer bonfire. In Russia, a white cock was sometimes burned in the midsummer bonfire. In Mycenae, or Thuringia, a horse's head used to be thrown into it. Sometimes animals are burnt in the spring bonfires. In the Vosges, cats are burned on Shrove Tuesday. In Alsace, they were thrown into the Easter bonfire. In the department of the Ardennes, cats were flung into the bonfires kindled on the first Sunday in Lent. Sometimes, by a refinement of cruelty, they were hung over the fire from the end of a pole and roasted alive. The cat, which represented the devil, could never suffer enough. While the creatures were perishing in the flames, the shepherds guarded their flocks and forced them to leap over the fire, esteeming this an infallible means of preserving them from disease and witchcraft. We have seen that squirrels were sometimes burnt in the Easter fire. Thus the sacrificial rites of the ancient Gauls have their counterparts in the popular festivals of modern Europe. Thus it appears that the sacrificial rites of the Celts of ancient Gaul can be traced in the popular festivals of modern Europe. Naturally, it is in France, or rather in the wider area comprised within the limits of ancient Gaul, that these rites have left the clearest traces in the customs of burning giants of wickerwork and animals enclosed in wickerwork or baskets. These customs, it will have been remarked, are generally observed at or about Midsummer. From this we may infer that the original rites of which these are the degenerate successors were solemnized at Midsummer. This inference harmonizes with the conclusion suggested by a general survey of European folk custom, that the Midsummer festival must on the whole have been the most widely diffused and the most solemn of all the yearly festivals celebrated by the primitive Aryans in Europe. At the same time, we must bear in mind that among the British Celts, the chief fire festivals of the year appear certainly to have been those of Beltane, May Day, and Halloween, the last day of October. And this suggests a doubt whether the Celts of Gaul may not have celebrated their principal rites of fire, including their burnt sacrifices of men and animals, at the beginning of May or the beginning of November, rather than at Midsummer. The men, women, and animals burnt at these festivals were perhaps thought to be witches or wizards in disguise. We have still to ask, what is the meaning of such sacrifices? Why were men and animals burnt to death at these festivals? If we are right in interpreting the modern European fire festivals as attempts to break the power of witchcraft by burning or banning the witches and warlocks, it seems to follow that we must explain the human sacrifices of the Celts in the same manner. That is, we must suppose that the men whom the Druids burnt in the wickerwork images were condemned to death on the ground that they were witches or wizards, and that the mode of execution by fire was chosen because, as we have seen, burning alive is deemed the surest mode of getting rid of these noxious and dangerous beings. The same explanation would apply to the cattle and wild animals of many kinds which the Celts burned along with the men. They too, we may conjecture, were supposed to be either under the spell of witchcraft, or actually to be the witches and wizards who had transformed themselves into animals for the purpose of prosecuting their infernal plots against the welfare of their fellow creatures. This conjecture is confirmed by the observation that the victims most commonly burned in modern bonfires have been cats, and that cats are precisely the animals into which, with the possible exception of hares, witches are most usually supposed to transform themselves. Again, we have seen that serpents and foxes used sometimes to be burnt in the midsummer fires, and Welsh and German witches are reported to have assumed the form both of foxes and serpents. In short, when we remember the great variety of animals whose forms witches can assume at pleasure, it seems easy on this hypothesis to account for the variety of living creatures that have been burnt at festivals, both in ancient Gaul and modern Europe. All these victims, we may surmise, were doomed to the flames, not because they were animals, but because they were believed to be witches who had taken the shape of animals for their nefarious purposes. One advantage of explaining the ancient Celtic sacrifices in this way is that it introduces, as it were, a harmony and consistency into the treatment which Europe has meted out to witches from the earliest times down to about 2 centuries ago, when the growing influence of rationalism discredited the belief in witchcraft and put a stop to the custom of burning witches. On this view, the Christian Church in its dealings with the black art merely carried out the traditional policy of Druidism, and it might be a nice question to decide which of the two, in pursuance of that policy, exterminated the larger number of innocent men and women. Be that as it may, we can now perhaps understand why the Druids believed that the more persons they sentenced to death, the greater would be the fertility of the land. To the modern reader, the connection, at first sight, may not be obvious between the activity of the hangman and the productivity of the earth, but a little reflection may satisfy him that when the criminals who perish at the stake or on the gallows are witches, whose delight it is to blight the crops of the farmer or to lay them low under storms of hail, the execution of these wretches is really calculated to ensure an abundant harvest by removing one of the principal causes which paralyze the efforts and blast the hopes of the husbandmen. Mernhardt thought that the men and animals whom the Druids burned in wickerwork images represented spirits of vegetation, and that the burning of them was a charm to secure a supply of sunshine for the crops. The Druidical sacrifices which we are considering were explained in A Different War by W. Mernhardt. He supposed that the men whom the Druids burned in wickerwork images represented the spirits of vegetation, and accordingly that the custom of burning them was a magical ceremony intended to secure the necessary sunshine for the crops. Similarly, he seems to have inclined to the view that the animals which used to be burnt in the bonfires represented the corn spirit, which, as we saw in an earlier part of this work, is often supposed to assume the shape of an animal. This theory is no doubt tenable, and the great authority of W. Manhart entitles it to careful consideration. I adopted it in former editions of this book, but on reconsideration it seems to me on the whole to be less probable than the theory that the men and animals burnt in the fires perished in the character of witches. This latter view is strongly supported by the testimony of the people who celebrate the fire festivals, since a popular name for the custom of killing the fires is burning the witches. Effigies of witches are sometimes consumed in the flames, and the fires, their embers, or their ashes are supposed to furnish protection against witchcraft. On the other hand, there is little to show that the effigies or the animals burnt in the fires are regarded by the people as representatives of the vegetation spirit, and that the bonfires are sun charms. With regard to serpents in particular, which used to be burnt in the midsummer fire at Lurkon, I am not aware of any certain evidence that in Europe snakes have been regarded as embodiments of the tree spirit or corn spirit, though in other parts of the world the conception appears to be not unknown. Whereas the popular faith in the transformation of witches into animals is so general and deeply rooted, and the fear of these uncanny beings is so strong, that it seems safer to suppose that the cats and other animals which were burnt in the fire suffered death as embodiments of witches, than that they perished as representatives of vegetation spirits. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bold the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8, The Magic Flowers of Midsummer Eve. It is a common belief in Europe that plants acquire certain magical but transient virtues on Midsummer Eve. A feature of the great Midsummer Festival remains to be considered, which may perhaps help to clear up the doubt as to the meaning of the fire ceremonies and their relation to Druidism. For in France and England, the countries where the sway of the Druids is known to have been most firmly established, Midsummer Eve is still the time for culling certain magic plants, whose evanescent virtue can be secured at this mystic season alone. Indeed, all over Europe, antique fancies of the same sort have lingered about Midsummer Eve, imparting to it a fragrance of the past, like withered rose leaves that, found by chance in the pages of an old volume, still smell of departed summers. Magical plants called on Midsummer Eve, St. John's Eve, or Midsummer Day, St. John's Day, in France. Thus in Saint-Ouen and Aunis, two of the ancient provinces of western France, we read that of all the festivals for which the merry bells ring out, there is not one which has given rise to a greater number of superstitious practices than the festival of St. John the Baptist. The Eve of St. John was the day of all days for gathering the wonderful herbs by means of which you could combat fever, cure a host of diseases, and guard yourself against sorcerers and their spells. But in order to attain these results, two conditions had to be observed. First, you must be fasting when you gathered the herbs, and second, you must cull them before the sun rose. If these conditions were not fulfilled, the plants had no special virtue. In the neighbouring province of Périgord, the person who gathered the magic herbs before sunrise at this season had to walk backwards, to mutter some mystic words, and to perform certain ceremonies. The plants thus collected were carefully kept as an infallible cure for fever, placed above beds and the doors of houses, and of cattle sheds. They protected man and beast from disease, witchcraft, and accident. In Normandy, a belief in the marvellous properties of herbs and plants, of flowers and seeds and leaves gathered, with certain traditional rites, on the eve or the day of St. John, has remained part of the peasant's creed to this day. Thus he fancies that seeds of vegetables and plants, which have been collected on St. John's Eve, will keep better than others, and that flowers plucked that day will never fade. Indeed, so widespread in France used to be the faith in the magic virtue of herbs culled on that day, that there is a French proverb, to employ all the herbs of St. John in an affair, meaning to leave no stone unturned. In the early years of the 19th century, a traveller reported that at Marseilles, on the eve of St. John, the place des Noëls and the course are cleaned. From 3 o'clock in the morning, the country people flock thither, and by 6 o'clock the whole place is covered with a considerable quantity of flowers and herbs, aromatic or otherwise. The folk attribute superstitious virtues to these plants. They are persuaded that if they have been gathered the same day before sunrise, they are fitted to heal many ailments. People buy them emulously to give away in presents and to fill the house with. St. John's Herb. On the eve of St. John, Midsummer Eve, before sunset, the peasants of Parish still gather the herb called St. John's Herb. It is a creeping plant, very aromatic, with small flowers of a violet blue. Other scented flowers are added, but out of the posies they make floral crosses and crowns which they hang up over the doors of houses and stables. Such floral decorations are sold like the boxwood on Palm Sunday, and the withered wreaths are kept from year to year. If an animal dies, it may be a cow. They carefully clean the byre or the stable, make a pile of these faded garlands, and set them on fire, having previously closed up all the openings and interstices so that the whole place is thoroughly fumigated. This is thought to eradicate the germs of disease from the byre or stable. At Nellingen, near Saralban, in the rain, the hedge doctors collect their store of simples between 11 o'clock and noon on Midsummer Day, and on that day nut water is brewed from nuts that have been picked on the stoke of noon. Such water is a panacea for all ailments. In the Vosges Mountains they say that wizards have but one day in the year, and but 1 hour in that day, to find and cull the baleful herbs which they use in their black art. That day is the eve of St. John, and that hour is a time when the church bells are ringing the noonday angelus. And in many villages they say that the bells ought not to ring at noon on that day. Magical plants called on Midsummer Eve or Midsummer Day in the Tyrol and Germany. In the Tyrol also they think that the witching hour is when the Ave Maria bell is ringing on Midsummer Eve, for then the witches go forth and gather the noxious plants whereby they raise thunderstorms. Therefore in many districts the bells ring for a shorter time than usual that evening. At Volgaret, the sexton used to steal quietly to the church, and when the clock struck 3 he counted himself with giving a few pulls to the smallest of the bells. At Rengen, in the Eiffel Mountains, a sexton rings the church bell for an hour on the afternoon of Midsummer Day. As soon as the bell begins to ring, the children run out into the meadows, gather flowers, and weave them into garlands which they throw on the roofs of the houses and buildings. There the garlands remain till the wind blows them away. It is believed that they protect the houses against fire and thunderstorms. At Niederay, in the Eiffel Mountains, on Midsummer Day, little children used to make wreaths and posies out of St. John's flowers and maiden flax, and throw them on the roofs. Some time afterwards, when the wild gooseberries were ripe, all the children would gather round an old woman on a Sunday afternoon, and taking the now withered wreaths and posies with them, marched out of the village, praying while they walked. Wreaths and posies were then thrown in a heap and kindled, whereupon the children snatched them up, still burning, and ran and fumigated the wild gooseberry bushes with the smoke. Then they returned with the old woman to the village, knelt down before her, and received her blessing. From that time the children were free to pick and eat the wild gooseberries. In the Mark of Brandenburg, the peasants gather all sorts of simples on Midsummer Day, because they are of opinion that the drugs produce their medicinal effect only if they have been culled at that time. Many of these plants, especially roots, must be dug up at midnight and in silence. In Mecklenburg, not merely is a special healing virtue ascribed to simples collected on Midsummer Day, the very smoke of such plants, if they are burned in the fire, is believed to protect a house against thunder and lightning, and to still the raging of the storm. The winds of the spree would twine wreaths of herbs and flowers in midsummer, and hang them up in their rooms, and when any one gets a fright, he will lay some of the leaves and blossoms on hot coals, and fumigate himself with the smoke. In eastern Prussia, some 200 years ago, it used to be customary on Midsummer Day to make up a bunch of herbs of various sorts and fasten it to a pole, which was then put up over the gate or door through which the corn would be brought in at harvest. Such a pole was called kohlpole, and it remained in its place till the crops had been reaped and garnered. Then the bunch of herbs was taken down, Part of it was put with the corn in the barns to keep rats and mice from the grain, and part was kept as a remedy for diseases of all sorts. Magical plants called on Midsummer Eve, St. John's Eve, or Midsummer Day in Austria and Russia. The Germans of West Bohemia collect simples on St. John's Night, because they believe the healing virtue of the plants to be especially powerful at that time. The theory and practice of the Huzuls in the Carpathian Mountains are similar. They imagine that the plants gathered on that night are not only medicinal, but possess the power of restraining the witches. Some say that the herbs should be plucked in 12 gardens or meadows. Among the simples which the Czechs and Moravians of Silesia cull at this season are dandelions, rhubarb, and the bloom of the lime tree. The Estonians of the island of Ossel gather St. John's herbs, Jani Ronod, on St. John's Day, tie them up in bunches, and hang them about the houses to prevent evil spirits from entering. A subsidiary use of the plants is to cure diseases. Gathered at that time, they have a greater medical value than if they were collected at any other season. Everybody does not choose exactly the same sorts of plants. Some gather more and some less, but in the collections St. John's wort, Jani Rohi Hypericum perforatum, should never be wanting. A writer of the early part of the 17th century informs us that the Livonians, among whom he lived, were impressed with the belief in the great and marvellous properties possessed by simples which had been culled on Midsummer Day. Such simples, they thought, were sure remedies for fever and for sickness and pestilence in man and beast. But if gathered one day too late, they lost all their virtue. Among the Lets of the Baltic provinces of Russia, girls and women go about on Midsummer Day crowned with wreaths of aromatic plants, which are afterwards hung up for good luck in the houses. The plants are also dried and given to cows to eat, because they are supposed to help the animals to calve. Magical plants called on St. John's Eve or St. John's Day among the South Slavs in Macedonia and Bolivia. In Bulgaria, St. John's Day is a special season for culling simples. On this day too, Bulgarian girls gather nosegays of a certain white flower, throw them into a vessel of water, and place a vessel under a rose tree in bloom. Here it remains all night. Next morning they set it in the courtyard and dance singing round it. An old woman then takes the flowers out of the vessel, and the girls wash themselves with the water, praying that God would grant them health throughout the year. After that, the old woman restores her nosegay to each girl and promises her a rich husband. Among the South Slavs generally on St. John's Eve is a custom for girls to gather white flowers in the meadows and to place them in a sieve or behind the rafters. A flower is assigned to each member of the household. Next morning the flowers are inspected, and he or she whose flower is fresh will be well the whole year, but he or she whose flower is faded will be sickly or die. Garlands are then woven out of the flowers and laid on roofs, folds, and beehives. In some parts of Macedonia on St. John's Eve, the peasants are wont to festoon their cottages and gird their own waists with wreaths of what they call St. John's flower. It is the blossom of a creeping plant which resembles honeysuckle. Similar notions as to the magical virtue which plants acquire in midsummer have been transported by Europeans to the New World. At La Paz in Bolivia, people believe that flowers of mint, yerba buena, gathered before sunrise on St. John's Day, foretell an endless felicity to such as are so lucky as to find them. Magical plants called Midsummer among the Mohammedans of Morocco. Nor is the superstition confined to Europe and to people of European descent. In Morocco also, the Mohammedans are of opinion that certain plants, such as pennyroyal, maroram, and the oleander, acquire special magical virtue, baraka, when they are gathered shortly before midsummer. Hence the people collect these plants at this season and preserve them for magical or medical purposes. For example, branches of oleander are brought to their houses before midsummer and kept under the roof as a charm against the evil eye. But while the branches are being brought in, they may not touch the ground, else they would lose their marvellous properties. Cases of sickness caused by the evil eye are cured by fumigating the patients with the smoke of these boughs. The greatest efficiency is ascribed to the sultan of the oleander, which is a stalk with 4 pairs of leaves clustered round it. Such a stalk is always endowed with magical virtue, but that virtue is greatest when the stalk is being cut just before midsummer. Arab women in the Hayana district of Morocco gather Daphne gryneum on Midsummer Day, dry it in the sun, and make it into a powder, which mixed with water they daub upon the heads of their little children to protect them from sunstroke and vermin, and to make their hair grow well. Indeed, such marvellous powers do these Arabs attribute to plants at this mystic season, that a barren woman will walk naked about a vegetable garden on Midsummer night, in the hope of conceiving a child through the fertilizing influence of the vegetables. 7 different sorts of magical plants gathered in midsummer. Sometimes, in order to produce the desired effect, it is deemed necessary that 7 or 9 different sorts of plants should be gathered at this mystic season. Norman peasants who wish to fortify themselves for the toil of harvest will sometimes go out at dawn on St. John's Day and pull 7 kinds of plants, which they afterwards eat in their soup as a means of imparting strength and suppleness to their limbs in the harvest field. In Mecklenburg, maidens are wont to gather 7 sorts of flowers at noon on Midsummer Eve. These they weave into garlands and sleep with them under their pillows. Next they are sure to dream of the men who will marry them. 9 different sorts of plants gathered at midsummer. But the flowers of which youthful lovers dream at Midsummer Eve are often 9 in number. Thus in Voigtland, 9 different kinds of flowers are twined into a garland at the hour of noon, but they may not enter the dwelling by the door in the usual way. They must be passed through the window, or if they come in at the door, they must be thrown, not carried, into the house. Sleeping on them that night, you will dream of your future wife or future husband. Dreams of love from flowers at Midsummer Eve. The Bohemian maid who gathers 9 kinds of flowers on which to dream love at Midsummer Eve takes care to wrap her hand in a white cloth, and afterwards to wash it in dew, and when she brings her garland home she must speak no word to any soul she meets by the way, for then all the magic virtue of the flowers would be gone. Love's watery mirror at Midsummer Eve. Other Bohemian girls look into the book of fate at this season after a different fashion. They twine their hair with wreaths made of 9 sorts of leaves, and go, when the stars of the midsummer night are twinkling in the sky, to a brook that flows beside a tree. There, gazing on the stream, the girl beholds, beside the broken reflections of the tree and the stars, the watery image of her future lord. So in Mosseren, maidens gather nosegays of wildflowers in silence on Midsummer Eve. At the midnight hour, each girl takes the nosegay and a glass of water, and when she has spoken certain words, she sees her lover mirrored in the water. Garlands of flowers of 9 sorts gathered at midsummer and used in divination and medicine. Sometimes Bohemian damsels make a different use of their midsummer garlands, twined of 9 sorts of flowers. They lie down with the garland laid as a pillow under their right ear, and a hollow voice, swooning from underground, proclaims their destiny. Yet another mode of consulting the oracle by means of these same garlands is to throw them backwards and in silence upon a tree at the hour of noon, just when the flowers have been gathered. For every time that the wreath is thrown without sticking to the branches of the tree, the girl will have a year to wait before she weds. This mode of divination is practiced in Voigtland, East Prussia, Silesia, Belgium, and Wales, and the same thing is done in Masuren, although we are not told that there the wreaths must be composed of 9 sorts of flowers. However, in Masuren, chaplets of 9 kinds of herbs are gathered on St. John's Eve, and put to a more prosaic use than that of presaging in the course of true love. They are carefully preserved, and the people brew a sort of tea from them, which they administer as a remedy for many ailments, or they keep the chaplets under their pillows till they are dry, and thereupon dose their sick cattle with them. In Estonia, the virtues popularity ascribes to wreaths of this sort are many and various. These wreaths, composed of 9 kinds of herbs, culled on the eve or the day of St. John, are sometimes inserted in the roof or hung up on the walls of the house, and each of them receives the name of one of the inmates. If the plants which have been thus dedicated to a girl happen to take root and grow in the chinks and crannies, she will soon wed. If they have been dedicated to an older person and wither away, the person will die. The people also give them as medicine to cattle at the time when the animals are driven forth to pasture, or they fumigate the beasts with the smoke of the herbs, which are burnt along with shavings from the wooden threshold. Branches of the plants are also hung about the house to keep off evil spirits, and maidens lay them under their pillows to dream on. In Sweden, the midsummer brooms, made up of 9 sorts of flowers gathered on Midsummer Eve, are put to nearly the same uses. Fathers of families hang up such brooms to the rafters, one for each inmate of the house, and he or she whose broom, gwast, is the first to wither will be the first to die. Girls also dream of their future husbands with these bunches of flowers under their pillows. A decoction made from the flowers is, moreover, a panacea for all disorders, and if a bunch of them be hung up in the cattle shed, the troll cannot enter to bewitch the beasts. The Germans of Moravia think that 9 kinds of herbs gathered on St. John's night, Midsummer Eve, are a remedy for fever, and some of the winds attribute a curative virtue in general to such plants. St. John's wort, Hypericum perforatum, gathered for magical purposes in midsummer. Of the flowers which it has been customary to gather for purposes of magic or divination at midsummer, none perhaps is so widely popular as St. John's wort, Hypericum perforatum. The reason for associating this particular plant with the great summer festival is perhaps not far to seek, for the flower blooms about Midsummer Day, and with its bright yellow petals and masses of golden stamens, it might well pass for a tiny copy on earth of the great sun, which reaches its culminating point in heaven at this season. Gathered on Midsummer Eve, or on Midsummer Day before sunrise, the blossoms are hung on doorways and windows to preserve the house against thunder, witches, and evil spirits, and various healing properties are attributed to the different species of the plant. In the Tyrol, they say that if you put St. John's wort on your shoe before sunrise on Midsummer Day, you may walk as far as you please without growing weary. In Scotland, people carried it about their persons as an amulet against witchcraft. On the Lower Rhine, children twined chaplets of St. John's wort on the morning of Midsummer Day and threw them on the roofs of the houses. Here too the people who danced round the midsummer bonfires used to wear wreaths of these yellow flowers in their hair, and to deck the images of the saints at wayside shrines with the blossoms. Sometimes they flung the flowers into the bonfires. In Sicily they dipped St. John's wort in oil and so applied as a balm to every wound. During the Middle Ages the power which the plant notoriously possesses of banning devils won for its name of fuga diamonum, and before witches and wizards were stretched on the rack or otherwise tortured, the flowers used to be administered to them as a means of wringing the truth from their lips. In North Wales, people used to fix sprigs of St. John's wort over their doors, and sometimes over their windows, in order to purify their houses, and by that means drive away all fiends and evil spirits. In Sengtong and Unis, the flowers served to detect the presence of sorcerers, for if one of these pestilent flowers entered a house, the bunches of St. John's wort, which had been gathered on Midsummer Eve, and hung on the walls, immediately dropped their yellow heads, as if they had suddenly faded. However, the Germans of Western Bohemia think that witches, far from dreading St. John's wort, actually seek the plant on St. John's Eve. St. John's blood on St. John's Day. Further, the edges of the calyx and petals of St. John's wort, as well as their external surface, are marked with dark purple spots and lines, which, if squeezed, yield a red essential oil soluble in spirits. German peasants believe that this red oil is the blood of St. John, and this may be why the plant is supposed to heal all sorts of wounds. In Mecklenburg, they say that if you pull up St. John's wort at noon on Midsummer Day, you will find at the root a bead of red juice called St. John's blood. Smear this blood on your shirt just over your heart, and no mad dog will bite you. In the Mark of Brandenburg, the same blood, procured in the same manner and rubbed at the barrel of a gun, will make every shot from that gun to hit the mark. According to others, St. John's blood is found at noon on St. John's Day, and only then adhering in the form of beads to the roof of a weed called knawel, which grows in sandy soil. But some people say that these beads of red juice are not really the blood of the martyred saint, but only insects resembling the cochineal or kermes berry. About Hanover, I have often observed devout Roman Catholics going on the morning of St. John's Day to neighbouring sandhills, gathering on the roots of herbs a certain insect, Coccus polonica, looking like drops of blood, and thought by then to be created on purpose to keep alive the remembrance of the foul murder of St. John the Baptist, and only to be met with on the morning of the day set apart for him by the Church. I believe the life of this insect is very ephemeral, but by no means restricted to the 24th of June. Mouse-ear hawkweed, Haracium pellicola, gathered for magical purposes at Midsummer. Yet another plant whose root is being thought to yield the blood of St. John is a mouse-ear hawkweed, Haracium pellicola, which grows very commonly in dry exposed places, such as gravelly banks, sunny lawns, and the tops of park walls. It blossoms from May to the end of July, presenting its elegant sulphur-coloured flowers to the noon-turned sun, while the surrounding herbage and even its own foliage is withered and burnt up. And these round yellow flowers may be likened not inaptly to the disk of the great luminary whose light they love. At Hildesheim, in Germany, people used to dig up hawkweed, especially on the gallows hill, when the clocks were striking noon on Midsummer Day, and the blood of St. John, which they found at the roots, was carefully preserved in quills for good luck. A little of it smeared secretly on the clothes was sure to make the wearer fortunate in the market that day. According to some, the plant ought to be dug up with a gold coin. Near Gablons in Bohemia, it used to be customary to make a bed of St. John's flowers, as they were called, on St. John's Eve, and in the night the saint himself came and laid his head on the bed. Next morning you could see the print of his head on the flowers, which derived a healing virtue from his blessed touch, and were mixed with the fodder of sick cattle to make them whole. But whether these St. John's flowers were the mouse-ear hawkweed or not is doubtful. Mountain arnica gathered for magical purposes at Midsummer. More commonly in Germany, the name of St. John's flowers, Johannisblumen, appears to be given to the mountain arnica. In Voigtland, the mountain arnica, if plucked on St. John's Eve and stuck in the fields, laid under the roof, or hung on the wall, is believed to protect house and fields from lightning and hail. So in some parts of Bavaria they think that no thunderstorms can harm a house which has a blossom of mountain arnica in the window or the roof, and the Tyrol, the same flower fastened to the door, will render the dwelling fireproof. But it is needless to remark that the flower, which takes its popular name from St. John, will be no protection against either fire or thunder, unless it has been culled on the saint's own day. Mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, gathered for magical purposes at Midsummer. Another plant which possesses wondrous virtues, if only to be gathered on the eve or the day of St. John, is mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris. Hence in France it goes by the name of the herb of St. John. Near Péronne in the French department of the Somme, people used to go out fasting before sunrise on St. John's Day to cull the plant, poured among the wheat in the barn to protect the corn against mice. In Artois, people carried bunches of mugwort, or wore it round their body. In Poitou they still wear girdles of mugwort or hemp when they warm their backs at the midsummer fire as a preservative against backache at harvest, and the custom of wearing girdles of mugwort on the eve or day of St. John has caused the plant to be popularly known in Germany and Bohemia as St. John's girdle. In Bohemia, such girdles are believed to protect the wearer for the whole year against ghosts, magic, misfortune, and sickness. People also weave garlands of the plant and look through them at the midsummer bonfire, or put them on their heads, and by doing so they ensure that their heads will not ache nor their eyes smart all that year. Another Bohemian practice is to make a decoction of mugwort which has been gathered on St. John's Day. Then when your cow is bewitched and will yield no milk, you have only to wash the animal thrice with the decoction and the spell will be broken. In Germany, people used to crown their heads or gird their bodies with mugwort, which they afterwards threw into the midsummer bonfire, pronouncing certain rhymes and believing that they thus rid themselves of all their ill luck. Sometimes wreaths or girdles of mugwort were kept in houses, cattle sheds, and sheepfolds throughout the year. In Normandy, such wreaths are a protection against thunder and thieves, and stalks of mugwort hinder witches from laying their spells on the batter. In the Isle of Man on Midsummer Eve, people gathered barren feloin, or mugwort, as a preventive against the influence of witchcraft. In Belgium, bunches of mugwort gathered on St. John's Day or Eve and hung on the doors of stables and houses are believed to bring good luck and to furnish a protection against sorcery. Mugwort in China and Japan. It is curious to find that in China, a similar use is or was formerly made of mugwort at the same season of the year. In an old Chinese calendar we read that on the 5th day of the 5th month, the 4 classes of the people gamble in the herbage and have competitive games with plants of all kinds. They pluck mugwort and make dolls of it, which they suspend over their gates and doors in order to expel poisonous airs or influences. On this custom, Professor J.J.M. de Groot observes, "Notice that the plant owed its efficiency to the time when it was plucked, a day denoting the Midsummer festival, when light and fire of the universe are in their apogee. On account of this valuable property, mugwort is used by Chinese surgeons in cautery. The Ainos of Japan employ bunches of mugwort in exorcisms, because it is thought that demons of disease dislike the smell and flavour of this herb. It is an old German belief that he who carries mugwort in his shoes will not grow weary. In Mecklenburg, they say that if you dig up a plant of mugwort at noon on Midsummer Day, you will find under the root a burning coal, which vanishes away as soon as the church bells have ceased to ring. If you find the coal and carry it off in silence, it will prove a remedy for all sorts of maladies. According to another German superstition, such a coal will turn to gold. English writers record the popular belief that a rare coal is to be found under the root of mugwort at a single hour of a single day in the year, namely at noon or midnight on Midsummer Eve, and that this coal will protect him who carries it on his person from plague, carbuncle, lightning, fever, and ague. In Eastern Prussia, on St. John's Eve, people can foretell a marriage by means of mugwort. They bend 2 stalks of the growing plant outward, and then observe whether the stalks, after straightening themselves again, incline towards each other or not. Orpine, Sedan telephyllum, used in divination at Midsummer. A similar mode of divination has been practiced both in England and in Germany with the orpine, Sedum telephyllum, a plant which grows on a gravelly or chalky soil about hedges, the borders of fields, and on bushy hills. It flowers in August, and the blossoms consist of dense clustered tufts of crimson or purple petals. Sometimes, but rarely, the flowers are white. In England, the plant is popularly known as Midsummer Men, because people used to plant slips of them in pairs on Midsummer Eve, one slip standing for a young man and the other for a young woman. If the plants, as they grew up, bent towards each other, the couple would marry. If either of them withered, he or she whom it represented would die. In Masuren, Westphalia, and Switzerland, the method of forecasting the future by means of the orpine is precisely the same. Vervain gathered for magical purposes at Midsummer. Another plant which popular superstition is often associated with the summer solstice is vervain. In some parts of Spain, people gather vervain after sunset on Midsummer Eve and wash their faces next morning in the water which the plants have been allowed to steep overnight. In Belgium, vervain is gathered on St. John's Day and worn as a safeguard against rupture. In Normandy, the peasants cull vervain on the day or the eve of St. John, believing that, besides its medical properties, it possesses at this season the power of protecting the house from thunder and lightning, from sorcerers, demons, and thieves. Bohemian poachers wash their guns with a decoction of vervain and southernwood, which they have gathered naked before sunrise on Midsummer Day. Guns which have thus been treated never miss the mark. Magical virtue of 4-leaf clover on Midsummer Eve. In our own country, vervain used to be sought for its magical virtues on Midsummer Eve. In the Tyrol, they think that he who finds a 4-leaf clover while the vesper bell is ringing on Midsummer Eve can work magic from that time forth. People in Bury say that the 4-leaf clover is endowed with all its marvellous virtues only when it is being plucked by a virgin on the night of Midsummer Eve. In Saint-Yon and Unis, the 4-leaf clover, if it be found on the eve of St. John, brings good luck at play. In Belgium, it brings a girl a husband. Chamomile, gathered for magical purposes at Midsummer. At Kurtfurs, in Hesse, People run out to the fields at noon on Midsummer Day to gather chamomile, for the flowers, plucked at the moment when the sun is at the highest point of his course, are supposed to possess the medicinal qualities of the plant in the highest degree. In heathen times, the chamomile flower, with its healing qualities, its yellow calyx and white stamens, is said to have been sacred to the kindly and shining Balder, and to have borne his name, been called Balder's bra, that is, Balder's eyelashes. In Westphalia also, the belief prevails that chamomile is most potent as a drug when it is being gathered on Midsummer Day. In Massourian, the plant must always be one of the 9 different kinds of plants that are culled on Midsummer Eve to form wreaths, and tea brewed from the flower is a remedy for many sorts of maladies. Mullein, verbascum, gathered for magical purposes in midsummer. Thuringian peasants hold that if the root of the yellow mullein, verbascum, has been dug up in silence with a ducat at midnight on Midsummer Eve, and is worn in a piece of linen next to the skin, it will preserve the wearer from epilepsy. In Prussia, girls go out into the fields on Midsummer Day, gather mullein, and hang it up over their beds. The girl whose flower is the first to wither will be the first to die. Perhaps the bright yellow flowers of mullein, clustered around the stem like lighted candles, may partially account for the association of the plant with the summer solstice. In Germany, great mullein, verbascum thapsus, is called the king's candle. In England it is properly known as high tapper. The yellow, hoary mullein, verbascum parverulentum, forms a good pyramid, a yard high, of many hundreds of flowers, and is one of the most magnificent of British herbaceous plants. We may trace a relation between mullein and the sun in the Prussian custom of bending the flower, after sunset, towards the point where the sun will rise, and praying at the same time that a sick person or a sick beast may be restored to health. Seeds of fir cones, wild thyme, elderflowers, and purple loosestrife, gathered for magical purposes in midsummer. In Bohemia, poachers fancy that they can render themselves invulnerable by swallowing the seed from a fir cone, which they have found growing upwards before sunrise on the morning of St. John's Day. Again, wild thyme gathered on Midsummer Day is used in Bohemia to fumigate the trees on Christmas Eve, in order that they may grow well. In Voigtland, a tea brewed from wild thyme, which has been pulled at noon on Midsummer Day, is given to women in childbed. The Germans of western Bohemia brew a tea or wine from elderflowers, but they say that the brew has no medicinal virtue unless the flowers have been gathered on Midsummer Eve. They do say, too, that whenever you see an elder tree, you should take off your hat. In the Tyrol, dwarf elder serves to detect witchcraft in cattle, provided of course that the shrub has been pulled up or the branches broken on Midsummer Day. Russian peasants regard the plant known as purple loosestrife, Lythrum selicaria, with respect and even fear. Wizards make much use of it. They dig the root up on St. John's morning, at break of day, without the use of iron tools, and they believe that by means of the root, as well as of the blossom, they can subdue evil spirits and make them serviceable, and also drive away witches and the demons that guard treasures. Magical properties attributed to fern seed at midsummer. More famous, however, than these are the marvellous properties which popular superstition in many parts of Europe has attributed to the fern at this season. At midnight on Midsummer Eve, the plant is supposed to bloom and soon afterwards to seed, and whoever catches the bloom or the seed is thereby endowed with supernatural knowledge and miraculous powers. Above all, he knows where treasures lie hidden in the ground, and he can render himself invisible at will by putting the seed in his shoe. But great precautions must be observed in procuring the wondrous bloom or seed, which else quickly vanishes like dew on the sand or mist in the air. The seeker must neither touch it with his hand nor let it touch the ground. He spreads a white cloth under the plant, and the blossom or the seed falls into it. Beliefs of this sort concerning fern seed have prevailed, with trifling variations of detail, in England, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and Russia. In Bohemia, the magic bloom is said to be golden, and to glow or sparkle like fire. In Russia, they say that at dead of night, on Midsummer Eve, the plant puts forth buds like glowing coals, which on the stroke of 12 burst open with a clap like thunder, and light up everything near and far. In the Azores, they say that the fern only blooms at midnight on St. John's Eve, and that no one ever sees the flower because the fairies instantly carry it off. But if anyone watching till it opens throws a cloth over it, and then, when the magic hour has passed, burns the blossoms carefully, the ashes will serve as a mirror in which you can read the fate of absent friends. If your friends are well and happy, the ashes will resume the shape of a lovely flower, but if they are unhappy or dead, the ashes will remain cold and lifeless. In Thuringia, people think that he who has on his person or in his house the male fern, Aspidium filix mas, cannot be bewitched. They call it St. John's root, Johannes Wurzel, and say that it blooms thrice in the year, on Christmas Eve, Easter Eve, and the day of St. John the Baptist. It should be dug up when the sun enters the sign of the lion. Armed with this powerful implement, you can detect a sorcerer at any gathering. It may be a wedding feast or what not. All you have to do is put the root under the tablecloth unseen by the rest of the company, and if there should be a sorcerer among them, he will turn as pale as death and get up and go away. Fear and horror come over him when the fern root is under the tablecloth, and when oxen, horses, or other domestic cattle are bewitched by wicked people. You need only take the root at full moon, soak it in water, and sprinkle the cattle with the water, or rub them down with a cloth that has been steeped in it, and witchcraft will have no power over the animals. Branches of hazel cut in midsummer to serve as divining rods. Once more, people have fancied that if they cut a branch of hazel on Midsummer Eve, it would serve them as a divining rod to discover treasures in water. This belief has existed in Moravia, Mecklenburg, and apparently in Scotland. In the Mark of Brandenburg, they say that if you would produce the mystic ward, you must go to the hazel by night on Midsummer Eve, walking backwards, and when you have come to the bush, you must silently put your hands behind your legs and cut a fork-shaped stick. That stick will be the divining rod, and as such will detect treasures buried in the ground. If you have any doubt as to the quality of the wand, you have only to hold it in water, for in that case your true divining rod will squeak like a pig, but your spurious one will not. In Bavaria, they say that the divining rod should be cut from a hazel bush between 11 and 12 on St. John's night, and that by means of it you can discover not only veins of metal and underground springs, but also thieves and murderers and unknown ways. In cutting it you should say, God greet thee, thou noble twig. With God the Father I seek thee. With God the Son I find thee. With the might of God the Holy Ghost I break thee. I adjure thee, rod and sprig, by the power of the highest, that thou show me what I order, and that as sure and clear as Mary, the Mother of God, was a pure virgin when she bare our Lord Jesus in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Amen. In Berlin and the neighbourhood, they say that every 7th year there grows a wonderful branch on a hazel bush, and that branch is the divining rod. Only an innocent child born on a Sunday and nursed in the true faith can find it on St. John's night. To him then all the treasures of the earth lie open. In the Tyrol the divining rod ought to be cut at new moon, but may be cut either on St. John's Day or on 12th night. Having got it, you baptize it in the name of one of the 3 holy kings according to the purpose for which you intend to use it. If the rod is to discover gold, you name it Caspar. If it is to reveal silver, you call it Balthazar. If it is to point out hidden springs of water, you dub it Melchior. In Lukraine, the dividing rod is a yearling shoot of hazel with 2 branches. A good time for cutting it is new moon, and if the sun is rising, so much the better. As for the day of the year, you may take your choice between St. John's Day, 12th night, and Shrove Tuesday. If cut with the proper form of words, the rod will, as usual, discover underground springs and hidden treasures. The divining rod in Sweden, obtained on Midsummer Eve. Midsummer Eve is also the favourite time for procuring the divining rod in Sweden. Some say that it should then be cut from a mistletoe bough. However, other people in Sweden are of opinion that the divining rod, slagruta, which is obtained on Midsummer Eve, ought to be compounded out of 4 different kinds of wood, to wit, mistletoe, mountain ash, the aspen, and another, and they say that the mountain ash, which is employed for this purpose, should, like the mistletoe, be a parasite growing from the hollow root of a fallen tree. Whether the seed was carried by a bird or wafted by the wind. Armed with this fourfold implement of power, the treasure seeker proceeds at sundown to the spot where he expects to find hidden wealth. There he lays the rod on the ground in perfect silence, and when it lies directly over treasure, it will begin to hop about as if it were alive. The mythical springwort supposed to bloom on Midsummer Eve. A mystical plant which to some extent serves the same purpose as the divining rod is the springwort, which is sometimes supposed to be Caper sponge, Euphorbia lathyris. In the Harz Mountains they say that many years ago there was a wondrous flower called springwort or John's wort, which was as rare as it was marvellous. It bloomed only on St. John's night, some say under a fern, between the hours of 11 and 12, but when the last stroke of 12 was struck, the flower vanished away. Only in mountainous regions, where many noble metals reposed in the bosom of the earth, was a flower seen now and then in lonely meadows among the hills. The spirits of the hills wished by means of it to show to men where their treasures were to be found. The flower itself was yellow, and shone like a lamp in the darkness of night. It never stood still, but kept hopping constantly to and fro. It was also afraid of men and fled before them, and no man ever yet plucked it unless he had been set apart by Providence for the task. To him who was lucky enough to cull it, the flower revealed all the treasures of the earth, and it made him rich, oh so rich and so happy. Another way of catching the springwort. However, the usual account given of the springwort is somewhat different. They say that the way to procure it is this. You mark a hollow in a tree where a green or black woodpecker has built its nest and hatched its young. You plug up the hole with a wooden wedge, then you hide behind the tree and wait. The woodpecker meantime has flown away, but very soon returns with the springwort in its bill. It flutters up to the tree trunk, holding the springwort to the wedge, which at once, as if struck by a hammer, jumps out with a bang. Now is your chance. You rush from the concealment, you raise a loud cry, and in its fright the bird opens its bill and drops the springwort. Quick as thought you reach out a red or white cloth, with which you have taken care to provide yourself, and catch the magic flower as it falls. The treasure is now yours. Before its marvellous power all doors and locks fly open. It can make the bearer of it invisible, and neither steel nor lead can wound the man who carries it in the right-hand pocket of his coat. That is why people in Swabia say of a thief who cannot be caught, he must surely have a springwort. The superstition which associates a springwort with the woodpecker is very ancient, for it is recorded by Pliny. It was a vulgar belief, he tells us, that if a shepherd plugged up a woodpecker's nest in the hollow of a tree with a wedge, the bird would bring a herb which would cause the wedge to slip out of the hole. Trebius indeed affirmed that the wedge leaped out with a bang, however hard and fast you might have driven it into the tree. The white bloom of chiselry. Another flower which possesses the same remarkable power of bursting open all doors and locks is chiselry, provided always that you cut the flower with a piece of gold at noon or midnight on St. James's Day, the 25th of July. But in cutting it you must be perfectly silent. If you utter a sound, it is all up with you. There was a man who was just about to cut the flower of the chiselry when he looked up and saw a millstone hovering above his head. He fled for his life and unfortunately escaped, but had he so much as opened his lips, the millstone would have dropped on him and crushed him as flat as a pancake. However, it is only a rare white variety of the chiselry flower which can act as a picklock. The common bright blue flower is perfectly useless for the purpose. The magical virtues ascribed to plants in midsummer may be thought to be derived from the sun, then at the height of his power and glory. Many more examples might perhaps be cited of the marvellous virtues which certain plants have been supposed to acquire at the summer solstice, but the foregoing instances may suffice to prove that the superstition is widely spread, deeply rooted, and therefore probably very ancient in Europe. Why should plants be thought to be endowed with these wonderful properties on the longest day more than any other day of the year? It seems difficult or impossible to explain such a belief, except on the supposition that in some mystic way the plants catch from the sun, then at the full height of his power and glory, some fleeting effluence of radiant light and heat, which invests them for a time with powers above the ordinary for the healing of diseases and the unmasking and baffling of all the evil things that threaten the life of man. That the supposition is not purely hypothetical will appear from a folk tale to be noted later on, in which the magic bloom of the fern is directly derived from the sun at noon on Midsummer Day. Hence it is possible that the midsummer bonfires stand in direct relation to the sun. And the magic flowers of Midsummer Eve thus stand in direct relation to the sun, which many of them resemble in shape and colour, blooming in the meadows like little yellow suns fallen from the blue sky. Does it not become probable that the bonfires kindled at the same time are the artificial, as the flowers are the natural, imitations of the great celestial fire then blazing in all its strength? At least analogy seems to favour the inference, and so far to support Mannhardt's theory that the bonfires kindled at the popular festivals of Europe, especially at the summer solstice, are intended to reinforce the waning or waxing fires of the sun. Thus, even our inquiry into these fire festivals, the scales of judgment are loaded with the adverse theories of Mannhardt and Westermarck. We may say that the weight, light as it is, of the magic flowers of Midsummer Eve seems to incline the trembling balance back to the side of Mannhardt. This consideration tends to bring us back to an immediate position between the rival theories of Mannhardt and Westermarck. Nor is it, perhaps, an argument against Mannhardt's view that the midsummer flowers and plants are so often employed as talismans to break the spells of witchcraft. For granted that employment, which is undeniable, we have still to explain it, and that we can hardly do except by reference to the midsummer sun. And what is here said of the midsummer flowers applies equally to the midsummer bonfires. They too are used to destroy the charms of witches and warlocks, but if they can do so, may it not be in part because fires in midsummer are thought to burn with fiercer fury than at other times by sympathy with the fiercer fervour of the sun? This consideration would bring us back to an intermediate position between the opposing theories, namely to view that while the purely destructive aspect of fire is generally the most prominent and apparently the most important at these festivals, we must not overlook the additional force which, by virtue of homeopathic or imitative magic, the bonfires may be supposed both to derive from and to impart to the sun, especially at the moment of the summer solstice, when his strength is greatest and begins to decline, and when accordingly he can at once give and receive help to the greatest advantage. Miscellaneous examples of the baleful activity of witches at midsummer and of the precautions which it is necessary to take against them at that time. To conclude this part of our subject, it may not be amiss to illustrate by a few more miscellaneous examples the belief that Midsummer Eve is one of the great days of the year in which witches and warlocks pursue their nefarious calling. Indeed, in this respect, Midsummer Eve perhaps stands second only to the famous Walpurgis Night, the eve of May Day. For instance, in the neighbourhood of Liège, in Belgium, the people think that on the night of Midsummer Eve all witches and warlocks must repair to a certain field which is indicated to them beforehand. There they hold their infernal Sabbath, and are passed in review by a hellish magician who bestows on them fresh powers. That is why old women are most careful, before going to bed on that night, to stop up doors and windows and every other opening in order to bar out the witches and warlocks, who, but for this sage precaution, might steal into the house and make the first trial of their new powers on the unfortunate inmates. At Rottenburg, in Swabia, people thought that the devil and witches could do much harm on Midsummer Eve, so they made fast their shutters and bunged up even the chinks and crannies, for wherever air can penetrate, there the devil and witches can worm their way in. All night long, too, from 9 in the evening till break of day, the church bells rang to disturb the dreadful beings at their evil work, since there is perhaps no better means of putting the whole devilish crew to flight than the sound of church bells. Witches in Voigtland. Down to the second half of the 19th century, the belief in witches was still widespread in Voigtland, a bleak mountainous region of central Germany. It was especially on the eve of May Day, Walpurgis, on St. Thomas's Day, St. John's Day, and Christmas Eve, as well as on Mondays, that they were dreaded. Then they would come into the neighbour's house to beg, borrow, or steal something no matter what. But woe to the poor wretch who suffered them to carry away so much as a chip or splinter of wood, for they would certainly use it to his undoing. On these witching nights the witches rode to their Sabbath on baking forks and the dashes of churns. But when they were hurtling through the darkness, anyone standing below addressed one of the witches by name, she would die within the year. To counteract and undo the spells which witches cast on man and beast, people resorted to all kinds of measures. Thus on the before-mentioned days, folk made 3 crosses on the doors of the byres, or guarded them by hanging up St. John's wort, marjoram, or other equally powerful talismans. Very often, too, the village youth would carry the war into the enemy's quarters by marching out in a body, cracking whips, firing guns, waving burning besoms, shouting and making an uproar, all for the purpose of frightening and driving away the witches. The Witches' Sabbath in Prussia on Walpurgis Night and Midsummer Eve. In Prussia, witches and warlocks used regularly to assemble twice a year on Walpurgis Night and the Eve of St. John. The places where they held their infernal Sabbath were various. For example, one was Pogdanzig, in the district of Schlockau. They generally rode on a begging fork, but often on a black 3-legged horse, and they took their departure up the chimney with the words, "Up and away, and nowhere to stop." When they were all gathered on the Blocksberg or Mount of the Witches, they held high revelry, feasted first and then dancing on a tightrope left-handed wise to the inspiring strains which an old warlock drew from a drum and a pig's head. Midsummer Eve or witching time among the South Slavs. The South Slavs believe that on the night of Midsummer Eve, a witch will slink up to the fence of a farmyard and say, "The cheese to me, the lard to me, the butter to me, the milk to me, but the cowhide to thee." After that the cow will perish miserably, and you will be obliged to bury the flesh and sell the hide. To prevent this disaster, the thing to do is to go out into the meadows very early on midsummer morning, while the dew is on the grass. Collect a quantity of dew in a waterproof mantle, carry it home, and having tethered your cow, wash her down with the dew. After that, you have only to place a milk pail under her udders, and to milk away as hard as you can. The amount of milk that you will extract from that cow's dungs is quite surprising. Again, the Slovenians about Gruz and the Croats of Istra believe that on the same night the witches wage pitched battles with baptized folk, attacking them fiercely with broken stakes of palings and stumps of trees. It is therefore a wise precaution to grub up all the stumps in autumn and carry them home, so that witches may be weaponless on St. John's night. If the stumps are too heavy to be grubbed up, it is well to ram them down tighter into the earth, for then the witches will not be able to pull them up. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic and Religion, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9, Boulder and the Mistletoe. Relation of the Fire Festival to the myth of Boulder. The reader may remember that the preceding accounts of the popular fire festivals of Europe was suggested by the myth of the Norse god Balder, who was said to have been slain by a branch of mistletoe and burnt in a great fire. We have now to inquire how far the customs which have been passed in review help to shed light on the myth. In this inquiry it may be convenient to begin with the mistletoe, the instrument of Balder's death. Veneration of the Druids for the mistletoe. From time immemorial, the mistletoe has been the object of superstitious veneration in Europe. It was worshipped by the Druids, as we learn from a famous passage of Pliny. After enumerating the different kinds of mistletoe, he proceeds. In treating of this subject, the admiration in which the mistletoe is held throughout Gaul ought not to be unnoticed. The Druids, for so they call their wizards, esteem nothing more sacred than the mistletoe and the tree on which it grows, provided only that the tree is an oak. But apart from this, they choose oak woods for their sacred groves and perform no sacred rites within oak leaves. so that the very name of Druids may be regarded as a Greek appellation derived from the worship of the oak. For they believe that whatever grows on these trees is sent from heaven, and is a sign that the tree has been chosen by the god himself. The mistletoe is very rarely to be met with, but when it is found, they gather it with solemn ceremony. This they do above all on the 6th day of the moon, from whence they date the beginnings of their months, of their years, and of their 30-year cycle, because by the 6th day the moon has plenty of vigour and has not run half its course. After due preparations have been made for a sacrifice and a feast under the tree, they hail it as a universal healer and bring to the spot 2 white bulls, whose horns have never been bound before. A priest clad in a white robe climbs the tree, and with a golden sickle cuts the mistletoe, which is caught in a white cloth. Then they sacrifice the victims, praying that God may make his own gift to prosper with those upon whom he has bestowed it. They believe that a potion prepared from mistletoe will make barren animals to bring forth, and that the plant is a remedy against all poison. So much of men's religion is commonly concerned with trifles. Medical and magical virtues ascribed to mistletoe in ancient Italy. In another passage, Pliny tells us that in medicine the mistletoe which grows on an oak was esteemed the most efficacious, and that its efficacy was by some superstitious people supposed to be increased if the plant was gathered on the 1st day of the moon without the use of iron, and if when gathered it was not allowed to touch the earth. Oak mistletoe thus obtained was deemed a cure for epilepsy carried about by women. It assisted them to conceive, and it healed ulcers most effectually, if only the sufferer chewed a piece of the plant and laid another piece on the sore. Yet again he says that mistletoe was supposed, like vinegar and an egg, to be an excellent means of extinguishing a fire. Agreement between the Druids and the ancient Italians as to the valuable properties of mistletoe. If in these later passages Pliny refers, as he apparently does, to the beliefs current among his contemporaries in Italy, it will follow that the Druids and the Italians were to some extent agreed as to the valuable properties possessed by mistletoe which grows on an oak. Both of them deemed it an effectual remedy for a number of ailments, and both of them ascribed to it a quickening virtue, the Druids believing that a potion prepared from mistletoe would fertilize barren cattle, and the Italians holding that a piece of mistletoe carried about by a woman would help her to conceive a child. Further, both peoples thought that if the plant were to exert its medical properties, it must be gathered in a certain way and at a certain time. It might not be cut with iron, hence the Druids cut it with gold, and it might not touch the earth, hence the Druids caught it in a white cloth. In choosing the time for gathering the plant, both peoples were determined by observation of the moon, only they differed as to the particular day of the moon, the Italians preferring the 1st and the Druids the 6th. Similar beliefs as to the mistletoe among the Annals of Japan. With these beliefs of the ancient Gauls and Italians as to the wonderful medicinal properties of mistletoe, we may compare the similar beliefs of the modern Ainos of Japan. We read that they, like many nations of the northern origin, hold the mistletoe in peculiar veneration. They look upon it as a medicine, good in almost every disease, and it is sometimes taken in food and at others separately as a decoction. The leaves are used in preference to the berries, the latter being of too sticky a nature for general purposes. But many too suppose this plant to have the power of making the gardens bear plentifully. When used for this purpose, the leaves are cut up into fine pieces, and after having been prayed over, are sown with the millet and other seeds, a little also being eaten with the food. Barren women have also been known to eat the mistletoe in order to be made to bear children. That mistletoe which grows upon the willow is supposed to have the greatest efficiency. This is because the willow is looked upon by them as being a specially sacred tree. Similar beliefs as to mistletoe among the Torres Strait Islanders and the Wallows of Senegambia. Thus the Ainos agree with the Druids in regarding mistletoe as a cure for almost every disease, and they agree with the ancient Italians that applied to women it helps them to bear children. A similar belief as to the fertilizing influence of mistletoe, or of similar plants, upon women is entertained by the natives of Mambueg, an island in Torres Straits. These savages imagine that twins can be produced by the pregnant woman touching or breaking a branch of a Loranthosius plant, Viscum sp., probably V. orientale, parasitic on a tree madure. The wood of this tree is much esteemed for making digging sticks, and, as firewood, no twin-producing properties are inherent in it, nor is it regarded as being infected with the properties of its twin-producing parasite. Again, the Druidical notion that the mistletoe was an all-healer or panacea may be compared with the notion entertained by the Wellows of Senegambia. These people have much veneration for a sort of mistletoe, which they call tob. They carry leaves of it on their persons when they go to war as a preservative against wounds, just as if the leaves were real talismans. Grigri. These beliefs perhaps originate in a notion that the mistletoe has fallen from heaven. The French writer who records this practice adds, "It is not very curious that the mistletoe should be in this part of Africa, what it was in the superstitions of the Gauls. This prejudice common to the two countries may have the same origin. Blacks and whites will doubtless have seen, each of them for themselves, something supernatural in a plant which grows and flourishes without having roots in the earth. May they not have believed, in fact, that it was a plant fallen from the sky, a gift of the divinity? Such a notion would explain the ritual used in cutting mistletoe and other parasites." This suggestion as to the origin of the superstition is strongly confirmed by the Druidical belief, reported by Pliny, that whatever grew on an oak was sent from heaven and was a sign that the tree had been chosen by the god himself. Such a belief explains why the Druids cut the mistletoe, not with a common knife, but with a golden sickle, and why, when cut, it was not suffered to touch the earth. Probably they thought that the celestial plant would have been profaned and its marvellous virtue lost by contact with the ground. With the ritual observed by the Druids in cutting the mistletoe, we may compare the ritual which in Cambodia is prescribed in a similar case. They say that when you see an orchid growing as a parasite on a tamarind tree, you should dress in white, take a new earthenware pot, then climb the tree at noon, break off the plant, put it in the pot, and let the pot fall to the ground. After that, you make in the pot a decoction which confers a gift of invulnerability. Thus, just in Africa, the leaves of one parasite plant are supposed to render the wearer invulnerable, so in Cambodia a decoction made from another parasitic plant is considered to render the same service to such as make use of it, whether by drinking or washing. We may conjecture that in both places the notion of invulnerability is suggested by the position of the plant, which, occupying a place of comparative security above the ground, appears to promise to its fortunate possessor a similar security from some of the ills that beset the life of man on earth. We have already met with many examples of the store which the primitive mind sets on such vantage grounds. The ancient beliefs and practices concerning mistletoe have their analogies in modern European folklore. Whatever may be the origin of these beliefs and practices concerning the mistletoe, certain it is that some of them have their analogies in the folklore of modern European peasants. For example, it is laid down as a rule in various parts of Europe that mistletoe may not be cut in the ordinary way, but must be shot or knocked down with stones from the tree on which it is growing. Thus in the Swiss canton of Aargau, all parasitic plants are esteemed in a certain sense holy by country folk, but most particularly so the mistletoe growing on an oak. They ascribe great powers to it, but shrink from cutting it off in the usual manner. Instead of that, they procure it in the following manner. When the sun is in Sagittarius and the moon is on the wane, on the first, third, or fourth day before the new moon, one ought to shoot down with an arrow the mistletoe of an oak and catch it with the left hand as it falls. Such mistletoe is a remedy for every ailment of children. Here among the Swiss peasants, as among the Druids of old, special virtue is ascribed to mistletoe which grows on an oak. It may not be cut in the usual way. It must be caught as it falls to the ground, and it is esteemed a panacea for all diseases, at least of children. In Sweden also is a popular superstition that a mistletoe is to possess its peculiar virtue. It must either be shot down out of the oak or knocked down with stones. Similarly, so late as the early part of the 19th century, people in Wales believed that for the mistletoe to have any power, it must be shot or struck down with stones off the tree where it grew. Medicinal virtues ascribed to mistletoe by ancients and moderns. Again, in respect of the healing virtues of mistletoe, the opinion of modern peasants and even of the learned has to some extent agreed with that of the ancients. The Druids appear to have called the plant, or perhaps the oak on which it grew, the all-healer, and all-healer is said to be still the name of the mistletoe in the modern Celtic speech of Brittany, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. On St. John's morning, Midsummer morning, peasants of Piedmont and Lombardy go out to search the oak leaves for the oil of St. John, which is supposed to heal all wounds made with cutting instruments. Originally, perhaps, the oil of St. John was simply the mistletoe, or a decoction made from it. For in Holstein, the mistletoe, especially oak mistletoe, is still regarded as a panacea for green wounds and as a sure charm to secure success in hunting. And at Locane, in the south of France, the old Druidical belief in the mistletoe as an antidote to all poisons still survives among the peasantry. They apply the plant to the stomach of the sufferer to give him a decoction of it to drink. Mistletoe is a cure for epilepsy. Again, the ancient belief that mistletoe is a cure for epilepsy has survived in modern times, not only among the ignorant, but among the learned. Thus in Sweden, persons afflicted with the falling sickness think they can ward off attacks of the malady by carrying about them a knife which has a handle of oak mistletoe. And in Germany, for a similar purpose, pieces of mistletoe used to be hung round the necks of children. In the French province of Bourbonnais, a popular remedy for epilepsy is a decoction of mistletoe which has been gathered on an oak on St. John's Day and boiled with rye flour. So at Botsford in Lincolnshire, a decoction of mistletoe is supposed to be a palliative for this terrible disease. Indeed, mistletoe is recommended as a remedy for the falling sickness by high medical authorities in England and Holland down to the 18th century. At Curton in Lindsey, in Lincolnshire, it is thought that St. Vitus's dance may be cured by the water in which mistletoe berries have been boiled. In the Scotch shires of Elgin and Moray, down to the second half of the 18th century, at the full moon of March, people used to cut wreaths of mistletoe or ivy, make circles of them, keep them all year, and profess to cure heretics and other troubles by means of them. In Sweden, apparently for other complaints, a sprig of mistletoe is hung round the patient's neck, or a ring of it is worn on his finger. The medicinal virtues ascribed to mistletoe seem to be mythical, being fanciful interferences from the parasitic nature of the plant. However, the opinion of the medical profession as to the curative virtues of mistletoe has undergone a radical alteration. Whereas the Druids thought that mistletoe cured everything, modern doctors appear to think that it cures nothing. If they are right, we must conclude that the ancient and widespread faith in the medicinal virtue of mistletoe is a pure superstition based on nothing better than the fanciful inferences which ignorance has drawn from the parasitic nature of the plant, its position high up on the branch of a tree seeming to protect it from the dangers to which plants and animals are subject to the surface of the ground. From this point of view, we can perhaps understand why mistletoe has so long and so persistently been prescribed as a cure for the falling sickness. As mistletoe cannot fall to the ground because it is rooted on the branch of a tree high above the earth, it seems to follow as a necessary consequence that an epileptic patient cannot possibly fall down in a fit so long as he carries a piece of mistletoe in his pocket or a decoction of mistletoe in his stomach. Such a train of reasoning would probably be regarded even now as cogent by a large portion of the human species. The belief that mistletoe extinguishes fire seems based on a fancy that it falls on the tree in a flash of lightning. Again, the ancient Italian opinion that mistletoe extinguishes fire appears to be shared by Swedish peasants who hang up bunches of oak mistletoe on the ceilings of their rooms as a protection against harm in general and conflagration in particular. A hint as to the way in which mistletoe comes to be possessed of this property is furnished by the epithet Thunderbesom, which people of Aargau canton in Switzerland apply to the plant. For a thunderbesom is a shaggy, bushy excrescence on branches of trees, which is popularly believed to be produced by a flash of lightning. Hence in Bohemia, a thunderbesom burnt in the fire protects the house against being struck by a thunderbolt. Being itself a product of lightning, it naturally serves, on homeopathic principles, as protection against lightning, in fact, as a kind of lightning conductor. Hence, the fire which mistletoe in Sweden is designed especially to avert from houses may be fire kindled by lightning, though no doubt the plant is equally effective against conflagration in general. Other wonderful properties ascribed to mistletoe, in particular, it is thought to be a protection against witchcraft. Again, mistletoe acts as a master key as well as a lightning conductor, for it is said to open all locks. However, in the tide roll, it can only exert this power under certain circumstances which are not specified. But perhaps the most precious of all the virtues of mistletoe is that it affords efficient protection against sorcery and witchcraft. That, no doubt, is the reason why in Austria a twig of mistletoe is laid on the threshold as a preventive of nightmare. And it may be the reason why in the north of England they say that if you wish your dairy to thrive, you should give your bunch of mistletoe to the first cow that calves after New Year's Day, for it is well known that nothing is so fatal to milk and butter as witchcraft. Similarly, in Wales, for the sake of ensuring good luck to the dairy, people used to give a bunch of mistletoe to the first cow that gave birth to a calf after the first hour of the new year. And in rural districts of Wales, where mistletoe abounded, there was always a profusion of it in the farmhouses. When mistletoe was scarce, Welsh farmers used to say, "No mistletoe, no luck." But if there was a fine crop of mistletoe, they expected a fine crop of corn. In Sweden, mistletoe is diligently sought after on St. John's Eve, the people believing it to be, in a high degree, possessed of mystic qualities, and that if a sprig of it be attached to the ceiling of the dwelling house, the horse's stall, or the cow's crib, the troll will then be powerless to injure either man or beast. A favourite time for gathering mistletoe is Midsummer Eve. With regard to the time when the mistletoe should be gathered, opinions have varied. The Druids gathered it, above all, on the 6th day of the moon, the ancient Italians apparently on the 1st day of the moon. In modern times, some have preferred the full moon of March and others the waning of winter when the sun is in Sagittarius. But the favourite time would seem to be Midsummer Eve, or Midsummer Day. We have seen that both France and England and Sweden special virtues are ascribed to mistletoe gathered at midsummer. The rule in Sweden is that mistletoe must be cut on the night of Midsummer Eve when sun and moon stand in the sign of their might. Again in Wales it was believed that a sprig of mistletoe gathered on St. John's Eve, Midsummer Eve, or at any time before the berries appeared would induce dreams of omen, both good and bad, if it were placed under the pillow of the sleeper. Thus mistletoe is one of the many plants whose magical or medicinal virtues are believed to culminate with the culmination of the sun on the longest day of the year. Hence it seems reasonable to conjecture that in the eyes of the Druids also, who revered the plant so highly, the sacred mistletoe may have acquired a double portion of its mystic qualities at the solstice in June, and that accordingly they may regularly cut it with solemn ceremony on Midsummer Eve. The two main incidents of Balder's myth, namely the pulling of the mistletoe and the lighting of the bonfire, are reproduced in the great midsummer celebration of Scandinavia. Be that as it may, certain it is that the mistletoe, the instrument of Balder's death, has been regularly gathered for the sake of its mystic qualities on Midsummer Eve in Scandinavia, Balder's home. The plant is found commonly growing on pear trees, oaks, and other trees in thick damp woods throughout the more temperate parts of Sweden. Thus, one of the two main incidents of Balder's myth is reproduced in the great midsummer festival of Scandinavia. But the other main incident of the myth, the burning of Balder's body on a pyre, has also its counterpart in the bonfires which still blaze, or blazed till lately, in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden on Midsummer Eve. It does not appear, indeed, that any effigy is burnt in these bonfires, but the burning of an effigy is a feature which might easily drop out after its meaning was forgotten. And the name of Balder's balefires, Balder's Balar, by which these midsummer fires were formerly known in Sweden, puts their connection with Balder beyond the reach of doubt, and makes it probable that in former times either a living representative or an effigy of Balder was annually burned in them. Midsummer was the season sacred to Balder, and the Swedish poet Tegner, in placing the burning of Balder at midsummer, may very well have followed an old tradition that the midsummer solstice was the time when the good god came to his untimely end. Hence the myth of Balder was probably the explanation given of a similar sacrifice. Thus it has been shown that the leading incidents of the Balder myth have their counterparts in those fire festivals of our European peasantry, which undoubtedly date from a time long prior to the introduction of Christianity. The pretense of throwing the victim chosen by lot into the Beltane fire and the similar treatment of the man, the future Green Wolf, at the Midsummer bonfire in Normandy may naturally be interpreted as traces of an older custom of actually burning human beings on these occasions, and the green dress of the Green Wolf, coupled with the leafy envelope of the young fellow who trod out the midsummer fire at Moutiam, seems to hint that the persons who perished at these festivals did so in the character of tree spirits or deities of vegetation. From all this we may reasonably infer that the Boulder myth, on the one hand, and the fire festivals and custom of gathering mistletoe, on the other hand, we have, as it were, the two broken and dissevered halves of the original whole. In other words, we may assume with some degree of probability that the myth of Boulder's death was not merely a myth, that is, a description of physical phenomena in imagery borrowed from human life, but that it was at the same time the story which people told to explain why they annually burned a human representative of the god and cut the mistletoe with solemn ceremony. If I am right, the story of Boulder's tragic end formed, so to say, the text of the sacred drama which was acted year by year as a magical rite to cause the sun to shine, trees to grow, crops to thrive, and to guard man and beast from the baleful arts of fairies and trolls, of witches and warlocks. The tale belonged, in short, to that class of natural myths which are meant to be supplemented by ritual. Here, as so often, myth stood to magic in the relation of theory to practice. If a human representative of a tree spirit was burned in the bonfire, what kind of tree did he represent? But if the victims, the human boulders, who died by fire, whether in spring or in midsummer, were put to death as living embodiments of tree spirits or deities of vegetation, it would seem that Boulder himself must have been a tree spirit or deity of vegetation. It becomes desirable, therefore, to determine, if we can, the particular kind of tree or trees of which a personal representative was burned at the fire festivals. For we may be quite sure that it was not as a representative of vegetation in general that the victims suffered death. The idea of vegetation in general is too abstract to be primitive. Most probably the victim at first represented a particular kind of sacred tree. The oak, the principal sacred tree of the Aryans. Now, of all the European trees, none has such claims as the oak to be considered as preeminently the sacred tree of the Aryans. Its worship is attested for all the great branches of the Aryan stock in Europe. We have seen that it was not only the sacred tree, but the principal object of worship of both Celts and Lithuanians. The roving Celts appear to have carried their worship of the oak with them, even to Asia, for in the heart of Asia Minor, the Galatian Senate met in a place which bore the pure Celtic name of Drynometium, or Temple of the Oak. Among the Slavs, the oak seems to have been the sacred tree of the great god Perun. According to Grimm, the oak ranked first among the holy trees of the Germans. It is certainly known to have been adorned by them in the age of heathendom, and traces of its worship have survived in various parts of Germany almost to the present day. Among the ancient Italians, the oak was sacred above all other trees. The image of Jupiter on the Capitol at Rome seems to have been originally nothing but a natural oak tree. At Dodona, perhaps the oldest of all Greek sanctuaries, Zeus was worshipped as inanimate of the sacred oak, and the rustling of its leaves in the wind was his voice. If then the great god of both Greeks and Romans was represented in some of his older shrines under the form of an oak, and if the oak was the principal object of worship of Celts, Germans, and Lithuanians, we may certainly conclude that this tree was venerated by the Aryans in common before the dispersion, and that their primitive home must have lain in a land which was clothed with forests of oak. Hence the tree represented by the human victim who was burnt at the fire festivals was probably the oak. Now, considering the primitive character and remarkable similarity of the fire festivals observed by all the branches of the Aryan race in Europe, we may infer that these festivals form part of the common stock of religious observances which the various peoples carried with them in their wanderings from their old home. But if I am right, the essential feature of these primitive fire festivals was the burning of a man who represented the tree spirit. In view, then, of the place occupied by the oak in the religion of the Aryans, The presumption is that the tree so represented at the fire festivals must originally have been the oak. So far as the Celts and Lithuanians are concerned, this conclusion will perhaps hardly be contested, but both for them and for the Germans it is confirmed by a remarkable pace of religious conservatism. The most primitive method known to man of producing fire is by rubbing two pieces of wood against each other till they ignite, and it is saying that this method is still used in Europe for kindling sacred fires such as the need fire, and that most probably it was formerly resorted to all the fire festivals under discussion. Now it is sometimes required that the need fire, or rather sacred fire, should be made by the friction of a particular kind of wood, and when the kind of wood is prescribed, whether among Celts, Germans, or Slavs, that wood appears to be generally the oak. Thus we have seen that among the Slavs of Masuren, the new fire for the village is made on Midsummer Day by causing a wheel to revolve rapidly around an axle of oak till the axle takes fire. Where the perpetual fire which the ancient Slavs used to maintain chanced to go out, it was rekindled by the friction of a piece of oak wood, which had been previously heated by being struck with a grey, not a red, stone. In Germany and the Highlands of Scotland the need fire was regularly, and in Russia and among the South Slavs it was sometimes kindled by the friction of oak wood. And both in Wales and the Highlands of Scotland the Beltane fires were lighted by similar means. Now if the sacred fire was regularly kindled by the friction of oak wood, we may infer that originally the fire was also fed with the same material. In point of fact, it appears that the perpetual fire of Vesta at Rome was fed with oak wood, and that oak wood was the fuel consumed in the perpetual fire which burned under the sacred oak at the great Lithuanian sanctuary of Rumov. Further, that oak wood was formerly the fuel burned in the midsummer fires may perhaps be inferred from the custom, said to be still observed by peasants in many mountain districts of Germany, of making up the cottage fire on Midsummer Day with a heavy block of oak wood. The block is so arranged that it smoulders slowly, and is not finally reduced to charcoal till the expiry of a year. Then upon next Midsummer Day the charred embers of the old log are removed to make room for the new one, and are mixed with the seed corn or scattered about the garden. This is believed to guard the food cooked on the earth from witchcraft, to preserve the luck of the house, to promote the growth of the crops, and to preserve them from blight and vermin. Thus the custom is almost exactly parallel to that of the Yule log, which in parts of Germany, France, England, Servia, and other Slavonic lands was commonly of oak wood. At the Boeotian festival of the Daedala, the analogy of which to the spring and midsummer festivals of modern Europe has been already pointed out, the great feature was the filling and burning of an oak. The general conclusion is that, at those periodic or occasional ceremonies in ancient Orients, both kindled and fed the fire with the sacred oak wood. If the human victims burnt at the fire festival represented the oak, the reason for pulling the mistletoe may have been a belief that the life of the oak was in the mistletoe, and that the tree could not perish either by fire or water so long as the mistletoe remained intact among its boughs. But if at these solemn rites the fire was regularly made of oak wood, it follows that any man who was burned in it as a personification of the tree spirit could have represented no tree but the oak. The sacred oak was thus burned in duplicate. The wood of the tree was consumed in the fire, and along with it was consumed a living man as a personification of the oak spirit. The conclusion thus drawn for the European Aryans in general is confirmed in its special application to the Scandinavians by the relation in which amongst them the mistletoe appears to have stood to the burning of the victim in the midsummer fire. We have seen that among Scandinavians it has been customary to gather the mistletoe in midsummer, but so far as appears on the face of this custom, there is nothing to connect it with the midsummer fires in which human victims or effigies of them are burned. Even if the fire, as seems probable, was originally always made with oak wood, why should it have been necessary to pull the mistletoe? The last link between the midsummer customs of gathering the mistletoe and lighting the bonfires is supplied by Balder's myth, which can hardly be disjoined from the customs in question. The myth suggests that the vital connection may once have been believed to subsist between the mistletoe and the human representative of the oak who was burned in the fire. According to the myth, Balder could be killed by nothing in heaven or earth except the mistletoe, and so long as the mistletoe remained in the oak, he was not only immoral, but invulnerable. Now if we suppose that boulder was the oak, the origin of the myth becomes intelligible. The mistletoe was viewed as the seat of life of the oak, and so long as it was uninjured, nothing could kill or even wound the oak. The conception of the mistletoe as the seat of life of the oak would naturally be suggested to primitive people by the observation that while the oak is deciduous, the mistletoe which grows on it is evergreen. In winter, the sight of its fresh foliage among the bare branches must have been hailed by the worshippers of the tree as a sign that the divine life which had ceased to animate the branches had survived in the mistletoe, as the heart of a sleeper still beats when his body is motionless. Hence, when the god had to be killed, when the sacred tree had to be burnt, it was necessary to begin by breaking off the mistletoe. For so long as the mistletoe remained intact, the oak, so people might think, was invulnerable. All the blows of their knives and axes would glance harmless from its surface. But once tear from the oak its sacred heart, the mistletoe, and the tree nodded to its fall. And when in later times the spirit of the oak came to be represented by a living man, it was logically necessary to suppose that, like the tree he personated, he could neither be killed nor wounded so long as the mistletoe remained uninjured. The pulling of the mistletoe was thus at once the signal and the cause of his death. Ancient Italian belief that mistletoe could not be destroyed by fire or water. On this view, the invulnerable boulder is neither more nor less than a personification of a mistletoe-bearing oak. The interpretation is confirmed by what seems to have been an ancient Italian belief, that the mistletoe can be destroyed neither by fire nor water. For if the parasite is thus deemed indestructible, it might easily be supposed to communicate its own indestructibility to the tree on which it grows, so long as the two remain in conjunction. Or to put the same idea in mythical form, we might tell how the kindly god of the oak had his life securely deposited in the imperishable mistletoe which grew among the branches. How accordingly, so long as the mistletoe kept its place there, the deity himself remained invulnerable. And how at last a cunning foe let into the secret of the god's invulnerability, tore the mistletoe from the oak, thereby killing the oak god, and afterwards burning his body in a fire which could have made no impression on him so long as the incombustible parasite retained its seat among the boughs. Conception of a being whose life is outside himself. But since the idea of a being whose life is thus, in a sense, outside himself, must be strange to many readers, and has indeed not yet been recognized in its full bearing on primitive superstition, it will be worthwhile to illustrate it by examples drawn both from story and custom. The result will be to show that, in assuming this idea as the explanation of Boulder's relation to the mistletoe, I assume a principle which is deeply engraved on the mind of primitive man. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10, The External Soul in Folk Tales. Part 1. Belief that a man's soul may be deposited for safety in a secure place outside his body, and that so long as it remains there intact, he himself is invulnerable and immortal. In a former part of this work, we saw that, in the opinion of primitive people, the soul may temporarily absent itself from the body without causing death. Such temporary absences of the soul are often believed to involve considerable risk, since the wandering soul is liable to a variety of mishaps at the hands of enemies and so forth. But there is another aspect to this power of disengaging the soul from the body. If only the safety of the soul can be ensured during its absence, there is no reason why the soul should not continue absent for an indefinite time. Indeed, a man may, on a pure calculation of personal safety, desire that his soul should never return to his body. Unable to conceive of life abstractly as a permanent possibility of sensation or a continuous adjustment of internal arrangements to external relations, the savage thinks of it as a concrete material thing of a definite bulk, capable of being seen and handled, kept in a box or jar, and liable to be bruised, fractured, or smashed in pieces. It is not needful that the life, so conceived, should be in the man, It may be absent from his body and still continue to animate him by virtue of a sort of sympathy or action at a distance. So long as this object which he calls his life or soul remains unharmed, the man is well. If it is injured, he suffers. If it is destroyed, he dies. Or to put it otherwise, when a man is ill or dies, the fact is explained by saying that the material object called his life or soul, whether it be in his body or out of it, has either sustained injury or been destroyed. But there may be circumstances in which, if the life or soul remains in the man, it stands a greater chance of sustaining injury than if it were stowed away in some safe and secret place. Accordingly, in such circumstances, primitive man takes his soul out of his body and deposits it for security in some snug spot, intending to replace it in his body when the danger is past, or if he should discover some place of absolute security. He may be content to leave his soul there permanently. The advantage of this is that, so long as the soul remains unharmed in the place where he has deposited it, the man himself is immortal. Nothing can kill his body, since his life is not in it. This belief is illustrated by folk tales told by many peoples. Evidence of this primitive belief is furnished by a class of folk tales of which the Norse story of the giant who had no heart in his body is perhaps the best known example. Stories of this kind are widely diffused over the world, and from their number and the variety of incident and of details in which the leading idea is embodied, we may infer that the conception of an external soul is one which has had a powerful hold on the minds of men at an early stage of history. For folk tales are a faithful reflection of the world as it appeared in the primitive mind, and we may be sure that any idea which commonly occurs in them, however absurd it may seem to us, must once have been an ordinary article of belief. This assurance, so far as it concerns the supposed power of disengaging the soul from the body for a longer or shorter time, is amply corroborated by a comparison of the folk tales in question with the actual beliefs and practices of savages. To this we shall return after some specimens of the tales have been given. The specimens will be selected with a view of illustrating both the characteristic features and the wide diffusion of this class of tales. Stories of an external soul common among Aryan peoples. In the first place, the story of the external soul is told, in various forms, by all Aryan peoples from Hindustan to the Hebrides. A very common form of it is this. A warlock, giant or other fairyland being is invulnerable and immortal because he keeps his soul hidden far away in some secret place. But a fair princess, whom he holds enthralled in his enchanted castle, wills his secret from him and reveals it to the hero, who seeks out the warlock's soul, heart, life, or death, as it is variously called, and by destroying it simultaneously kills the warlock. The external soul in Hindu stories, Punchkin and the Parrot. Thus, a Hindu story tells how a magician called Punchkin held a queen captive for 12 years, and would fain marry her, but she would not have him. At last the queen's son came to rescue her, and the two plotted together to kill Punchkin. So the queen spoke the magician fair, and pretended that she had at last made up her mind to marry him. "And do tell me," she said, "are you quite immortal? Can death never touch you? And are you too great an enchanter ever to feel human suffering?" "It is true," he said, "that I am not as others. Far, far away, hundreds of thousands of miles from this, there lies a desolate country covered with thick jungle. In the midst of the jungle grows a circle of palm trees, and in the center of the circle stand 6 chattees full of water, piled one above another. Below the 6th chattee is a small cage, which contains a little green parrot. On the life of the parrot depends my life, and if the parrot is killed, I must die. It is, however," he added, "impossible that the parrot should sustain any injury, both on account of the inaccessibility of the country, and because, by my appointment, many thousand genii surround the palm trees, and kill all who approach the place." But the queen's young son overcame all difficulties and got possession of the parrot. He brought it to the door of the magician's place, and began playing with it. Punchkin, the magician, saw him, and coming out tried to persuade the boy to give him the parrot. "Give me my parrot," cried Punchkin. Then the boy took hold of the parrot and tore off one of the wings. As he did so, the magician's right arm fell off. Punchkin then stretched out his left arm, crying, "Give me my parrot." The prince pulled off the parrot's second wing, and the magician's left arm tumbled off. "Give me my parrot," cried he, and fell on his knees. The prince pulled off the parrot's right leg, and the magician's right leg fell off. The prince pulled off the parrot's left leg. Down fell the magician's left. Nothing remained of him except the trunk and the head, but still he rolled his eyes and cried, "Give me my parrot." "Take your parrot then," cried the boy, and with that he wrung the bird's neck and threw it at the magician, and as he did so, Punchkin's head twisted round, and with a fearful groan he died. The ogre whose soul was in a bird. In another Hindu tale, an ogre is asked by his daughter, "Papa, where do you keep your soul?" 16 miles away from this place," he said, "is a tree. Round the trees are tigers and bears and scorpions and snakes. On the top of the tree is a very great fat snake. On his head is a little cage. In the cage is a bird, and my soul is in that bird." The end of the ogre is like that of the magician in the previous tale. As the bird's wings and legs are torn off, the ogre's arms and legs drop off, and when its neck is wrung, he falls down dead. The princess whose soul was in a golden necklace. In another Hindu story, a princess called Sodewa Bai was born with a golden necklace about her neck, and the astrologer told her parents, "This is no common child. The necklace of gold about her neck contains your daughter's soul. Let it therefore be guarded with the utmost care, for it were taken off, and worn by another person, she would die." So her mother caused it to be firmly fastened round the child's neck, and as soon as the child was old enough to understand, she told her its value, and warned her never to let it be taken off. In course of time, Sodewa Bai was married to a prince who had another wife living. The first wife, jealous of her young rival, persuaded a negress to steal from Sodewa Bai the golden necklace which contained her soul. The negress did so, and as soon as she put the necklace round her own neck, Sodewa Bai died. All day long the negress used to wear the necklace, but late at night on going to bed she would take it off and put it by till morning, and whenever she took it off, Sodewa Bai's soul returned to her and she lived. But when morning came, the negress put on the necklace. Sodewa Bai died again. At last the prince discovered the treachery of his older wife and restored the golden necklace to Sodewa Bai. The prince whose soul was in a fish. In another Hindu story, a holy mendicant tells a queen that she will bear a son, adding, "As enemies will try to take away the life of your son, I may as well tell you that the life of the boy will be bound up in the life of a big boiled fish, which is in your tank in front of the palace. In the heart of the fish is a small box of wood. In the box is a necklace of gold. That necklace is the life of your son." The boy was born and received the name of Dalim. His mother was the Suo or younger queen. But the Duo or elder queen hated the child, and learning the secret of his life, she caused the boiled fish, with which his life was bound up, to be caught. Dalim was playing near the tank at the time, but the moment the boiled fish was caught in the net, that moment Dalim felt unaware, and when the fish was brought up to land, Dalim fell down on the ground and made as if he was about to breathe his last. He was immediately taken into his mother's room, and the king was astonished on hearing of the sudden illness of his son and heir. The fish was, by the order of the physician, taken into the room of the Duo queen. As it lay on the floor, striking its fins on the ground, Dalim in his mother's room was given up for lost. When the fish was cut open, a casket was found in it, and in the casket lay a necklace of gold. The moment the necklace was worn by the queen, that very moment Dalim died in his mother's room. The queen used to put off the necklace every night, and whenever she did so, the boy came to life again. But every morning when the queen put on the necklace, he died again. Kashmir, stories of ogres whose lives were in cocks, a pigeon, a starling, a spinning wheel, and a pillar. In a Kashmir story, a lad visits an old ogress, pretending to be her grandson, the son of her daughter who had married a king. So the old ogress took him into her confidence and showed him 7 cocks, a spinning wheel, a pigeon, and a starling. "These 7 cocks," said she, "contain the lives of your 7 uncles, who are away for a few days. Only as long as the cocks live can your uncles hope to live. No power can hurt them as long as the 7 cocks are safe and sound. The spinning wheel contains my life. If it is broken, I too shall be broken and must die, but otherwise I shall live on forever. The pigeon contains your grandfather's life, and the starling your mother's. As long as these live, nothing can harm your grandfather or your mother. So the lad killed the 7 cocks and the pigeon and the starling, and smashed the spinning wheel, and the moment he did so the ogres and ogresses perished. In another story from Kashmir, an ogre cannot die unless a particular pillar in the veranda of his palace be broken. Learning the secret, a prince struck the pillar again and again till it was broken in pieces. And it was as if each strike had fallen on the ogre, for he howled lamentably and shook like an aspen every time the prince hit the pillar, until at last, when the pillar fell down, the ogre also fell down and gave up the ghost. Kashmir and Bengali stories of ogres whose lives were in bees. In another Kashmir tale, an ogre is represented as laughing very heartily at the idea that he might possibly die. He said that he should never die. No power could oppose him, no years could age him. He should remain ever strong and ever young, for the thing wherein his life dwelt was most difficult to obtain. It was in a queen bee, which was in a honeycomb on a tree, but the bees in the honeycomb were many and fierce, and it was only at the greatest risk that anyone could catch the queen. However, the hero achieved the enterprise and crushed the queen bee, and immediately the ogre fell stone dead to the ground, so that the whole land trembled with the shock. In some Bengali tales, the life of the whole tribe of ogres is described as concentrated in 2 bees. The secret was thus revealed by an old ogress to a captive princess who pretended to fear lest the ogress should die. "No, foolish girl," said the ogress, "that we ogres never die. We are not naturally immortal, but our life depends on a secret which no human being can unravel. Let me tell you what it is, that you may be comforted. You know yonder tank. There is in the middle of it a crystal pillar, on the top of which in deep waters are 2 bees. If any human being can dive into the waters and bring up to land the 2 bees from the pillar in one breath, and destroy them so that not a drop of their blood falls to the ground, then we ogres shall certainly die. But if a single drop of blood falls to the ground, then from it will start up 1,000 ogres." But what human being will find out this secret, or finding it will be able to achieve the feat? You need not, therefore, darling, be sad. I am practically immortal. As usual, the princess reveals the secret to the hero, who kills the bees, and that same moment all the ogres drop down dead, each on the spot where he happened to be standing. In another Bengali story, it is said that all the ogres dwell in Ceylon, and that all their lives are in a single lemon. A boy cuts a lemon in pieces, and all the ogres die. The external soul in a Siamese or Cambodian story. In a Siamese or Cambodian story, probably derived from India, we are told that Thossakan or Ravana, the king of Ceylon, was able by magic art to take his soul out of his body and leave it in a box at home while he went to the wars. Thus he was invulnerable in battle. When he was about to give battle to Rama, he deposited his soul with a hermit called Fire Eye, who was to keep it safe for him. So in the fight, Rama was astounded to see that his arrows struck the king without wounding him. But one of Rama's allies, knowing the secret of the king's invulnerability, transformed himself by magic into the likeness of the king, and going to the hermit, asked back his soul. On receiving it, he soared up into the air and flew to Rama, brandishing the box and squeezing it so hard that all the breath left the king of Ceylon's body, and he died. Indian stories of a tree and a barley plant that were life tokens. In a Bengali story, a prince going into a far country planted with his own hands a tree in the courtyard of his father's palace, and said to his parents, "This tree is my life. When you see the tree green and fresh, then know that it is well with me. When you see the tree fade in some parts, then know that I am in an ill case. And when you see the whole tree fade, then know that I am dead and gone." In another Indian tale, a prince, setting forth on his travels, left behind him a barley plant, with instructions that it should be carefully tended and watched, for if it flourished he would be alive and well, but if it drooped, then some mischance was about to happen to him. And so it fell out, for the prince was beheaded, and as his head rolled off, the barley plant snapped in two, and the ear of barley fell to the ground. In the legend of the origin of Gilgit, there figures a fairy king whose soul is in the snows, and who can only perish by fire. The external soul in Greek stories. In Greek tales, ancient and modern, the idea of an external soul is not uncommon. Meleager and the Firebrand. When Meleager was 7 days old, the Fates appeared to his mother and told her that Meleager would die when the brand which was blazing on the hearth had burnt down. So his mother snatched the brand from the fires and kept it in a box. But in after years, being enraged at her son for slaying her brothers, she burnt the brand in the fire, and Meleager expired in agonies, as if the flames were preying on his vitals. Nisus and his purple or golden hair. Again, Nisus, king of Megara, had a purple or golden hair in the middle of his head, and it was fated that whenever the hair was pulled out, the king should die. When Megara was besieged by the Cretans, the king's daughter of Scylla fell in love with Minos, their king, and pulled out the fatal hair from her father's head. So he died. Paterelos and his golden hair. Similarly, Poseidon made Paterelos immortal by giving him a golden hair on his head. But when Typhos, the home of Paterelos, was besieged by Amphitryo, the daughter of Paterelos fell in love with Amphitryo and killed her father by plucking out the golden hair, with which his life was bound up. Modern Greek parallels. In a modern Greek folk tale, a man's strength lies in 3 golden hairs on his head. When his mother pulls them out, he grows weak and timid and is slain by his enemies. Another Greek story, in which we may perhaps decide a reminiscence of Nisus and Scylla, relates how a certain king who was the strongest man of his time had 3 long hairs on his breast. But when he went to war with another king, and his own treacherous wife had cut off the 3 hairs, he became the weakest of men. The external soul in doves. In another modern Greek story, the life of an enchanter is bound up with 3 doves which are in the belly of a wild boar. When the first dove is killed, the magician grows sick. When the second is killed, he grows very sick. And when the third is killed, he dies. In another Greek story of the same sort, an ogre's strength is in 3 singing birds which are in a wild boar. The hero kills 2 of the birds, and then coming to the ogre's house, finds him lying on the ground in great pain. He shows the 3rd bird to the ogres, who begs that the hero will either let it fly away or give it to him to eat. But the hero wrings the bird's neck, and the ogre dies on the spot. In a variant of the latter story, the monster's strength is in 2 doves, and when the hero kills one of them, the monster cries out, "Ah, woe is me, half my life is gone, something must have happened to one of the doves." When the second dove is killed, he dies. In another Greek story, the incidents of the 3 golden hairs and 3 doves are artificially combined. A monster has on his head 3 golden hairs which open the door of a chamber in which are 3 doves. When the first dove is killed, the monster grows sick. When the second is killed, he grows worse. And when the third is killed, he dies. In another Greek tale, an old man's strength is in a 10-headed serpent. When the serpent's heads are being cut off, he feels unwell. And when the last head is struck off, he expires. In another Greek story, a dervish tells the queen that she will have 3 sons, that at the birth of each she must plant a pumpkin in the garden, and that in the fruit borne by the pumpkin will reside the strength of the children. In due time the infants are born, and the pumpkins planted. As the children grow up, the pumpkins grow with them. One morning the eldest son feels sick, and on going into the garden they find that the largest pumpkin is gone. Next night the second son keeps watch in a summer house in the garden. At midnight a negro appears and cuts the second pumpkin. And once the boy's strength goes out of him, and he is unable to pursue the negro. The youngest son, however, succeeds in slaying the negro and recovering the lost pumpkins. The external soul in Italian stories. Silva's son. Ancient Italian legend furnishes a close parallel to the Greek story of Meleager. Silvia, the young wife of Septimus Marcellus, had a child by the god Mars. The god gave her a spear, with which he said that the fate of the child would be bound up. When the boy grew up, he quarrelled with his maternal uncles and slew them. So in revenge his mother burned the spear on which his life depended. The Dragon Twin. In one of the stories of the Pentamerone, a certain queen has a twin brother, a dragon. The astrologers declared at her birth that she would live just as long as the dragon and no longer, the death of the one involving the death of the other. If the dragon were killed, the only way to restore the queen to life would be to smear her temples, breast, pulses, and nostrils with the blood of the dragon. The Soul and a Gem. In a modern Roman version of Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp, the magician tells the princess, whom he holds captive in a floating block in mid-ocean, that he will never die. The princess reports this to the prince, her husband, who has come to rescue her. The prince replies, it is impossible, but that there should be some one thing or other that is fatal to him. Ask him what that one fatal thing is. So the princess asked the magician, and he told her that in the wood was a hydra with 7 heads. In the middle head of the hydra was a leveret. In the head of the leveret was a bird. In the bird's head was a precious stone, and if this stone were put under his pillow he would die. The prince procured the stone, and the princess laid it under the magician's pillow. No sooner did the enchanter lay his head on the pillow than he gave 3 terrible yells, turned himself round and round 3 times, and died. Italian story of a wicked fairy whose death was in an egg. Another Italian tale sets forth how a great cloud, which was really a fairy, used to receive a young girl as tribute every year from a certain city, and the inhabitants had to give the girls up, for if they did not, the cloud would throw things at them and kill them all. One year it fell to the lot of the king's daughter to be handed over to the cloud, and they took her in procession, to the roll of muffled drums, and attended by her weeping father and mother, to the top of a mountain, and left her sitting in a chair there all alone. Then the fairy cloud came down on the top of the mountain, set the princess in her lap, and began to suck her blood out of her little finger. For it was on the blood of girls that this wicked fairy lived. When the poor princess was faint with the loss of blood, and lay like a log, the cloud carried her away up to a fairy palace in the sky. But the brave youth had seen all that happened from behind a bush, and no sooner did the fairy spirit away the princess to her palace, that he turned himself into an eagle and flew after them. He lighted on a tree just outside the palace, and looking in at the window, he beheld a room full of young girls all in bed, for these were the victims of former years, whom the fairy cloud had half killed by sucking their blood, yet they called her Mamma. When the fairy went away and left the girls, the brave young man had food drawn up for them by ropes, and he told them to ask the fairy how she might be killed, and what was to become of them when she died. It was a delicate question, but the fairy answered it, saying, I shall never die. However, when the girls pressed her, she took them out to a terrace and said, Do you see that mountain far off there? On the mountain is a tigress with 7 heads. If you wish me to die, a lion must fight that tiger and tear off all 7 of her heads. In her body is an egg, and if anyone hits me with it in the middle of my forehead, I shall die. But if that egg falls into my hands, the tigress will come to life again, resume her 7 heads, and I shall live. When the young girls heard this, they pretended to be glad and said, Good, certainly our mamma can never die. But naturally they were discouraged. However, when she went away again, they told it all to the young man, and he bade them have no fear. Away he went to the mountain, turned himself into a lion, and fought the tigress. Meantime the fairy came home, saying, Alas, I feel ill. For 6 days the fight went on, the young man tearing off one of the tigress's heads each day, and each day the strength of the fairy kept ebbing away. Then after allowing himself 2 days' rest, the hero tore off the 7th head and secured the egg, but not till it had rolled into the sea and been brought back to him by a friendly dogfish. When he returned to the fairy with the egg in his hand, she begged and prayed him to give it to her, but he made her first restore the young girls to health and send them away in handsome carriages. When she had done so, he struck her on the forehead with the egg, and she fell down dead. A sorcerer body without soul whose death was in an egg. Similarly, in a story from the Western Riviera, a sorcerer called Body Without Soul can only be killed by means of an egg, which is in an eagle, which is in a dog, which is in a lion, and the egg must be broken on the sorcerer's forehead. The hero who achieves the adventure has received the power of changing himself into a lion, a dog, an eagle, and an ant from 4 creatures of these sorts, among whom he had fairly divided the carcass of a dead ass. The external soul in Slavonic stories. Stories of the same sort are current among Slavonic peoples. In some of them, as in the biblical story of Samson and Delilah, the warlock is questioned by a treacherous woman as to the place where his strength resides or his life or death is stowed away, and his suspicions being roused by her curiosity, he at first puts her off with false answers, but is at last beguiled into telling her the truth, thereby incurring his doom through her treachery. Russian story of Koshi the Deathless, whose death was in an egg. Thus a Russian story tells how a certain warlock called Kashchi or Koshchi the Deathless carried off a princess and kept her prisoner in a golden castle. However, a prince made up to her one day as she was walking alone and disconsolate in the castle garden, and cheered by the prospect of escaping with him, she went to the warlock and coaxed him with false and flattering words, saying, "My dearest friend, tell me, I pray you, will you never die?" "Certainly not," he says. "Well," she says, "and where is your death? Is it in your dwelling?" "To be sure it is," says he. "It is in the broom under the threshold." Thereupon the princess seized the broom and threw it on the fire, but although the broom burned, the deathless Koshi remained alive. Indeed, not so much as a hair of him was singed. Balked in her first attempt, the artful hussy pouted and said, "You do not love me true, for you have not told me where your death is. Yet I am not angry, but love you with all my heart." With these fawning words she besought the warlock to tell her truly where his death was. So he laughed and said, "Why do you wish to know?" "Well then, out of love, I will tell you where it lies. In a certain field there stands 3 green oaks, and under the roots of the largest oak is a worm, and if ever the worm is found and crushed, that instant I shall die." When the princess heard these words, she went straight to her lover and told him all, and he searched till he found the oaks and dug up the worm and crushed it. Then he hurried to the warlock's castle, but only to learn from the princess that the warlock was still alive. Then she fell to wheedling and coaxing Koshi once more, and this time, overcome by her wiles, he opened his heart to her and told her the truth. "My death," said he, "is far from here and hard to find, on the wide ocean. In that sea is an island, and on the island there grows a green oak, and beneath the oak is an iron chest, and in the chest is a small basket, and the basket is a hare, and the hare is a duck, and the duck is an egg, and he who finds the egg and breaks it kills me at the same time." The prince naturally procured the faithful egg, and with it in his hands, he confronted the deathless warlock. The monster would have killed him, but the prince began to squeeze the egg. At that the warlock shrieked with pain, and turned to the false princess, who stood by, smirking and smiling. "Was it not out of love for you," said he, "that I told you where my death was? And is this the return you make of me?" With that he grabbed at his sword, which hung from a peg on the wall. Before he could reach it, the prince had crushed the egg, and sure enough the deathless warlock found his death at the same moment. Other versions of the story of Koshchei the Deathless. Another version of the same story, when the cunning warlock deceives the traitress by telling her that his death is in the broom. She gilds the broom, and at supper the warlock sees it shining under the threshold, and asks her sharply, "What's that?" "Oh," says she, "you see how I honour you." "Simpleton," says he, "I was joking. My death is out there fastened to the oak fence." So next day when the warlock was out, the prince came and gilded the whole fence. And in the evening when the warlock was at supper, he looked out of the window and saw the fence glittering like gold. "And pray what may that be?" said he to the princess. "You see," she said, "how I respect you. If you are dear to me, dear too is your death. That is why I have gilded the fence in which your death resides." The speech pleased the warlock, and in the fullness of his heart he revealed to her the fatal secret of the egg. When the prince, with the help of some friendly animals, obtained possession of the egg, he put it in his bosom and repaired to the warlock's house. The warlock himself was sitting at the window in a very gloomy frame of mind, and when the prince appeared and showed him the egg, the light grew dim in the warlock's eyes, and he became all of a sudden very meek and mild. But when the prince began to play with the egg, and to throw it from one hand to the other, the deathless Koshi staggered from one corner of the room to the other, and when the prince broke the egg, Koshi the deathless fell down and died. In one of the descriptions of Koshi's death, he is said to be killed by a blow on the forehead inflicted by the mysterious egg, the last link in the magic chain by which his life is darkly bound. In another version of the same story, but told of a snake, the fatal blow is struck by a small stone found in the yolk of an egg, which is inside a duck, which is inside a hare, which is inside a stone, which is on an island. Death in the Blue Rose Tree. In another Russian story, the death of an enchantress is in a blue rose tree in a blue forest. Prince Ivan uproots the rose tree, whereupon the enchantress straightway sickens. He brings the rose tree to her house and finds her at the point of death. Then he throws it into the cellar, crying, "Behold her death!" And at once the whole building shakes, and becomes an island, on which are people who had been sitting in hell, and who offer up thanks to Prince Ivan. In another Russian story, a prince is grievously tormented by a witch who has got hold of his heart and keeps it seething in a magic cauldron. The external soul in Bohemian and Servian stories. In a Bohemian tale, a warlock's strength lies in an egg, which is in a duck, which is in a stag, which is under a tree. A steer finds the egg and sucks it. Then the warlock rose as weak as a child, for all his strength had passed into the seer. True steel, whose strength was in a bird. A Servian story relates how a certain warlock called True Steel carried off a prince's wife and kept her shut up in his cave. But the prince contrived to get speech of her, and told her that she must persuade True Steel to reveal to her where his strength lay. So when True Steel came home, the prince's wife said to him, "Tell me now, where is your great strength?" He answered, "My wife, my strength is in my sword." Then she began to pray and turned to his sword. When True Steel saw that, he laughed and said, "O foolish woman, my strength is not in my sword, but in my bow and arrows." Then she turned towards the bow and arrows and prayed. But True Steel said, "I see, my wife, you have a clever teacher who has taught you to find out where my strength lies. I could almost say that your husband is living, and it is he who teaches you." But she assured him that nobody had taught her. When she found he had deceived her again, she waited for some days and then asked him again about the secret of his strength. He answered, "Since you think so much of my strength, I will tell you truly where it is. Far away from here there is a very high mountain. In the mountain there is a fox. In the fox there is a hart. In the hart there is a bird, and in this bird is my strength. It is no easy task, however, to catch the fox, for she can transform herself into a multitude of creatures." So next day, when True Steel went forth from the cave, the prince came and learned from his wife the true secret of the warlock's strength. So away he hid in the mountain, and there, through the fox, or rather the vixen, turned himself into various shapes, he managed with the help of certain friendly eagles, falcons, and dragons to catch and kill her. Then he took out the fox's heart, and out of the heart he took the bird and burnt it in a great fire. At that very moment True Steel fell down dead. Servian story of the dragon of the watermill whose strength was in a pigeon. In another Servian story we read how a dragon resided in a watermill and ate up 2 kings' sons, one after the other. The third son went out to seek his brothers, and coming to the watermill he found nobody in it but an old woman. She revealed to him the dreadful character of the being that kept the mill, and how he had devoured the prince's 2 elder brothers, and she implored him to go away home before the same fate could overtake him. But he was both brave and cunning, and he said to her, "Listen well to what I am going to say to you. Ask the dragon whither he goes and where his strength is. Then kiss all that place where he tells you his strength is, as if from love, till you find it out, and afterwards tell me when I come." So when the dragon came in, the old woman began to question him. "Where in God's name have you been? Whither do you go so far?" "You will never tell me whither you go," the dragon replied. "Well, my dear old woman, I do go far." Then the old woman coaxed him, saying, "And why do you go so far? Tell me where your strength is. If I knew where your strength is, I don't know what I should do for love. I would kiss all their place." Thereupon the dragon smiled and said to her, "Yonder is my strength in that fireplace." Then the old woman began to fondle and kiss the fireplace, and the dragon, on seeing it, burst into a laugh. "Silly old woman," he said, "my strength is not there. It is in the tree fungus in front of the house." Then the old woman began to fondle and kiss the tree, but the dragon laughed again and said to her, "Away, old woman, my strength is not there." "Then where is it?" asked the old woman. "My strength," said he, "is a long way off, and you cannot go thither. Far in another kingdom, under the king's city, is a lake. In the lake is a dragon. In the dragon is a boar. In the boar is a pigeon, and in the pigeon is my strength." The murder was now out, so next morning when the dragon went away from the mill to attend to his usual business of eating people up, the prince came to the old woman, and she led him into the secret of the dragon's strength. The prince accordingly set off to find the lake in the far country and the other dragon that lived in it. He found them both at last. The lake was a still and lonely water surrounded by green meadows, where flocks of sheep nibbled the sweet lush grass. The fight with the dragon. The hero tucked up his hose and his sleeves, and wading out into the lake, called aloud on the dragon to come forth and fight. Soon the monster emerged from the water, slimy and dripping, his scaly back glistening in the morning sun. The two grappled and wrestled from morning to afternoon of a long summer day. What with the heat of the weather and the violence of the exertions, the dragon was quite exhausted, and said, "Let me go, prince, that I may moisten my parched head in the lake and toss you to the sky." But the prince sternly refused, so the dragon relaxed his grip and sank under the water, which bubbled and gurgled over the place where he plunged into the depths. When he had disappeared and the ripples had subsided on the surface, you would never have suspected that under that calm water, reflecting the green banks, the white straying sheep, the blue sky, and the fleecy gold-flecked clouds of a summer evening, there lurked so ferocious and dangerous a monster. Next day the combat was renewed, with the same result. But on the third day the hero, fortified by a kiss from the fair daughter of the king of the land, tossed the dragon high in the air, and when the monster fell with the most tremendous thud on the water, he burst into little bits. Out of the pieces sprang a boar, which ran away as fast as it could lay legs to the ground. But the prince sent sheepdogs after it, which caught it up and rent it in pieces. Out of the pieces sprang a pigeon, but the prince let loose a falcon, which stooped on the pigeon, seized it in its talons, and brought it to the prince. In the pigeon was the life of the dragon who kept the mill, so before inflicting on the monster the doom he so richly merited, the prince questioned him as to the fate of his two elder brothers who had perished at the hands, or rather under the claws and fangs of the dragon. Having ascertained how to restore them to life, and to release a multitude of other victims, whom the dragon kept prisoners in a vault under the water-mill, the prince wrung the pigeon's neck, and that of course was the end of the dragon and his unscrupulous career. The external soul in a Lithuanian story. The soulless king whose soul was in a duck's egg. A Lithuanian story relates how a prince married a princess and got with her a kingdom to boot. She gave him the keys of the castle and told him he might enter every chamber except one small room, of which the key had a bit of twine tied to it. But one day, having nothing to do, he amused himself by rummaging in all the rooms of the castle, and amongst the rest he went into the little forbidden chamber. In it he found 12 heads and a man hanging on the hook of the door. The man said to the prince, "Oblige me by fetching me a glass of beer." The prince fetched it, and the man drank it. Then the man said to the prince, "Oblige me by releasing me from the hook." The prince released him. The Soulless King. Now the man was a king without a soul, and he at once availed himself of his liberty to come to an understanding with the coachmen at the castle, and between them they put the prince's wife in the coach and drove off with her. The prince rode after them, and coming up with the coach, called out, "Halt, soulless king, step out and fight." The king stepped out, and the fight began. In a trice, the king had sliced the buttons off the prince's coat and pinked him on the side. Then he stepped into the coach and drove off. The prince rode after him, and when he came up with the coach, he called out, "Halt, soulless king, step out and fight." The king stepped out, and they fought again, and again the king sliced off the prince's buttons and pinked him on the side. Then, after carefully wiping and sheathing his sword, he said to his discomfited adversary, "Now look here, I let you off the first time for the sake of the glass of beer you gave me, and I let you off the second time because you let me down from that infernal hook. But if you fight me a third time, by gad, I'll make a mincemeat of you." Then he stepped into the coach, told the coachman to drive on, jerked up the coach window with a bang, and drove away like anything. But the prince galloped after him, and coming up with the coach for the third time, he called out, "Halt, soulless king, step out and fight." The king did step out, and the two of them went tooth and nail, but the prince had no chance. Before he knew where he was, the king ran him through the body, whisked off his head, and left him lying a heap of raw mince beside the road. His wife, or rather his widow, said to the king, "Let me gather up the fragments that remain." The king said, "Certainly." So she made up the mince into a neat parcel, deposited it on the front of the coach, and away they drove to the king's castle. The Water of Life. Well, to cut a long story short, a brother-in-law of the deceased prince sent a hawk to fetch the Water of Life. The hawk brought it in his beak. The brother-in-law poured the water on the fragments of the prince, and the prince came to life again at once, safe and sound. Then he went to the king's castle and played on a little pipe, and his wife heard it in the castle and said, "That is how my husband used to play whom the king cut in bits." So she went out to the gate and said to him, "Are you my husband?" "That I am," she said, and he told her to find out from the king where he kept his soul, and then to come and tell him. So she went to the king and said to him, "Where my husband's soul is, there must mine be too." The soul in the duck's egg. The king was touched by this artless expression of her love, and he replied, "My soul is in yonder lake. In that lake lies a stone, and in that stone is a hare. In the hare is a duck. In the duck is an egg, and in the egg is my soul." So the queen went and told her former husband, the prince, and gave him plenty of money and food for the journey, and off he set for the lake. But when he came to the lake, he did not know in which part of it the stone was, so he roamed about the banks, and he was hungry, for he had eaten up all the food. Then he met a dog, and the dog said to him, "Don't shoot me dead. I might be a mighty helper to you in your time of need." So he let the dog live and went on his way. Next he saw a tree with two hawks on it, an old one and a young one, and he climbed up the tree to catch the young one. But the old hawk said to him, "Don't take my young one. He will be a mighty helper to you in your time of need." So the prince climbed down the tree and went on his way. Then he saw a huge crab and wished to break off one of his claws for something to eat. But the crab said to him, "Don't break off my claw. It will be a mighty helper to you in your time of need." So he left the crab alone and went on his way. And he came to people and got them to fish up the stone for him from the lake and to bring it from him on the bank. And there he broke the stone in two, and out of the stone jumped a hare. But the dog seized the hare and tore him, and out of the hare flew a duck. The young hawk pounced on the duck and rent it, and out of the duck fell an egg, and the egg rolled into the lake. But the crab fetched the egg out of the lake, and had brought it to the prince. Then the king fell ill. So the prince went to the king and said, "You killed me, now I will kill you." "Don't," said the king. "I will," said the prince. With that he threw the egg on the ground, and the king fell out of the bed as dead as a stone. So the prince went home with his wife, and very happy they were. You may take my word for it. The external soul in Teutonic stories. Amongst the peoples of the Teutonic stock, stories of the external soul are not wanting. In a tale told by the Saxons in Transylvania, it is said that a young man shot at a witch again and again. Transylvanian story of a witch whose life was in a light. The bullets went clean through her, but did her no harm. And she only laughed and mocked at him. "Silly earthworm," she cried, "shoot as much as you like. It does me no harm. For now that my life resides not in me, but far, far away. In a mountain is a pond. On the pond swims a duck. In the duck is an egg. In the egg burns a light. That light is my life. If you could put out the light, my life would be at an end. But that can never, never be." However, the young man got hold of the egg, smashed it, and put out the light, and with it the witch's life went out also. In this last story, as in many other stories of the same type, the hero achieves his adventure by the help of certain grateful animals whom he had met and done a service to on his travels. German story of Soulless the cannibal, whose soul was in a box. The same incident occurs in another German tale of this class, which runs thus. Once upon a time there was a young fellow called Body Without Soul, or for short Soulless, and he was a cannibal who would eat nothing but young girls. Now it was a custom in that country that the girls drew lots every year, and the one on whom the lot fell was handed over to Soulless. In time it happened that the lot fell on the king's daughter. The king was exceedingly sorry, but what could he do? Law was law, and had to be obeyed. So they took the princess to the castle where Soulless resided, and he shut her up in the larder and fattened her for his dinner. But a brave soldier undertook to rescue her, and off he set for the cannibal's castle. Well, as he trudged along, what should he see but a fly, an eagle, a bear, and a lion sitting in a field by the side of the road, and quarrelling about their shares in a dead horse. The helpful animals. So he divided the carcass fairly between them, and as a reward, the fly and the eagle bestowed on him the power of changing himself at will into either of their shapes. That evening he made himself into an eagle and flew up a high tree. There he looked about, but could see nothing but trees. Next morning he flew on till he came to a great castle, and the gate was a big black board with these words chalked up on it: "Mr. Soulless lives here." When the soldier read that, he was glad, and changed himself into a fly, and flew buzzing from window to window, looking at every one till he came to the one where the fair princess sat a prisoner. He introduced himself at once, and said, "I am come to free you, but first you must learn where the soul of Soulless really is." "I don't know," replied the princess, "but I will ask." So after much coaxing and entreaty, she learned that the soul of the Soulless was in a box, and that box was on a rock in the middle of the Red Sea. When the soldier heard that, he turned himself into an eagle again, flew to the Red Sea, and came back with the soul of Soulless in the box. Arrived at the castle, he knocked and banged at the door, as if the house was on fire. Soulless did not know what was the matter, and he came down and opened the door himself. When he saw the soldier standing at it, I can assure you he was in a towering rage. "What do you mean," he roared, "by knocking at my door like that? I'll gobble you up on the spot, skin and hair and all." But the soldier laughed in his face. "You'd better not do that," he said, "for here I've got your soul in the box." When the cannibal heard that, all his courage went down into the calves of his legs, and he begged the entreated soldier to give him his soul. But the soldier would not hear of it. He opened the box, took out the soul, and flung it over his head. And that same instant down fell the cannibal, dead as a doornail. German story of flowers that were life tokens. Another German story, which embodies the notion of the external soul in a somewhat different form, tells how, once upon a time, a certain king had 3 sons and a daughter, and for each of the king's 4 children there grew a flower in the king's garden, which was a life flower, for it bloomed and flourished so long as the child lived, but drooped and withered away when the child died. Now the time came when the king's daughter married a rich man, and went to live with him far away. But it was not long before her flower withered in the king's garden. So the eldest brother went forth to visit his brother-in-law and comfort him in his bereavement. But when he came to his brother-in-law's castle, he saw the corpse of his murdered sister weltering on the ramparts. And his wicked brother-in-law set forth him boiled human hands and feet for his dinner. And when the king's son refused to eat of them, his brother-in-law led him through many chambers to a murder hole, where all sorts of implements of murder, but especially a gallows, a wheel, and a pot of blood. Here he said to the prince, "You must die, but you may choose your kind of death." The prince chose to die on the gallows, and die he did, even as he had said. So the eldest son's flower withered in the king's garden, and the second son went forth to learn the fate of his brother and sister. But it fared with him no better than with his elder brother, for he too died on the gallows in the murder hole of his wicked brother-in-law's castle, and his flower also withered away in the king's garden at home. Now when the youngest son was also come to his brother-in-law's castle, he saw the corpse of his murdered sister weltering on the ramparts, and the bodies of his two murdered brothers dangling from the gallows in the murder hole. He said that, for his part, he had a fancy to die by the wheel, but he was not quite sure how the thing was done, and would his brother-in-law kindly show him? "Oh, it's quite easy," said his brother-in-law. "You just put your head in so." And with that he popped his head through the middle of the wheel. "Just so," said the king's youngest son, and he gave the wheel a twirl, and as it spun round and round, the wicked brother-in-law died a painful death, which he richly deserved. And when he was quite dead, the murdered brothers and sister came to life again, and their withered flowers bloomed afresh in the king's garden. The warlock in the wood whose heart was in a bird. In another German story, an old warlock lives with a damsel, all alone in the midst of a vast and gloomy wood. She fears that being old he may die and leave her alone in the forest, but he reassures her. "Dear child," he said, "I cannot die, and I have no heart in my breast." But she importuned him to tell her where his heart was. So he said, "Far, far from here, in an unknown and lonesome land, stands a great church. The church is well secured with iron doors, and round about it flows a broad, deep moat. In the church flies a bird, and the bird is my heart. So long as the bird lives, I live. It cannot die of itself, and no one can catch it. Therefore I cannot die, and you need have no anxiety." However, the young man, whose bride the damsel was to have been before the warlock spirited her away, contrived to reach the church and catch the bird. He brought it to the damsel, who stowed him and it away under the warlock's bed. Soon the old warlock came home. He was ailing, and said so. The girl wept and said, "Alas, that he is dying. He has a heart in his breast after all." "Child," replied the warlock, "hold your tongue. I can't die. It will soon pass over." At that the young man under the bed gave the bird a gentle squeeze, and as he did so the old warlock felt very unwell and sat down. Then the young man gripped the bird tighter, and the warlock fell senseless from his chair. "Now squeeze him dead," cried the damsel. Her lover obeyed, and when the bird was dead, the old warlock also lay dead on the floor. The external soul in Norse stories. The giant whose heart was in a duck's egg. In the Norse tale of the giant who had no heart in his body, the giant tells the captive princess, "Far, far away in a lake lies an island. On that island stands a church. In that church is a well. In that well swims a duck. In that duck there is an egg. And in that egg there lies my heart." The hero of the tale, with the help of some animals to whom he has been kind, obtains the egg and squeezes it, at which the giant screams piteously and begs for his life. But the hero breaks the egg in pieces, and the giant at once bursts. In another Norse story, a hill ogre tells the captive princess that she will never be able to return home unless she finds the grain of sand which lies under the 9th tongue of the 9th head of a certain dragon. But if that grain of sand were to come over the rock in which the ogres live, they would all burst, and the rock itself would become a gilded palace, and the lake green meadows. The hero finds the grain of sand and takes it to the top of the high rock in which the ogres live. So all the ogres burst, and the rest falls out as one of the ogres had foretold. The external soul in Danish stories. The warlock whose heart was in a duck's egg. In a Danish tale, a warlock carries off a princess to his wondrous subterranean palace, and when she anxiously inquires how long he is likely to live, he assures her that he will certainly survive her. "No man," he says, "can rob me of my life, for it is in my heart, and my heart is not here, it is in safe keeping." She urges him to tell her where it is, so he says, "Very far from here, in a land that is called Poland, there is a great lake, and in the lake is a dragon, and in the dragon is a hare, and the hare is a duck, and in the duck is an egg, and in the egg is my heart. It is in good keeping, you may trust me. Nobody is likely to stumble upon it. The helpful animals. However, the hero of the tale, who is also the husband of the kidnapped princess, has fortunately received the power of turning himself at will into a bear, a dog, an ant, or a falcon as a reward for having divided the carcass of a deer impartially between 4 animals of these species, and availing himself of this useful art, he not only makes his way into the warlock's enchanted palace, but also secures the egg on which the enchanter's life depends. No sooner has he smashed the egg on the enchanter's ugly face than that miscreant drops down as dead as a herring. Danish story of the magician whose heart was in a fish. Another Danish story tells how a lad went out into the world to look for service. He met a man who hired him for 3 years and said he would give him a bushel of money for the first year, 2 bushels of money for the second, and 3 bushels of money for the third. The lad was well content, as you may believe, to get such good wages. But the man was a magician, and it was not long before he turned the lad into a hare, by pronouncing over him some strange words. For a whole year the lad scoured the woods in the shape of a hare, and there was not a sportsman in all the country round about that had not a shot at him. But not one of them could hit him. At the end of the year the magician spoke some other words over him and turned him back into human form and gave him the bushel of money. But then the magician mumbled some of the words, and the lad was turned into a raven and flew up into the sky. Again all the marksmen of the neighbourhood pointed their guns at him and banged away. But they only wasted powder and shot, for not one of them could hit him. At the end of the year the magician changed him back into a man and gave him 2 bushelfuls of money. But soon after he changed him into a fish, and in the form of a fish the young man jumped into the brook and swam down into the sea. There at the bottom of the ocean he saw a most beautiful castle all of glass, and in it a lovely girl all alone. Round and round the castle he swam, looking into all the rooms and admiring everything. At last he remembered the words the magician had spoken when he turned him back into a man, and by repeating them he was at once transformed into a stripling again. He walked into the glass castle and introduced himself to the girl, and though at first she was nearly frightened to death, she was soon very glad to have him with her. From her he learned that she was no other than the daughter of the magician, who kept her there for safety at the bottom of the sea. The two now laid their heads together, and she told him what to do. There was a certain king who owed her father money, and had not the wherewithal to pay, and if he did not pay by such and such a day, his head was to be cut off. So the young man was to take service of the king, offer him the bushels of money which he had earned in the service of the magician, and go with him to the magician to pay his debt. But he was to dress up as the court fool, so that the magician would not know him, and in that character he was to indulge in horseplay, smashing windows and so on, till the magician would fall into such a rage that, though the king had paid his debt to the last farthing, he would nevertheless be condemned to instant execution unless he could answer the magician's questions. The question would be these: "Where is my daughter? Would you know her if you saw her?" Now the magician would cause a whole line of phantom women to pass by, so that the young man would not be able to tell which of them was the sorcerer's daughter. But when her turn came to pass by, she would give him a nudge as a sign, and so he would know her. The magician's heart. Then the magician would ask, "And where is my heart?" And the young man was to say, "In a fish." And the magician would ask, "Would you know the fish if you saw it?" And he would cause all sorts of fishes to pass by, and the young man would have to say in which of them was the heart of the magician. He would never be able of himself to tell in which of them it was, but the girl would stand beside him, and when the right fish passed by, she would nudge him, and he was to catch it and rip it up. And the magician would ask him no more questions. Everything turned out exactly as she had said. The king paid his debt to the last farthing, but the young man, disguised as a court fool, cut such capers and smashed so many glass windows and doors that the heaps of broken glass were something frightful to contemplate. So there was nothing for it but that the king, who was of course responsible for the pranks of his fool, should either answer the magician's questions or die the death. While they were getting the axe and the block ready in the courtyard, the trembling king was interrogated by the stern magician. "Where is my daughter?" asked the sorcerer. Here the courtful cut in and said, "She is at the bottom of the sea. Would you know her if you saw her?" inquired the magician. "To be sure I would," answered the fool. So the magician caused a whole regiment of girls to defile before him, one after the other, and they were mere phantoms and apparitions. Almost last of all came the magician's daughter, and when she passed the young man, she pinched his arm so hard that he almost shrieked with pain. However, he dissembled his agony and put his arm round her waist, held her fast. The magician now played his last trump. "Where is my heart?" said he. "In a fish," said the fool. "Would you know the fish if you saw it?" asked the magician. "To be sure I would," answered the fool. Then all the fishes of the sea swam past, and when the right one came last of all, the girl nudged her lover. He seized the fish, and with one stroke of his knife slit it from end to end. Out tumbled the magician's heart. The young man seized it and cut it in two, and at the same moment the magician fell dead. The external soul in Icelandic stories. In Iceland they say that once a king's son was out hunting in a wood with the courtiers, when the mist came down so thick that his companions lost sight of the prince, and though they searched the woods till evening, they could not find him. The king's son in the cave of the giantess whose life was in an egg. At the news the king was inconsolable, and taking to his bed, caused proclamation to be made that he who could find and bring back his lost son should have half the kingdom. Now an old man and his old wife lived together in a wretched hut, and they had a daughter. She resolved to seek the lost prince and get the promised reward. So her parents gave her food for the journey and a pair of new shoes, and off she set. Well, she walked and better walked for days, and last she came towards evening to a cave, and going into it she saw two beds. One of them was covered with a cloth of silver, and the other with a cloth of gold, and the bed with the golden coverlet was the king's son fast asleep. She tried to wake him, but all in vain. Then she noticed some runes carved on the bedsteads, but she could not read them. So she went back to the mouth of the cave and hid behind the door. Hardly had she time to conceal herself when she heard a loud noise and saw two giantesses, two great hulking louts they were, stride into the cave. No sooner were they in than one said to the other, "Ah, what a smell of human flesh in our cave!" But the other thought the smell might come from the king's son. The Swan's Song. They went up to the bed where he was sleeping, and calling two swans, which the girl had not perceived in the dim light of the cave, they said, "Sing, sing, my swans, that the king's son may wake." So the swans sang, and the king's son awoke. The younger of the two hags offered him food, but he refused it. Then she asked him if he would marry her, but he said, "No, certainly not." Then she shrieked and said to the swans, "Sing, sing, my swans, that the king's son may sleep." The swans sang, and the king's son fell fast asleep. Then the two giantesses lay down in the bed with the silver coverlet, and slept till break of day. When they woke in the morning, they wakened the prince and offered him food again, but he again refused it, and the younger hag again asked him if he would have her to wife, but he would not hear of it. So they put him to sleep again to the singing of the swans, and left the cave. When they were gone a while, the girl came forth from her hiding place, and waked the king's son to the song of the swans, and he was glad to see her and to get the news. She told him that, when the hag asked him again to marry her, she must say, "Yes, but you must first tell me what is written on the beds, and what you do by day." So when it drew to evening, the girl hid herself again, and soon the giantess came, lit a fire in the cave, and cooked at it the game they had brought with them. And the younger hag wakened the king's son, and asked him if he would have something to eat. This time he said, "Yes." And when he had finished his supper, the giantess asked him if he would have her to wife. "That I will," said he, "but first you must tell me what the runes mean that are carved on the bed." She said that they meant, "Run, run, my little bed, run whither I will." He said he was very glad to know it, but she must also tell him what they did all day long out there in the wood. The hag told him that they hunted beasts and birds, and that between whiles they sat down under an oak and threw their life egg from one to the other. But they had to be careful, or if the egg were to break, they would both die. The life egg. The king's son thanked her kindly, but next morning, when the giantess asked him to go with them to the wood, he said that he would rather stay at home. So away went the giantesses by themselves, after they lulled him to sleep to the singing of the swans. But hardly were their backs turned, when out came the girl, and wakened the prince and told him to take his spear, and they would pursue the giantesses, and when they were throwing their life egg to each other, he was to hurl his spear at it and smash it to bits. But if you miss, said she, it is as much as your life is worth. So they came to the oak in the wood, and there they heard a loud laugh, and the king's son climbed up the tree, and there under the oak were the two giantesses, and one of them had a golden egg in her hand and threw it to the other. Just then the king's son hurled his spear and hit the egg so that it burst. At the same time the two hags fell dead to the ground, and the slaver dribbled out of their mouths. An Icelandic parallel to Meleager. In an Icelandic parallel, the story of Meleager, the spae wives, or sibyls, came to foretell the high destiny of the infant Gestur as he lies in his cradle. 2 candles were burning beside the child, and the youngest of the spae wives, conceiving herself slighted, cried out, I foretell that the child shall live no longer than this candle burns. Whereupon the chief sibyl put out the candle and gave it to Gestur's mother to keep, charging her not to light it again until her son should wish to die. Gestur lived 300 years, then he kindled the candle and expired. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic Religion, Part 7, Bold of the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10, The External Soul in Folk Tales, Part 2. The external soul in Celtic stories. The giant's soul was in a duck's egg. The conception of the external soul meets us also in Celtic stories. Thus a tale told by a blind fiddler in the island of Islay relates how a giant carried off a king's wife and his 2 horses and kept them in his den. But the horses attacked the giant and mauled him so that they could hardly crawl. He said to the queen, If I myself had my soul to keep, those horses would have killed me long ago. And where, my dear, she said, is thy soul? By the books I will take care of it. It is in the Bonach stone, said he. So on the morrow when the giant went out, the queen set the Bonach stone in order exceedingly. In the dusk of the evening the giant came back, and he said to the queen, What made thee set the Bonach stone in order like that? Because thy soul is in it, quoth she. I perceive, said he, that if thou didst know where my soul is, thou wouldst give it much respect. That I would, said she. It is not there, said he. My soul is. It is in the threshold. On the morrow she set the threshold in order finely, and when the giant returned, he asked her, What brought thee to set the threshold in order like that? Because thy soul is in it, said she. I perceive, said he, that if thou knewest where my soul is, thou would take care of it. That I would, said she. It is not there that my soul is, said he. There is a great flagstone under the threshold. There is a wether under the flag. There is a duck in the wether's belly, and an egg in the belly of the duck, and it is in the egg that my soul is. On the morrow when the giant was gone, they raised the flagstone, and out came the wether. They opened the wether, and out came the duck. They split the duck, and out came the egg. And the queen took the egg and crushed it in her hands, and at that very moment the giant, who was coming home in the dusk, fell down dead. In another Celtic tale, a sea beast has carried off a king's daughter. An old smith declares that there is no way of killing the beast but one. In the island that is in the midst of the loch is Eliad Chaisfion, the white-footed hind of the slenderest legs and the swiftest step, and though she should be caught, there would spring a hoodie out of her, and though the hoodie should be caught, there would spring a trout out of her, and there is an egg in the mouth of the trout, and the soul of the beast is in the egg, and if the egg breaks, the beast is dead. As usual, the egg is broken, and the beast dies. The Herdsman of Crochan and the Helpful Animals. In these Celtic tales, the helpful animals reappear and assist the hero in achieving the adventure, though for the sake of brevity, I've omitted to describe the parts they play in the plot. They figure also in an Argyllshire story, which seems, however, to be of Irish origin, for the Crochan of which we hear in it is not the rugged and lofty mountains, Ben Crochan, which towers above the beautiful Lochal, but Roscommon Crochan, near Bellanagar, the ancient palace of the kings of Connaught, long famous in Irish tradition. The story relates how a big giant, King of Sorsha, stole away the wife and the shaggy dun filly of the herdsman, or King of Crochan. So the herdsman begged a bannock to take with him by the way, and set off in quest of his wife and the filly. He went for a long, long time, till at last his soles were blackened and his cheeks were sunken. The yellow-headed birds were going to rest at the roots of the bushes and the tops of the thickets, and the dark clouds of night were coming and the clouds of day were departing. And he saw a house far from him, but though it was far from him, it did not take long to reach it. He went in, and sat in the upper end of the house, but there was no one within, and the fire was nearly kindled, the house nearly swept, and the bed nearly made. And who came in but the hawk of Glencork? And she said to him, "Are you here, young son of Crochan?" "I am," said he. The hawk said to him, "Do you know who was here last night?" "I do not," said he. "There were here," she said, "the big giant, King of Sorsha, your wife, and the shaggy dun filly, and the giant was threatening terribly, and if he could get hold of you, he would take the head of you." "I well believe it," said he. Then she gave him food and drink, and sent him to bed. She rose in the morning, made breakfast for him, and baked a bannock for him to take with him on his journey. And he went away and travelled all day, and the evening he came to another house and went in, and was entertained by the green-headed duck, who told him that the giant had rested there the night before with the wife and shaggy dun filly of the herdsman of Crochan. The next day the herdsman journeyed again, and at evening he came to another house, and went in, and was entertained by the fox of the scrubwood, who told him just what the hawk of Glencork and the green-headed duck had told him before. Next day the same thing happened, only it was the brown otter of the burn that entertained him at evening in a house where the fire was nearly kindled, the floor nearly swept, and the bed nearly made. The next morning when he awoke, the first thing he saw was the hawk of Glencork, the green-headed duck, the fox of the scrubwood, and the brown otter of the burn, all dancing together on the floor. They made breakfast for him, and partook of it all together, and said to him, "Should you be at any time in straits, think of us, and we will help you." Well, that very evening he came to the cave where the giant lived, and who was there before him but his own wife? She gave him food, and hid him under clothes at the upper end of the cave, and when the giant came home, he sniffed about and said, "The smell of a stranger is in the cave." But she said no, it was only a little bird she had roasted. The Simple Giant and the Wily Woman. "And I wish you would tell me," said she, "where you keep your life, that I may take good care of it." "It is in a grey stone over there," said he. So next day when he went away, she took the grey stone and dressed it well, and placed it in the upper end of the cave. When the giant came home in the evening, he said to her, "What is it that you have dressed there?" "Your own life," she said, "and we must be careful of it." "I perceive that you are very fond of me, but it is not there," said he. "Where is it?" said she. "It is in a grey sheep on yonder hillside," said he. On the morrow, when he went away, she got the grey sheep, dressed it well, and placed it in the upper end of the cave. When he came home in the evening, he said, "What is it that you have dressed there?" "Your own life, my love," said she. "It is not there as yet," said he. "Well," said she, "you are putting me to great trouble taking care of it, and you have not told me the truth these 2 times. He then said, "I think that I may tell it to you now. My life is below the feet of the big horse in the stable. There is a place down there in which there is a small lake. Over the lake are 7 grey hides, and over the hides are 7 swords from the hearth, and under all these are 7 oak planks. There was a trout in the lake, and a duck in the belly of the trout, an egg in the belly of the duck, and a thorn of blackthorn inside of the egg. Until that thorn is chewed small, I cannot be killed. Whenever the 7 grey hides, the 7 sods from the heath, and the 7 oak planks are touched, I shall feel it wherever I shall be. I have an axe above the door, and unless all these are cut through with one blow of it, the lake will not be reached. And when it will be reached, I shall feel it. Next day, when the giant had gone out hunting on the hill, the herdsmen of Croshan contrived, with the help of the friendly animals, the hawk, the duck, the fox, and the otter, to get possession of the fateful thorn and chew it before the giant could reach him. And no sooner had he done so than the giant dropped stark and stiff, a corpse. Argyleshire's story of the bear-stripping hangsman whose soul was in a duck's egg. Another Argyleshire story relates how a certain giant, who lived in the black quarry of Benbreck, carried off 3 daughters of a king, one after the other, at intervals of 7 years. The bereaved monarch sent champions to rescue his lost daughters, but though they surprised the giant in his sleep and cut off his head, it was all to no purpose. For as fast as they cut it off, he put it on again and made after them, as if nothing had happened. So the champions fled away before him as fast as they could lay legs to the ground, and the more agile of them escaped. But the shorter-winded he caught, bared them to the skin, and hanged them on hooks against the turrets of his castle. So he went by the name of the bear-stripping hangman. Now this amiable man had announced his intention of coming to fetch away the 4th and last of the king's daughters, when another 7 years should be up. The time was drawing near, and the king, with the natural instincts of a father, was in great tribulation. When, as good luck would have it, a son of the king of Ireland, by name Alistair, arrived in the king's castle and undertook to find out where the bear-stripping hangman had hidden his soul. To cut a long story short, the artful hangman had hidden his soul in an egg, which was in the belly of a duck, which was in the belly of a salmon, which was in the belly of a swift-footed hind of the cliffs. The prince wormed the secret from little old man, and by the help of a dog, a brown otter, and a falcon, he contrived to extract the egg from its various envelopes, and crushed it to bits between his hands and knees. So when he came to the giant's castle, he found the bear-stripping hangman lying dead on the floor. Highland Story of Headless Hugh. Another Highland story sets forth how Hugh, Prince of Lochlin, was long held captive by a giant who lived in a cave overlooking the Sound of Mull. At last, after he had spent many years of captivity in that dismal cave, it came to pass that one night the giant and his wife had a great dispute, and Hugh overheard their talk, and learned that the giant's soul was in a precious gem, which he always wore on his forehead. So the prince watched his opportunity, seized the gem, and having no means of escape or concealment, hastily swallowed it. Like lightning from the clouds, the giant's sword flashed from its scabbard and flew between Hugh's head and his body to intercept the gem before it could descend into the prince's stomach. But it was too late, and the giant fell down, sword in hand, and expired without a gasp. Hugh had now lost his head, it is true, but having the giant's soul in his body, he felt none the worse for the accident. So he buckled the giant's sword at his side, mounted the grey filly, swifter than the east wind, that never had a bridle, and rode home. But the want of his head made a painful impression on his friends. Indeed, they maintained that he was a ghost, and shut the door in his face. So now he wanders for ever in shades of darkness, riding the grey filly fleeter than the wind. On stormy nights, when the wind howls about the gables and among the trees, you may see him galloping along the shore of the sea between wave and sand. Many a naughty little boy who would not go quietly to bed has been carried off by Headless Hugh on his grey filly and never seen again. The Mackays, the descendants of the seal. In Sutherlandshire, at the present day, there is a sept of Mackays, known as the descendants of the seal, who claim to be sprung from a mermaid, and the story they tell in explanation of their claim involves the notion of the external soul. They say that the Laird of Bogey used to go down to the rocks under his castle to bathe. One day he saw a mermaid close in shore, combing her hair and swimming about, as if she were anxious to land. After watching her for a time, he noticed her cowl on the rocks beside him, and knowing that she could not go to sea without it, he carried the cowl up to the castle in the hope that she would follow him. She did so, but he refused to give up the cowl and detained the sea maiden herself, and made her his wife. To this she consented with great reluctance, and told him that her life was bound up with the cowl, and that if it rotted or was destroyed, she would instantly die. So the cowl was placed for safety in the middle of a great haystack, and there it lay for years. One unhappy day, when the laird was down from home, the servants were working among the hay and found the cowl. Not knowing what it was, they showed it to the lady of the house. The sight revived memories of her old life in the depths of the sea, so she took the cowl, and leaving her child in its cot, plunged into the sea and never came home to Borgi any more. Only sometimes she would swim close inshore to see her boy, and then she wept because he was not of her own kind, that she might take him to sea with her. The boy grew to be a man, and his descendants are famous swimmers. They cannot drown, and to this day they are known in the neighbourhood as Stilcht and Rowan, that is, the descendants of the seal. The external soul in Irish and Breton stories. The giant and the egg. In an Irish story we read how a giant kept a beautiful damsel a prisoner in his castle on the top of a hill, which was white with the bones of the champions who had tried in vain to rescue the fair captive. At last the hero, after hewing and slashing at the giant all to no purpose, discovered that the only way to kill him was to rub a mole on the giant's right breast with a certain egg, which was in a duck, which was in a chest, which lay locked and bound at the bottom of the sea. With the help of some obliging salmon, rams, and eagles, the hero as usual made himself master of the precious egg, and slew the giant by merely striking it against the mole on his right breast. Similarly, in a Breton story, there figures a giant whom neither fire nor water nor steel can harm. He tells his seventh wife, whom he has just married after murdering all her predecessors, "I am immortal, and no one can hurt me unless he crushes on my breast an egg which is in a pigeon, which is in the belly of a hare. This hare is in the belly of a wolf, and this wolf is in the belly of my brother, who dwells 1,000 leagues from here. So I am quite easy on that score." The helpful animals. A soldier, the hero of the tale, had been of service to an ant, a wolf, and a sea-bird, who in return bestowed on him the power of turning himself into an ant, a wolf, or a sea-bird at will. By means of this magical power, the soldier contrived to obtain the egg and crush it on the breast of the giant, who immediately expired. Body without soul. Another Breton story tells of a giant who was called Body without soul because his life did not reside in his body. He himself dwelt in a beautiful castle which hung between heaven and earth, suspended by 4 golden chains. But his life was in an egg, and the egg was in a dove, and the dove was in a hare, and the hare was in a wolf, and the wolf was in an iron chest at the bottom of the sea. In his castle in the air he kept prisoner a beauteous princess, whom he had swooped down upon and carried off in a magic chariot. The helpful animals. But her lover turned himself into an ant, and so climbed up one of the golden chains into the enchanted castle, for he had done a kindness to the king and queen of ants, and they rewarded him by transforming him into an ant in his time of need. When he had learned from the captive princess the secret of the giant's life, he procured a chest from the bottom of the sea by the help of the king of fishes, whom he had also obliged, and opening the chest, he killed first the wolf, then the hare, and the dove, and at the death of each animal the giant grew weaker and weaker, as if he had lost a limb. In the stomach of the dove the hero found the egg on which the giant's life depended, and when he came with it to the castle he found Body without soul stretched on his bed at the point of death. So he dashed the egg against the giant's forehead. The egg broke, and the giant straightway expired. The giant whose life was in a box tree. In another Breton tale, the life of a giant resides in an old box tree which grows in his castle garden, and to kill him it is necessary to sever the taproot of the tree at a single blow of an axe without injuring any of the lesser roots. This task the hero, as usual, successfully accomplishes, and at the same moment the giant drops dead. The external soul in stories of non-Aryan peoples. The ancient Egyptian story of the two brothers. The notion of an external soul has now been traced in folk tales told by Aryan peoples from India to Brittany and the Hebrides. We have still to show that the same idea occurs commonly in the popular stories of peoples who do not belong to the Aryan stock. In the first place, it appears in the ancient Egyptian story of the two brothers. This story was written down in the reign of Ramesses II about 1300 BC. It is therefore older than our present redaction of Homer and far older than the Bible. The outline of the story, so far as it concerns us here, is as follows. Once upon a time there were two brethren. The name of the elder was Anpu, and the name of the younger was Bata. Now Anpu had a house and a wife, and his younger brother dwelt with him as his servant. It was Anpu who made the garments, and every morning when it grew light, he drove the kine afield. As he walked behind them, they used to say to him, "The grass is good in such and such a place," and he heard what they said, and led them to the good pasture that they desired. So his kine grew very sleek and multiplied greatly. One day when the two brothers were at work in the field, the older brother said to the younger, "Run and fetch seed from the village." So the younger brother ran and said to the wife of his older brother, "Give me seed that I may run to the field, for my brother sent me, saying, 'Tarry not.' She said, 'Go to the barn and take as much as thou wouldst.' He went and filled a jar of wheat and barley, and came forth bearing it on his shoulders. When the woman saw him, her heart went out to him, and she laid hold of him and said, 'Come, let us rest an hour together.' But he said, 'Thou art to me as a mother, and my brother is to me as a father.' So he would not hearken to her, but took the load on his back and went away to the field. In the evening, when the elder brother was returning from the field, his wife feared for what she had said. So she took soot and made herself as one who had been beaten. And when her husband came home, she said, 'When thy younger brother came to fetch seed, he said to me, Come, let us rest an hour together. But I would not, and he beat me.' Then the elder brother came like a panther of the south. He sharpened his knife and stood behind the door of the cowhouse. And when the sun set and the younger brother came laden with all the herbs of the field, as was his wont every day, the cow that walked in front of the herd said to him, 'Behold, thine elder brother stands with a knife to kill thee. Flee before him.' When he heard what the cow said, he looked under the door of the cowhouse, and saw the feet of his elder brother standing behind the door, his knife in his hand. So he fled, and his brother pursued him with the knife. But the younger brother cried for help to the sun, and the sun heard him, and caused a great water to spring up between him and his elder brother, and the water was full of crocodiles. The two brothers stood, the one on the one side of the water, and the other on the other. And the younger brother told the elder brother all that had befallen. So the elder brother repented him of what he had done, and he lifted up his voice and wept. But he could not come at the farther bank by reason of the crocodiles. His younger brother called to him and said, 'Go home and tend the cattle thyself, for I will dwell no more in the place where thou art. I will go to the valley of the acacia, but this is what thou shalt do for me.' The heart and the flower of acacia. Thou shalt come and care for me, if evil befalls me, for I will enchant my heart and place it on the top of the flower of the acacia. And if they cut the acacia, and my heart falls to the ground, thou shalt come and seek it. And when thou hast found it, thou shalt lay it in a vessel of fresh water. Then I shall come to life again. But this is a sign that evil has befallen me. The pot of beer in thine hand shall bubble.' So he went away to the valley of the acacia. But his brother returned home with dust on his head, and slew his wife, and cast her to the dogs. Bata in the valley of the acacia. For many days afterwards the younger brother dwelt alone in the valley of the acacia. By day he hunted the beasts of the field, but at evening he came and laid him down under the acacia, on the top of whose flower was his heart. And many days after that he built himself a house in the valley of the Acacia. But the gods were grieved for him, and the sun said to Khnumu, "Make a wife for Beta, that he may not dwell alone." So Khnumu made him a woman to dwell with him, who was perfect in her limbs more than any woman on earth, and all the gods were in her. So she dwelt with him. But one day a lock of her hair fell into the river and floated down to the land of Egypt, to the house of Pharaoh's washerwoman. The fragrance of the lock perfumed Pharaoh's raiment, and the washerwomen were blamed for it, and said, "An odor of perfume in the garments of Pharaoh." So the heart of Pharaoh's chief washerman was weary of the complaints that were made every day, and he went to the wharf, and there in the water he spied the lock of hair. He sent one down into the river to fetch it, and because it smelt sweetly, he took it to Pharaoh. The Pharaoh's magicians were sent for, and they said, "The lock of hair belongs to a daughter of the sun, who has in her the essence of all the gods. Let messengers go forth to all foreign lands to seek her." So the woman was brought from the valley of the Acacia with chariots and archers and much people, and all the land of Egypt rejoiced at her coming. And Pharaoh loved her. But when they asked her of her husband, she said to Pharaoh, "Let them cut down the acacia, and let them destroy it." So men were sent with tools to cut down the acacia. How Bata died and was brought to life again. They came to it and cut the flower upon which was the heart of Bata, and he fell down dead in that evil hour. But the next day, when the earth grew light, and the older brother of Bata was entered into his house, and had sat down, they brought him a pot of beer, and it bubbled, and they gave him a jug of wine, and it grew turbid. Then he took his staff and his sandals, and hired him to the valley of the Acacia, and there he found his younger brother lying dead in his house. So he sought for the heart of his brother under the acacia. For 3 years he sought in vain, but in the 4th year he found it in the berry of the acacia. So he threw the heart into a cup of fresh water, and when it was night, and the heart had sucked in much water, Bata shook all his limbs and revived. Then he drank the cup of water in which his heart was, and his heart went into its place, and he lived as before. The external soul in Arabian stories. The genie and the sparrow. In the Arabian Nights, we read how Sayf el-Muluk, after wandering for 4 months over mountains and hills and deserts, came to a lofty palace in which he found the lovely daughter of the King of India sitting alone on a golden couch in a hall spread with silken carpets. She tells him that she is held captive by a genie, who had swooped down on her and carried her off while she was disporting herself with her female slaves in a tank in the great garden of her father the king. Sayf el-Muluk then offers to smite the genie with the sword and slay him. "But," she replies, "thou canst not slay him unless thou kill his soul." "And in what place," said he, "is his soul?" She answered, "I asked him respecting it many times, but he would not confess to me its place. It happened, however, that I urged him one day, and he was enraged against me, and said to me, 'How often wilt thou ask me respecting my soul? What is the reason of thy question respecting my soul?' So I answered him, 'O Hatim, there remaineth to me one but thee, excepting God, and as long as I live, I will not cease to hold thy soul in my embrace, and if I do not take care of thy soul, and put it in the midst of my eye, how can I live after thee? If I knew thy soul, I would take care of it as of my right eye.' And thereupon he said to me, 'When I was born, the astrologers declared that the destruction of my soul would be effected by the hand of one of the sons of the human kings. I therefore took my soul and put it into the crop of a sparrow, and I imprisoned the sparrow in a little box, and put this into another small box, and this I put within 7 other small boxes, and I put these within 7 chests, and the chests are put into a coffer of marble within the verge of this circumambient ocean. For this part is remote from the countries of mankind, and none of mankind can gain access to it.' But Sayf el-Muluk got possession of the sparrow and strangled it, and the genie fell upon the ground, a heap of black ashes." The Ogress and the Bottle. In a modern Arabian tale, a king marries an ogress who puts out the eyes of the king's 40 wives. One of the blinded queens gives birth to a son, whom she names Mohammed the Prudent. But the ogress queen hated him and compassed his death. So she sent him on an errand to the house of her kinsfolk, the ogres. In the house of the ogres he saw some things hanging from the roof, and on asking a female slave what they were, she said, "That is the bottle which contains the life of my lady the queen, and the other bottle beside it contains the eyes of the queens whom my mistress blinded." A little afterwards he spied a beetle and rose to kill it. "Don't kill it," cried the slave, "for that is my life." But Mohammed the Prudent watched the beetle till it entered a chink in the wall, and when the female slave had fallen asleep, he killed the beetle in its hole, and so the slave died. Then Mohammed took down the 2 bottles and carried them home to his father's palace. There he presented himself before the ogress queen and said, "See, I have your life in my hand, but I will not kill you till you have replaced the eyes which you took from the 40 queens." The ogress did as she was bid, and then Mohammed the Prudent said, "There, take your life." But the bottle slipped from his hand and fell. The life of the ogress escaped from it, and she died. The external soul in Basque, Kabyle, and Magyar stories. A Basque story, which closely resembles some of the stories told among Aryan peoples, relates how a monster, a body without soul, detains a princess in captivity and is questioned by her as to how he might be slain. With some reluctance he tells her, "You must kill a terrible wolf which is in the forest, and inside him is a fox, in the fox is a pigeon. This pigeon has an egg in his head, and whoever should strike me on the forehead with this egg would kill me." The hero of the story, by name Malbruk, has learned, in the usual way, the art of turning himself at will into a wolf, an ant, a hawk, or a dog, and on the strength of this accomplishment he kills the animals, one after the other, and extracts the precious egg from the pigeon's head. When the wolf is killed, the monster feels it and says despondently, "I do not know if anything is going to happen to me. I am much afraid of it." When the fox and the pigeon have been killed, he cries that it is all over with him, and they have taken the egg out of the pigeon, and that he knows not what is to become of him. Finally, the princess strikes the monster on the forehead with the egg, and he falls a corpse. In a Kabyle story, an ogre declares that his fate is far away in an egg, which is in a pigeon, which is in a camel, which is in the sea. The hero procures the egg and crushes it between his hands, and the ogre dies. In a Magyar folk tale, an old witch detains a young prince called Ambrose in the bowels of the earth. At last she confided to him that she kept a wild boar in a silken meadow, and if it were killed they would find a hare inside, and inside the hare a pigeon, and inside the pigeon a small box, and inside the box one black and one shining beetle. The shining beetle held her life, and the black one held her power. If these 2 beetles died, then her life would come to an end also. When the old hag went out, Ambrose killed the wild boar and took out the hare, and from the hare he took the pigeon, from the pigeon the box, and from the box the 2 beetles. He killed the black beetle, but kept the shining one alive. So the witch's power left her immediately, and when she came home, she had to take to her bed. Having learned from her how to escape from his prison to the upper air, Ambrose killed the shining beetle, and the old hag's spirit left her at once. In another Hungarian story, the safety of the dwarf king resides in a golden cockchafer, inside a golden cock, inside a golden sheep, inside a golden stag, in the 99th island. The hero overcomes all these golden animals, and so recovers his bride, whom the dwarf king had carried off. The external soul in a Lapp story. The giant whose life was in a hen's egg. A Lapp story tells of a giant who slew a man and took away his wife. When the man's son grew up, he tried to rescue his mother and kill the giant, but fire and sword were powerless to harm the monster. It seemed as if he had no life in his body. "Dear mother," at last inquired the son, "don't you know where the giant has hidden away his life?" The mother did not know, but promised to ask. So one day when the giant chanced to be in a good humour, she asked him where he kept his life. He said to her, "Out yonder on a burning sea is an island. In the island is a barrel. In the barrel is a sheep. In the sheep is a hen. In the hen is an egg, and in the egg is my life." When the woman's son heard this, he hired a bear, a wolf, a hawk, and a diver bird, and set off in a boat to sail to the island in the burning sea. He sat with the hawk and the diver bird under an iron tent in the middle of the boat, and he set the bear and the wolf to row. That is why, to this day, the bear's hair is dark brown and the wolf has dark brown spots. For as they sat at the oars without any screen, they were naturally scorched by the tossing tongues of flame on the burning sea. However, they made their way over the fiery billows to the island, and there they found the barrel. The helpful animals. In a trice the bear had knocked the bottom out of it with his claws, and forth sprang a sheep. But the wolf soon pulled the sheep down and rent it in pieces. From out the sheep flew a hen, but the hawk stooped on it and tore it with his talons. In the hen was an egg, which dropped into the sea and sank, but the diver bird dived after it. Twice he dived after it in vain and came up to the surface gasping and spluttering, but the third time he brought up the egg and handed it to the young man. Great was the young man's joy, and once he kindled a great bonfire on the shore, threw the egg into it, and rowed away back across the sea. On landing he went away straight to the giant's abode, and found the monster burning, just as he had left the egg burning on the island. "Fool that I was," lamented the dying giant, "to betray my life to a wicked old woman." And with that he snatched at an iron tube through which, in happier days, he had been wont to suck the blood of his human victims. But the woman was too subtle for him, for she had taken the precaution of inserting one end of the tube in the glowing embers of the earth, and so when the giant sucked hard at the other end, he imbibed only fire and ashes. Thus he burned inside as well as outside, and when the fire went out, the giant's life went out with it. The external soul in Samoyed and Kalmuk stories. A Samoyed story tells how 7 warlocks killed a certain man's mother and carried off his sister, whom they kept to serve them. Every night when they came home, the 7 warlocks used to take out their hearts and place them in a dish which the woman hung on the tent poles. But the wife of the man whom they had wronged stole the hearts of the warlocks while they slept, and took them to her husband. By break of day he went with the hearts to the warlocks, and found them at the point of death. They all begged for their hearts, but he threw 6 of their hearts to the ground, and 6 of the warlocks died. The 7th and eldest warlock begged hard for his heart, and the man said, "You killed my mother. Make her alive again, and I will give you back your heart." The warlock said to his wife, "Go to the place where the dead woman lies. You will find a bag there. Bring it to me. The woman's spirit is in the bag." So the wife brought the bag, and the warlock said to the man, "Go to your dead mother, shake the bag, and let the spirit breathe over her bones, so she will come to life again." The man did as he was bid, and his mother was restored to life. Then he hurled the 7th heart to the ground, and the 7th warlock died. In a Kalmuk tale we read how a certain Khan challenged a wise man to show his skill by stealing a precious stone on which the Khan's life depended. The sage contrived to purloin the talisman while the Khan and his guards slept, but not content with this, he gave a further proof of his dexterity by bonneting the slumbering potentate with a bladder. This was too much for the Khan. Next morning he informed the sage that he could overlook everything else, but that the indignity of being bonneted with a bladder was more than he could stand, and he ordered his facetious friend to instant execution. Pained by this exhibition of royal ingratitude, the sage dashed to the ground the talisman which he still held in his hand, and at the same instant blood flowed from the nostrils of the Khan, and he gave up the ghost. The external soul in Tartar poems. In a Tartar poem, 2 heroes named Akmolot and Bulat engaged in mortal combat. Akmolot pierces his foe through and through with an arrow, grapples with him, and dashes him to the ground, but all in vain. Bulat could not die. At last, when the combat had lasted 3 years, a friend of Akmolot sees a golden casket hanging by a white thread from the sky, and bethinks him that perhaps this casket contains Bulat's soul. So he shot through the white thread with an arrow, and down fell the casket. He opened it, and in the casket sat 10 white birds, and one of the birds was Bulat's soul. Bulat wept when he saw that his soul was found in the casket, but one after the other the birds were killed, then Akmolot easily slew his foe. In another Tartar poem, two brothers going to fight two other brothers take out their souls and hide them in the form of a white herb with 6 stalks in a deep pit. But one of their foes sees him doing so and digs up their souls, which he puts into a golden ram's horn, and then sticks the ram's horn into his quiver. The two warriors whose souls have thus been stolen know that they have no chance of victory, and accordingly make peace with their enemies. In another Tartar poem, a terrible demon sets all the gods and heroes at defiance. At last a valiant youth fights the demon, binds him hand and foot, and slices him with his sword. But still the demon is not slain. So the youth asked him, "Tell me, where is your soul hidden? For if your soul has been hidden in your body, you must have been dead long ago." The demon replied, "On the saddle of my horse is a bag. In the bag is a serpent with 12 heads. In the serpent is my soul. When you have killed the serpent, you have killed me also." So the youth took the saddle bag from the horse and killed the 12-headed serpent, whereupon the demon expired. In another Tartar poem, a hero called Kokchan deposits with the maiden a golden ring, in which is half his strength. Afterwards, when Kokchan is wrestling long with the hero and cannot kill him, a woman drops into his mouth the ring which contains half his strength. Thus inspired with fresh force, he slays his enemy. The external soul in a Mongolian story and Tartar poems. In a Mongolian story, the hero Joro gets the better of his enemy, the Lama Shoridong, in the following way. The Lama, who is an enchanter, sends out his soul in the form of a wasp to sting Joro's eyes, but Joro catches the wasp in his hand, and by alternately shutting and opening his hand, he causes the Lama alternately to lose and recover consciousness. In a Tartar poem, 2 youths cut open the body of an old witch and tear out her bowels, but all to no purpose. She still lives. On being asked where her soul is, she answers that it is in the middle of her shoe sole in the form of a 7-headed speckled snake. So one of the youths slices her shoe sole with his sword, takes out the speckled snake, and cuts off its 7 heads. Then the witch dies. Another Tartar poem describes how the hero Kotaga grappled with the swan woman. Long they wrestled. Moons waxed and waned, and still they wrestled. Years came and went, and still the struggle went on. But the piebald horse and the black horse knew that the swan woman's soul was not in her. Under the black earth flow 9 seas. Where the seas meet and form one, the sea comes to the surface of the earth. At the mountain of the 9 seas rises a rock of copper. It rises to the surface of the ground. It rises up between heaven and earth, this rock of copper. At the foot of the copper rock is a black chest. In the black chest is a golden casket, and in the golden casket is the soul of the swan woman. 7 little birds are the soul of the swan woman. If the birds are killed, the swan woman will die straight away. So the horses ran to the foot of the copper rock, opened the black chest, and brought back the golden casket. Then the piebald horse turned himself into a bald-headed man, opened the golden casket, and cut off the heads of the 7 birds. So the swan woman died. In a Tartar story, a chief called Tash Khan is asked where his soul is. He answers that there are 7 great poplars, and under the poplars a golden well. 7 Maralen come to drink the water of the well, and the belly of one of them trails on the ground. In this marel is a golden box. In the golden box is a silver box. In the silver box are 7 quails. The head of one of the quails is golden, and its tail silver. That quail is Tash Khan's soul. The hero of the story gets possession of the 7 quails and wrings the necks of 6 of them. Then Tash Khan comes running and begs the hero to let his soul go free. But the hero wrings the last quail's neck, and Tash Khan drops dead. In another Tartar poem, the hero, pursuing his sister, who has driven away his cattle, is warned to desist from the pursuit because his sister has carried away his soul in a golden sword and a golden arrow, and if he pursues her, she will kill him by throwing the golden sword or shooting the golden arrow at him. The external soul in a Chinese story. A modern Chinese story tells how a habitual criminal used to take his soul out of his own body for the purpose of evading the righteous punishment of his crimes. This bad man lived in Kian, Quechu, and the sentences had been passed on him formed a pile as high as a hill. The mandarins had flogged him to death with sticks and flung his mangled corpse into the river, but 3 days afterwards the scoundrel got his soul back again, and on the 5th day he resumed his career of villainy as if nothing had happened. The thing occurred again and again, till at last it reached the ears of the governor of the province, who flew in a violent passion and proposed to the governor-general to have the rascal beheaded. And beheaded he was. But in 3 days the wretch was alive again, with no trace of decapitation about him except a slender red thread round his neck. And now, like a giant refreshed, he began a fresh series of enormities. He even went so far as to beat his own mother. This was more than she could bear, and she brought the matter before the magistrate. She produced in court a vase and said, "In this vase my refractory son has hidden his soul. Whenever he was conscious of having committed a serious crime, or a misdeed of the most heinous kind, he remained at home, took his soul out of his body, purified it, and put it in the vase. Then the authorities only punished or executed his body of flesh and blood, and not his soul. With his soul refined by a long process, he then cured his freshly mutilated body, which thus became able in 3 days to recommence in the old way. Now, however, his crimes have reached a climax, for he has beaten me, an old woman, and I cannot bear it. I pray you, smash this vase, and scatter his soul by fanning it away with a wind-wheel, and if then you castigate his body anew, it is probable that bad son of mine will really die." The mandarin took the hint. He had the rogue cudgelled to death, and when they examined the corpse they found that decay had set in within 10 days. The external soul in a story told by the Cursus of Assam. The Cursus of Assam tells how a certain Kailong, king of Madur, had pursued his conquests on a remarkable principle. He needed few or no soldiers because he himself was a very strong man, and nobody could kill him permanently. They could, it is true, put him to death, but then he came to life again immediately. The king of Sintang, who was much afraid of him, once chopped him in pieces and threw the severed hands and feet far away, thinking thus to get rid of him for good and all. But it was to no purpose. The very next morning Kailong came to life again and stalked about as brisk as ever. So the king of Sintang was very anxious to learn how his rival contrived thus to rise from the dead, and he hit on a plan for worming out the secret. He chose the fairest girl of the whole country, clad her in royal robes, put jewels of gold and silver upon her, and said, "All these will I give thee, and more besides, if thou canst obtain for me King Kailong's secret, and canst inform me how he brings himself to life again after being killed." So he sent the girl to the slave market in King Kailong's country, and the king saw and loved her and took her to wife. So she caressed him and coaxed him to tell her his secret, and in a fatal hour he was beguiled into revealing it. He said, "My life depends upon these things. I must bathe every day and must wash my entrails. After that I take my food, and there is no one on earth who can kill me unless he obtains possession of my entrails. Thus my life hangs only on my entrails." His treacherous wife once sent word to the king of Sintang, who caused men to lie in wait while Kailong was bathing. As usual, Kailong had laid his entrails on one side of the bathing place, while he disported himself in the water, intending afterwards to wash them and replace them in his body. But before he could do so, one of the liers in wait had seized the entrails and killed him. The entrails he cut in pieces and gave to the dogs to eat. That was the end of King Kailong. He was never able to come to life again. His country was conquered, and the members of the royal family were scattered far and wide. 7 generations have passed since then. The external soul in a Malay poem. Bedasari and the Golden Fish. A Malay poem relates how once upon a time in the city of Indrapura there was a certain merchant who was rich and prosperous, but he had no children. One day as he walked with his wife by the river, they found a baby girl fair as an angel. So they adopted the child and called her Bedasari. The merchant caused a golden fish to be made, and in this fish he transferred the soul of his adopted daughter. Then he put the golden fish in a golden box full of water and hid it in a pond in the midst of his garden. In time the girl grew to be a lovely woman. Now the king of Indrapura had a fair young queen, who lived in fear that the king might take to himself a second wife. So hearing of the charms of Bidasari, the queen resolved to put her out of the way. She lured the girl to the palace and tortured her cruelly. But Bidasari could not die, because her soul was not in her. At last she could stand the torture no longer, and said to the queen, "If you wish me to die, you must bring the box which is in the pond in my father's garden." So the box was brought and opened, and there was a golden fish in the water. The girl said, "My soul is in that fish. In the morning you must take the fish out of the water, and in the evening you must put it back into the water. Do not let the fish lie about, but bind it round your neck. If you do this, I shall soon die." So the queen took the fish out of the box and fastened it round her neck, and no sooner had she done so than Bidasari fell into a swoon. But in the evening, when the fish was put back into the water, Bidasari came to herself again. Seeing that she thus had the girl in her power, the queen sent her home to her adopted parents. To save her from further persecution, her parents resolved to remove their daughter from the city. So, in a lonely and desolate spot, they built a house and brought Bidasari thither. There she dwelt alone, undergoing vicissitudes that corresponded with the vicissitudes of the golden fish in which was her soul. All day long, while the fish was out of the water, she remained unconscious, but in the evening, when the fish was put into the water, she revived. One day the king was out hunting, and coming to the house where Bidasari lay unconscious, was smitten with her beauty. He tried to waken her, but in vain. Next day, towards evening, he repeated his visit, but still found her unconscious. However, when darkness fell, she came to herself and told the king the secret of her life. So the king returned to the palace, took the fish from the queen, and put it in water. Immediately Bidasari revived, and the king took her to wife. The external soul in a story told in Naas. Another story of an external soul comes from Naas, an island to the west of Sumatra. Once upon a time, a chief was captured by his enemies, who tried to put him to death but failed. Water would not drown him, nor fire burn him, nor steel pierce him. At last his wife revealed the secret. On his head he had a hair as hard as a copper wire, and with this wire his life was bound up. So the hair was plucked out, and with it his spirit fled. The external soul in a Hausa story. The king whose life was in a box. A Hausa story from northern Nigeria closely resembles some of the European tales which we have noticed, for it contains not only the incident of the external soul, but also the incident of the helpful animals, by whose assistance the hero is able to slay the soulless king and obtain possession of the kingdom. The story runs thus. A certain man and his wife had 4 daughters born to them in succession, but every one of the baby girls mysteriously disappeared on the day when she was to be weaned, so the parents fell under the suspicion of having devoured them. Last of all, there was born to them a son, who, to avoid accidents, was left to wean himself. One day, as he grew up, the son received a magic lotion from an old woman, who had told him to rub his eyes with it. He did so, and immediately he saw a large house, and entering it he found his elder sister married to a bull. She bade him welcome, and so did her husband the bull. And when he went away, the bull very kindly presented him with a lock of his hair as a keepsake. In like manner, the lad discovered his other 3 sisters, who were living in wedlock with a ram, a dog, and a hawk, respectively. All of them welcomed him, and from the ram, the dog, and the hawk, he received tokens of regard in the shape of hair or feathers. Then he returned home and told his parents of his adventure, and how he had found his sisters alive and married. Next day he went to a far city, where he made love to the queen, and persuaded her to plot with him against the life of the king, her husband. So she coaxed the king to show his affection for her by taking his own life and joining it to hers. The unsuspecting husband, as usual, fell into the trap set for him by his treacherous wife. He confided to her the secret of his life. "My life," said he, "is behind the city. Behind the city is a thicket. In the thicket there is a lake. In the lake is a rock. In the rock is a gazelle. In the gazelle is a dove, and in the dove is a small box." The helpful animals. The queen divulged the secret to her lover, who kindled a fire behind the city and threw into it the hair and feathers which he had received from the friendly animals, his brothers-in-law. Immediately the animals themselves appeared and readily gave their help in the enterprise. The bull drank up the lake, the ram broke up the rock, the dog caught the gazelle, the hawk captured the dove. So the youth extracted the precious box from the dove and repaired to the palace, where he found the king already dead. His majesty had been ailing from the moment when the young man left the city, and he grew steadily worse with every fresh success of the adventurer who was to supplant him. So the hero became king and married the false queen, and his sisters' husbands were changed from animals into men and received subordinate posts in the government. The hero's parents, too, came to live in the city over which he reigned. The external soul in a South Nigerian story. A West African story from southern Nigeria relates how a king kept his soul in a little brown bird, which perched on a tall tree beside the gate of the palace. The king's life was so bound up with that of the bird that whoever should kill the bird would simultaneously kill the king and succeed to the kingdom. The secret was betrayed by the queen to her lover, who shot the bird with an arrow and thereby slew the king and ascended the vacant throne. The external soul in a story told by the Baronga of South Africa, the clan of the cat. A tale told by the Baronga of South Africa sets forth how the lives of a whole family were contained in one cat. When a girl of the family named Tishishan married a husband, she begged her parents to let her take the precious cat with her to her new home. But they refused, saying, "You know that our life is attached to it," and they offered to give her an antelope or even an elephant instead of it. But nothing would satisfy her but the cat. So at last she carried it off with her and shut it up in a place where nobody saw it. Even her husband knew nothing about it. One day when she went to work in the fields, the cat escaped from its place of concealment, entered the hut, put on the warlike trappings of her husband, and danced and sang. Some children, attracted by the noise, discovered the cat at its antics, and when they expressed their astonishment, the animal only capered the more and insulted them besides. So they went to the owner and said, "There is somebody dancing in your house, and he insulted us." "Hold your tongues," said he. "I'll soon put a stop to your lies." So he went and hid behind the door and peeped in, and there sure enough was a cat prancing about and singing. He fired at it, and the animal dropped down dead. At the same moment his wife fell to the ground in the field where she was at work. Said she, "I have been killed at home." But she had strength enough left to ask her husband to go with her to her parents' village, taking with him the dead cat wrapped up in a mat. All her relatives assembled, and bitterly they reproached her for having insisted on taking the animal with her to her husband's village. As soon as the mat was uprolled and they saw the dead cat, they all fell down lifeless one after the other. So the clan of the cat was destroyed, and the betrayed husband closed the gate of the village with a branch and returned home, and told his friends how in killing the cat he had killed the whole clan, because their lives depended on the life of the cat. In another Ronga story, the lives of a whole clan are attached to a buffalo, which a girl of the clan in like manner insists on taking with her. The external soul in stories told by the North American Indians. Ideas of the same sort meet us in stories told by the North American Indians. Thus in one Indian tale the hero pounds his enemy to pieces, but cannot kill him because his heart is not in a body. At last the champion learns that his foe's heart is in the sky, at the western side of the noonday sun. So he reaches up, seizes the heart and crushes it, and straightway his enemy expires. In another Indian myth, there figures a personage Winter whose song brings frost and snow, but his heart is hidden away at a distance. However, foe finds the heart and burns it, and so the snowmaker perishes. A Pawnee story relates how a wounded warrior was carried off by bears who healed him of his hurts. When the Indian was about to return to his village, the old he-bear said to him, "I shall look after you. I shall give you a part of myself. If I am killed, you shall be killed. If I grow old, you shall be old." And the bear gave him a cap of bearskin, and at parting he put his arms round the Indian and hugged him, and put his mouth against the man's mouth, and held the man's hands in his paws. The Indian who told the tale conjectured that when the man died, the old bear died also. The Navajos tell of a certain mythical being called the Maiden that Becomes a Bear, who learned the art of turning herself into a bear from the prairie wolf. She was a great warrior and quite invulnerable, for when she went to war she took out her vital organs and hid them so that no one could kill her, and when the battle was over she put the organs back in their places again. The ogress whose life was in a hemlock branch. The Quacatil Indians of British Columbia tell of an ogress who could not be killed because her life was in a hemlock branch. A brave boy met her in the woods, smashed her head with a stone, scattered her brains, broke her bones, and threw them into the water. Then, thinking he had disposed of the ogress, he went to do her house. There he saw a woman rooted to the floor, who warned him, saying, "Now do not stay long. I know that you have tried to kill the ogress. It is the 4th time that somebody has tried to kill her. She never dies. She has nearly come to life. There in that covered hemlock branch is her life. Go there, and as soon as you see her enter, shoot her life. Then she will be dead." Hardly had she finished speaking when sure enough in came the ogress, singing as she walked, "I have the magical treasure, I have the supernatural power, I can return to life." Such was her song, but the boy shot at her life, and she fell dead to the floor. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bold of the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11. The External Soul in Folk Custom. Part 1. The External Soul in Inanimate Things. The External Soul in Folk Custom. Thus the idea that the soul may be deposited for a longer or shorter time in some place of security outside the body, or at all events in the hair, is found in the popular tales of many races. It remains to show that the idea is not a mere fragment devised to adorn a tale, but is a real article of primitive faith, which has given rise to a corresponding set of customs. The soul removed from the body as a precaution in seasons of danger. Souls of people collected in a bag at a housewarming. We have seen that in the tales the hero, as a preparation for battle, sometimes removes his soul from his body, in order that his body may be invulnerable and immortal in combat. With a like intention, the savage removes his soul from his body on various occasions of real or imaginary peril. Thus among the people of Minahasa and Celebes, when a family moves into a new house, a priest collects the souls of the whole family in a bag, and afterwards restores them to their owners, because the moment of entering a new house is supposed to be fraught with supernatural danger. In southern Celebes, when a woman is brought to bed, the messenger who fetches the doctor or the midwife always carries with him something made of iron, such as a chopping knife, which he delivers to the doctor. The doctor must keep the thing in his house till the confinement is over, when he gives it back, receiving a fixed sum of money for doing so. The chopping knife, or whatever it is, represents the woman's soul, which at this critical time is believed to be safer out of her body than in it. Soul of a woman put in a chopping knife at childbirth. Hence the doctor must take great care of the object, for were it lost, the woman's soul would assuredly, they think, be lost with it. But in Celebes, the convenience of occasionally depositing the soul in some external object is apparently not limited to human beings. The Alfours, or Torajas, who inhabit the central district of that island, and among whose industries the working of iron occupies a foremost place, attribute to the metal a soul which would be apt to desert its body under the blows of the hammer, if some means were not found to detain it. Accordingly, in every smithy of Poso, for that is the name of the country of these people, you may see hanging up a bundle of wooden instruments such as chopping knives, swords, spearheads, and so forth. This bundle goes by the name of Lemoa, which is the general word for gods, and in it the soul of the iron that has been wrought in the smithy is, according to one account, supposed to reside. If we do not hang the Lemoa over the anvil, they say, the iron would flow away and be unworkable, on account of the absence of the soul. However, according to another interpretation, these wooden models are substitutes offered to the gods in room of the iron, whose soul the covetous deities might otherwise abstract for their own use, thus making the metal unmalleable. Soul of a child put for safety in an empty coconut or a bag. Among the Dayaks of Penoy, a district of southeastern Borneo, when a child is born, a medicine man is sent for, who conjures the soul of the infant into a half coconut, which he thereupon covers with a cloth and places on a square platter or charger suspended by cords from the roof. This ceremony he repeats at every new moon for a year. The intention of the ceremony is not explained by the writer who describes it, but we may conjecture that it is to place the soul of the child in a safer place than its own frail little body. This conjecture is confirmed by the reason assigned for a similar custom observed elsewhere in the Indian archipelago. In the Key Islands, when there is a newly born child in a house, an empty coconut split and spliced together again may sometimes be seen hanging beside a rough wooden image of an ancestor. The soul of the infant is believed to be temporarily deposited in the coconut in order that it may be safe from the attacks of evil spirits. But when the child grows bigger and stronger, the soul will take up its permanent abode in its own body. Similarly, among the Eskimos of Alaska, when a child is sick, the medicine man will sometimes extract its soul from its body and place it for safekeeping in an amulet, which for further security he deposits in his own medicine bag. It seems probable that many amulets have been similarly regarded as soul boxes, that is, as safes in which the souls of their owners are kept for greater security. Souls of people in ornaments, horns, a column, and so forth. An old Manganji woman in the West Shire district of British Central Africa used to wear round her neck an ivory ornament, hollow, and about 3 inches long, which she called her life or soul, Moyowanga. Naturally, she would not part with it. I planned to try to buy it of her, but in vain. When Mr. James MacDonald was one day sitting in the house of a Ulubi chief awaiting the appearance of that great man, who was busy decorating his person, a native pointed to a pair of magnificent ox horns and said, "Name has his soul in these horns." The horns were those of an animal which had been sacrificed, and they were held sacred. A magician had fastened them to the roof to protect the house and its inmates from the thunderbolt. The idea, adds Mr. MacDonald, is in no way foreign to South African thought. A man's soul there may dwell in the roof of his house, in a tree, by a spring of water, or in some mountainous scaur. Among the natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, there is a secret society which goes by the name of Ingnate or Ingate. On his entrance into it, every man receives a stone in the shape either of a human being or of an animal, and henceforth his soul is believed to be knit up in a manner with the stone. If it breaks, it is an evil omen for him. They say that the thunder has struck the stone, and that he who owns it will soon die. If, nevertheless, the man survives the breaking of his soul stone, they say that it was not a proper soul stone, and he gets a new one instead. The Emperor Romanus Lecapenus was once informed by an astronomer that the life of Simeon, Prince of Bulgaria, was bound up with a certain column in Constantinople, so that if the capital of the column were removed, Simeon would immediately die. The emperor took the hint and removed the capital, and at the same hour as the emperor learned by inquiry, Simon died of heart disease in Bulgaria. The souls of Egyptian kings in portrait statues. The deified kings of ancient Egypt appear to have enjoyed the privilege of depositing their spiritual doubles or souls, ka, during their lifetime in a number of portrait statues, properly 14 for each king, which stood in the chamber of adoration, pa Dawait, of the temple, and were revered as the equivalents or representatives of the monarch themselves. Among the Karens of Burma, the knife with which the navel string is cut is carefully preserved for the child. The life of the child is supposed to be in some way connected with it, for if lost or destroyed, it is said that the child will not be long-lived. A man's life bound up with the fire in his lodge. Among the Shawnee Indians of North America, it once happened that an eminent man was favored with a special revelation by the Great Spirit. Wisely refusing to hide the sacred light of revelation under a bushel, he generously communicated a few sparks of the illumination to John Tanner, a white man who lived for many years as an Indian among the Indians. Henceforth, said the inspired sage, the fire must never be suffered to go out in your lodge. Summer and winter, day and night, in the storm, or when it is calm, you must remember that the life in your body and the fire in your lodge are the same, and of the same date. If you suffer your fire to be extinguished, at that moment your life will be at its end. Strength of people supposed to reside in their hair. Again, we have seen that in folk tales a man's soul or strength is sometimes represented as bound up with his hair, and that when his hair is cut off he dies or grows weak. So the natives of Amboina used to think that their strength was in their hair, and would desert them if it were shorn. A criminal under torture in a Dutch court of that island persisted in denying his guilt till his hair was cut off, when he immediately confessed. One man who was tried for murder endured without flinching the utmost ingenuity of his torturers till he saw the surgeon standing with a pair of shears. On asking what this was for, and being told that it was to cut his hair, he begged they would not do it, and made a clean breast. In subsequent cases, when torture failed to wring a conviction from a prisoner, the Dutch authorities made a practice of cutting off his hair. In Ceram, it is believed that if young people have their hair cut, they will be weakened and enervated thereby. Witches and wizards shave to deprive them of their power. Here in Europe it used to be thought that the maleficent powers of witches and wizards resided in their hair, and that nothing could make any impression on these miscreants so long as they kept their hair on. Hence in France it was customary to shave the whole bodies of persons charged with sorcery before handing them over to the torturer. Malleus witnessed the torture of some persons at Toulouse, from whom no conversion could be wrung until they were stripped and completely shaven, when they really acknowledged the truth of the charge. A woman also, who apparently led a pious life, was put to the torture on suspicion of witchcraft, and bore her agonies with incredible constancy until complete depilation drove her to admit her guilt. The noted inquisitor Sprenger contented himself with shaving the head of the suspected witch or wizard, but his more thoroughgoing colleague, Commanus, shaved the whole bodies of 41 women before committing them all to the flames. He had high authority for this rigorous scrutiny, since Satan himself, in a sermon preached from the pulpit of North Berwick Church, comforted his many servants by assuring them that no harm could befall them, so lang as their hair wears on, and should nowhere lat an tear fall fra their een. Similarly, in Bastar, a province of India, if a man is adjudged guilty of witchcraft, he is beaten by the crowd, his hair is shaved, the hair being supposed to constitute his power of mischief, his front teeth are knocked out in order, it is said, to prevent him from muttering incantations. Women suspected of sorcery have to undergo the same ordeal. If found guilty, the same punishment is awarded, and after being shaved, their hair is attached to a tree in some public place. So among the bills of India, when a woman was convicted of witchcraft and had been subjected to various forms of persuasion, such as hanging head downwards from a tree and having pepper put into her eyes, a lock of hair was cut from her head and buried in the ground, that the last link between her and her former powers of mischief might be broken. In like manner among the Aztecs of Mexico, when wizards and witches had done their evil deeds, and the time came to put an end to their detestable life, someone laid hold of them and cropped their hair on the crown of their heads, which took from them all their power of sorcery and enchantment, and then it was that by death they put an end to their odious existence. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bold of the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11, The External Soul in Folk Custom, Part 2. 2. The External Soul in Plants. Life of a person is supposed to be bound up with that of a tree or plant. Further, it has been shown that in folk tales the life of a person is sometimes so bound up with the life of a plant that the withering of the plant will immediately follow or be followed by the death of the person. Similarly, among the natives of the Penfeather River in Queensland, when a visitor has made himself very agreeable and taken his departure, an effigy of him about 3 or 4 feet long is cut on some soft tree, such as the Canarium australasiacum, so as to face in the direction taken by the popular stranger. Afterwards, from observing the state of the tree, the natives infer the corresponding state of their absent friend, whose illness or death are apparently supposed to be portended by the fall of the leaves or of the tree. In Uganda, when a new royal enclosure with its numerous houses was built for a new king, bark cloth trees used to be planted at the main entrance by priests of each principal deity, and offerings were laid under each tree for its particular god. Thenceforth, the trees were carefully guarded and tended, because it was believed that as they grew and flourished, so their king's life and power would increase. Birth trees in Africa. Among the Mbagas in Western Africa, about the Gaboon, when 2 children are born on the same day, the people plant 2 trees of the same kind and dance round them. The life of each of the children is believed to be bound up with the life of one of the trees, and if the tree dies or is thrown down, they are sure that the child will soon die. In Sierra Leone, also, it is customary at the birth of a child to plant a shoot of the malpe tree, and they think that the tree will grow with the child and be its god. If a tree which has been thus planted withers away, the people consult a sorcerer on the subject. Among the Wajaga of German East Africa, when a child is born, it is usual to plant a cultivated plant of some sort behind the house. The plant is thenceforth carefully tended, for they believe that, were it to wither away, the child would die. When the navel string drops from the infant, it is buried under the plant. The species of birth plant varies with the clan. Members of one clan, for example, plant a particular sort of banana. Members of another clan plant a sugarcane, and so on. Among the Swahili of East Africa, when a child is born, the afterbirth and navel string are buried in the courtyard, and a mark is made on the spot. 7 days afterwards, the hair of the child is shaved and deposited, along with the clippings of its nails, in the same place. Then, over all these relics of the infant's person, a coconut is planted. As the tree grows up from the nut, the child likes to point it out to his playfellows and tell them, "This coconut palm is my navel." In planting the coconut, the parents say, "May God cause our child to grow up, that he or she may one day enjoy the coconut milk of the tree which we planted here." Though it is not expressly affirmed, we may perhaps assume that such a birth tree is supposed to stand in a sympathetic relation with the life of the person. In the Cameroons also, the life of a person is believed to be sympathetically bound up with that of a tree. The chief of Old Town in Calabar kept his soul in a sacred grove near a spring of water. When some Europeans, in frolic or ignorance, cut down part of the grove, the spirit was most indignant and threatened the perpetrators of the deed, according to the king, with all manner of evil. Among the fans of the French Congo, when a chief's son is born, the remains of the navel string are buried under a sacred fig tree, and thenceforth great importance attached to the growth of that tree. It is strictly forbidden to touch it. Any attempt on the tree would be considered as an attack on the human being himself. Among the Buluki of the Upper Congo, a family has a plant with red leaves called the kangu for its totem. When a woman of the family is with child for the first time, one of the totemic plants is planted near the hearth outside the house, and is never destroyed. Otherwise, it is believed that the child would be born thin and weak and would remain puny and sickly. The healthy life of the children and family is bound up with the healthiness and life of the totem tree, as respected and preserved by the family. Among the Baganda of Central Africa, a child's afterbirth was called the second child, and was believed to be animated by a spirit, which at once became a ghost. The afterbirth was usually buried at the root of a banana tree, and afterwards the tree was carefully guarded by old women, who prevented anyone from going near it. They tied ropes of fibre from tree to isolate it, and all the child's excretions were thrown into this enclosure. When the fruit ripened, it was cut by the old woman in charge. The reason for guarding the tree thus carefully was a belief that if any stranger were to eat of the fruit of the tree, or to drink beer brewed from it, he would carry off with him the ghost of the child's afterbirth, which had been buried at the root of the banana tree, and the living child would then die in order to follow its twin ghost. Whereas the grandparent of the child, by eating the fruit or drinking the beer, averted this catastrophe and ensured the health of the child. Among the Waikondyo, at the northwestern corner of the Lake Albert Nyanza, it is customary to bury the afterbirth at the foot of a young banana tree. and the fruit of this particular tree may be eaten by no one but the woman who assisted at the birth. The reason for the custom is not mentioned, but probably as among the Baganda, the life of the child is supposed to be bound up with the life of the tree, since afterbirth, regarded as the spiritual double of the infant, has been buried at the root of the tree. Birth trees among the Papuans, Maoris, Fijians, Dayaks, and others. Some of the Papuans unite the life of a newborn child sympathetically with that of a tree by driving a pebble into the bark of the tree. This is supposed to give them complete mastery over the child's life. If the tree is cut down, the child will die. After a birth, the Maoris used to bury the navel string in a sacred place and plant a young sapling over it. As the tree grew, it was a tohu oranga, or sign of life for the child. If it flourished, the child would prosper. If it withered and died, the parents argued the worst for their child. In the Chatham Islands, when the child of a leading man received its name, it was customary to plant a tree, the growth of which was to be as the growth of the child, and during the planting priests chanted a spell. In some parts of Fiji, the navel string of a male child is planted together with a coconut or the slip of a breadfruit tree. A child's life is supposed to be intimately connected with that of the tree. With certain Malayo-Siamese families of the Patani states, it is customary to bury the afterbirth under a banana tree, and the condition of the tree is afterwards regarded as ominous of the child's fate for good or evil. In southern Celebes, when a child is born, a coconut is planted and watered with the water in which the afterbirth and navel string have been washed. As it grows up, the tree is called the contemporary of the child. So in Bali, a cocoa palm is planted at the birth of a child. It is believed to grow up equally with the child and is called its life plant. On certain occasions, the Dayaks of Borneo plant a palm tree, which is believed to be a complete index of their fate. If it flourishes, they reckon on good fortune, but if it withers or dies, they expect misfortune. Amongst the Dayaks of Landak and Tajan, districts of Dutch Borneo, it is customary to plant a fruit tree for a child, and henceforth, in the popular belief, the fate of the child is bound up with that of the tree. If the tree shoots up rapidly, it will go well with the child, but if the tree is dwarfed or shriveled, nothing but misfortune can be expected for its human counterpart. According to another account, at the naming of children and certain other festivals, the Dayaks are wont to set a savage plant, roots and all, before a priestess, and when the festival is over, the plant is replaced in the ground. Such a plant becomes thenceforth a sort of prophetic index for the person in whose honour the festival was held. If the plant thrives, the man will be fortunate. If it fades or perishes, some evil will befall him. The Dayaks also believe that at the birth of every person on earth, a flower grows up in the spirit world and leads a life parallel to his. If the flower flourishes, the man enjoys good health, but if it droops, so does he. Hence, when he has dreamed bad dreams or has felt unwell for several days, he infers that his flower in the other world is neglected or sickly, and accordingly he employs a medicine man to tend the precious plant, weed the soil, and sweep it up in order that the earthly and unearthly life may prosper once more. Birth trees in Europe. It is said that there are still families in Russia, Germany, England, France, and Italy who are accustomed to plant a tree at the birth of a child. The tree, it is hoped, will grow with the child and is tended with special care. The custom is still pretty general in the canton of Aargau in Switzerland. An apple tree is planted for a boy and a pear tree for a girl, and the people think that the child will flourish or dwindle with the tree. In Mecklenburg, the afterbirth is thrown out at the foot of a young tree, and the child is then believed to grow with the tree. In Bosnia, when the children of a family have died one after the other, the hair of the next child is cut with the same ceremony by a stranger, and the mother carries the shorn tresses into the garden, where she ties them to a fine young tree in order that her child may grow and flourish like the tree. Marriage oaks. At Moscow, in Lozitz, it used to be customary for a bride and bridegroom in the morning of their wedding day to plant a pair of young oaks side by side, and as each of the trees flourished or withered, so the good luck of the person who planted it was believed to wax or wane. Trees with which the fate of families or individuals is thought to be bound up. On a promontory in Lake Keitele in Finland, there used to stand an old fir tree, which according to tradition had been planted by the first colonists to serve as a symbol or token of their fortune. First fruits of the harvest used to be offered to the tree before anyone would taste of the new crop, and whenever a branch fell, it was deemed a sign that someone would die. More and more the crown of the tree withered away, and in the same proportion the family whose ancestors had planted the fir dwindled away till only one old woman was left. At last the tree fell, and soon afterwards the old woman departed this life. When Lord Byron first visited his ancestral estate of Newstead, he planted, it seems, a young oak in some parts of the grounds, and had an idea that as it flourished, so should he. On a day when the cloud that settled on the latter years of Sir Walter Scott lifted a little, he had heard that Woodstock had sold for over £8,000. He wrote in his journal, "I have a curious fancy I will go to set 2 or 3 acorns, and judged by their success in growing whether I shall succeed in clearing my way or not." The Edgewell Oak. Near the castle of Dalhousie, not far from Edinburgh, there grows an oak tree called the Edgewell tree, which is popularly believed to be linked to the fate of the family by a mysterious tie, for they say that when one of the family dies, or is about to die, a branch falls from the Edgewell tree. Thus, on seeing a great bough drop from the tree on a quiet, still day in July 1874, an old forester exclaimed, "The laird's died noo." And soon after news came that Fox Maule, 11th Earl of Dalhousie, was dead. The Old Tree at Howth Castle. At Howth Castle in Ireland there is an old tree with which the fortunes of the St. Lawrence family are supposed to be connected. The branches of the tree are propped on strong supports, for tradition runs that when the tree falls, the direct line of the Earls of Howth will become extinct. The Oak of the Guelphs. On the old road from Hanover to Osnabrück, at the village of Osterkappeln, there used to stand an ancient oak which put out its glass-green shoots in the year 1849. The tree was conjecturally supposed to be contemporary with the Guelphs, and the year 1866 so fatal for the House of Hanover, on a calm summer afternoon, without any visible cause, a veteran suddenly fell with a crash and lay stretched across the high road. The peasants regard its fall as an ill omen for the reigning family, and when King George V heard of it, he gave orders that the giant trunk should be set up again, and was done with much trouble and at great expense, the stump being supported in position by iron chains clamped to the neighbouring trees. But the king's efforts to prop the falling fortunes of his house were vain. A few months after the fall of the oak, Hanover formed part of the Prussian monarchy. The Life Tree of the Manchu Dynasty. In the midst of the Forbidden City at Peking, there is a tiny private garden where the emperors of the now fallen Manchu dynasty used to take the air and refresh themselves after the cares of the state. In accordance with Chinese taste, the garden is a labyrinth of artificial rockeries, waterfalls, grottos, and kiosks, in which everything is as unlike nature as art can make it. The trees in particular, arbor vitae, the principal ornament of the garden, exhibit the last refinement of the gardener's skill, being clipped and distorted into a variety of grotesque shapes. Only one of the trees remained intact, and has been spared these deformities for centuries. Far from being stunted by the axe or the shears, the tree was carefully tended and encouraged to shoot up to its full height. It was a life tree of the dynasty, and according to legend, the prosperity or fall of the present dynasty went hand in hand with the welfare or death of the tree. Certainly, if we accept the tradition, the days of the present reigning house must be numbered, for all the care and attention lavished on the tree have been, for some years, in vain. A glance at our illustration shows the tree as it still surpasses all its fellows in height and size, but it owes its preeminence only to the many artificial props which hold it up. In reality, the life tree of the dynasty is dying, and might fall overnight if one of its artificial props were suddenly to give way. For the superstitious Chinese, and superstitious they certainly are, it is a very, very evil omen. Some 12 years have passed since this passage was written, and in the interval the omen has been fulfilled. The Manchu dynasty has fallen. We may conjecture that the old tree in the quaint old garden has fallen too. So vain are all human efforts to arrest the decay of royal houses, by underpropping trees on which nature itself has passed a sentence of death. The myrtle trees of the patricians and plebeians at Rome. At Rome, in the ancient sanctuary of Quirinus, there grew 2 old myrtle trees, one named the patrician and the other the plebeian. For many years, so long as the patricians were in the ascent, the myrtle tree flourished and spread its branches abroad, while the myrtle tree of the plebeians was shriveled and shrunken. But from the time of the Marsian War, when the power of the nobles declined, their myrtle in like manner drooped and withered, whereas that of the popular party held up its head and grew strong. The oak of the Vespasian family. Thrice when Vespasia was with child, an old oak in the garden of the Flavian family near Rome suddenly put forth branches. The first branch was puny and soon withered away, and the girl who was born accordingly died within the year. The second branch was long and sturdy, and the third was like a tree. So on the third occasion the happy father reported to his mother that a future emperor was born to her as a grandchild. The old lady only laughed to think that at her age she should keep her wits about her, while her son had lost his. Yet the omen of the oak came true, for the grandson was afterwards the Emperor Vespasian. Life of persons supposed to be bound up with that of the cleft trees through which, in their youth, they were passed, a cure for rupture. In England, ruptured children are passed through cleft and ash trees. In England, children are sometimes passed through a cleft ash tree as a cure for rupture or rickets, and thenceforward a sympathetic connection is supposed to exist between them and the tree. An ash tree which had been used for this purpose grew at the edge of Shirley Heath, on the road from Hockey House to Birmingham. Thomas Chillingwood, son of the owner of an adjoining farm, now about 34, was, when an infant of a year old, passed through a similar tree, now perfectly sound, which he preserves with so much care that he will not suffer a single branch to be touched, for it is believed the life of the patient depends on the life of the tree, and the moment that is cut down, be the patient ever so distant, the rupture returns, and the mortification ensues, and terminates in death, as was the case in a man driving a wagon on the very road in question. It is not uncommon, however, as the writer, for persons to survive for a time the felling of the tree. The ordinary mode of effecting the cure is to split a young ash sapling longitudinally for the few feet and pass the child naked either 3 times or 3 times 3 through the fissure at sunrise. In the west of England it is said that the passage should be against the sun. As soon as the ceremony has been performed, the tree is bound tightly up and the fissure plastered over with mud or clay. The belief is that just as the cleft in the tree closes up, so the rupture of the child's body will be healed, but that if the rift in the tree remains open, the rupture in the child will remain too, and if the tree were to die, the death of the child would surely follow. The practice in Sussex. Down to the second half of the 19th century, the remedy was still in common use at Fittleworth and many other places in Sussex. The account of the Sussex practice and belief is notable because it brings out very clearly the sympathetic relation supposed to exist between the ruptured child and the tree through which it has been passed. We are told that the patient must be passed 9 times every morning or 9 successive days at sunrise through a cleft in a sapling ash tree, which has been so far given up by the owner of it to the parents of the child, so that there is an understanding it shall not be cut down during the life of the infant who is to be passed through it. The sapling must be sounded hard, and the cleft must be made with an axe. The child, on being carried to the tree, must be attended by 9 persons, each of whom must pass through the cleft from west to east. On the 9th morning, the solemn ceremony is concluded by binding the tree lightly with a cord, and it is supposed that as the cleft closes, the health of the child will improve. In the neighbourhood of Petworth, some cleft ash trees may be seen, through which children have very recently been passed. I may add that only a few weeks since, a person who had lately purchased an ash tree standing in this parish intended to cut it down, was told by the father of a child, who had some time before been passed through it, that the infirmity would be sure to return upon his son if it were felled. Whereupon the good man said he knew that such would be the case, and thenceforth he would not fell it for the world. Sick children pass through cleft trees, especially oaks, as a cure in Germany, France, Denmark, Sweden, and Greece. A similar cure for various diseases, but especially for rupture and rickets, has been commonly practiced in other parts of Europe, as Germany, France, Denmark, and Sweden. But in these countries, the tree employed for the purpose is usually not an ash, but an oak. Sometimes a willow tree is allowed, or even prescribed instead. With these exceptions, the practice and the belief are nearly the same on the continent as in England. A young oak is split longitudinally, and the two sides held forcibly apart while the sick child is passed through the cleft. Then the opening in the tree is closed and bound up, and it is believed that as the cleft in the tree heals by the parts growing together again, so the rupture in the child will be simultaneously cured. It is often laid down that the ceremony must be performed in the strictest silence. Sometimes the time prescribed is before sunrise, and sometimes the child must be passed thrice through the cleft. In Oldenburg and Mecklenburg, they say that the cure should be performed on St. John's Eve, Midsummer Eve, by 3 men named John, who assist each other in holding the split oak sapling open and passing the child through it. Some people, however, prefer Good Friday or Christmas Eve as a season for the performance of the ceremony. In Denmark, copper coins are laid as an offering at the foot of the tree through which sick persons have been passed, and threads, ribbons, or bandages which have been worn by the sufferers are tied to a branch of the tree. In the Greek island of Chios, when a child is sickly, the parents carry it out into the country, and the father selects a young oak. This they split up from the root. Then the father is assisted by another man in holding the tree open, whilst the mother passes the child 3 times through, and then they bind up the tree well, cover it all over with manure, and carefully water it for 40 days. In the same fashion, they bind up the child for a like period, and after the lapse of this time they expect that it will be quite well. Sympathetic relation thought to exist between the child and the tree through which it has been passed. In Mecklenburg, as in England, the sympathetic relation thus established between the tree and the child is so close that if the tree is cut down, the child will die. In the island of Rügen, people believe that when a person who has been thus cured of rupture dies, his soul passes into the same oak tree through which his body was passed in his youth. Thus it seems that in ridding himself of the disease, the sufferer is supposed to transfer a certain vital part of his person to the tree, so that it is impossible to injure the tree without at the same time injuring the man. And in Rügen, this partial union is thought to be completed by the transmigration of the man's soul at death into the tree. The disease is apparently thought to be left behind on the farther side of this cleft tree. Apparently the disease is considered as something physical, which clings to the patient, but can be stripped off him, and left behind on the farther side of the narrow aperture through which he has forced his way. Where the aperture is closed by the natural growth of the tree, the door is, as it were, shut against the disease, which is then unable to pursue and overtake the sufferer. Hence the idea at the root of the custom is not so much that the patient has transferred his ailment to the tree, as that the tree forms an impervious barrier between him and the malady which had hitherto afflicted him. This interpretation is confirmed by the following parallels. Creeping through cleft trees to get rid of spirits in Armenia and Naas. In those parts of Armenia which are covered with forests, many great and ancient trees are revered as sacred and receive marks of homage. The people burn lights before them, fumigate them with incense, sacrifice cocks and wethers to them, and creep through holes in their trunks, or push lean and sickly children through them, in order to put a stop to the influence of evil spirits. Apparently they think that evil spirits cannot creep through the cleft in the holy tree, and therefore the sick who have effected the passage are safe from their demoniacal pursuers. The same conception of a fissure in the tree as an obstacle placed in the path of pursuing spirits meets us in a number of savage customs. Thus in the island of Naas, when a man is in training for the priesthood, he has been introduced to the various spirits between whom and mankind it will be his office to mediate. A priest takes him to an open window, and while the drums are beating points out to him the great spirit in the sun who calls away men to himself through death. For it is needful that the future priest should know him from whose grasp he will often be expected to wrest the sick and dying. In the evening twilight he is led to the graves and shown the envious spirits of the dead, who also are ever drawing away the living to their own shadowy world. Next day he is conducted to a river and shown the spirit of the waters, and finally they take him up to a mountain and exhibit to him the spirits of the mountains, who have diverse shapes, some appearing like swine, others like buffaloes, others like goats, and others again like men with long hair on their bodies. When he has seen all this, his education is complete, but on his return from the mountain, the new priest may not at once enter his own house, for the people think that were he to do so, the dangerous spirits by whom he is still environed would stay in the house and visit both the family and the pigs with sickness. Accordingly, he betakes himself to other villages and passes several nights there, hoping that the spirits will leave him and settle on the friends who receive him into their houses. But naturally, he does not reveal the intention of his visits to the hosts. Lastly, before he enters his own dwelling, he looks out for some young tree by the way, splits it down the middle, and then creeps through the fissure, in the belief that any spirits which may still be clinging to him will thus be left sticking to the tree. Among the Bellacoola Indians, mourners creep through cleft trees to get rid of the ghost. Again, among the Bilquilla or Bellacoola Indians of British Columbia, the bed of a mourner must be protected against the ghost of the deceased. His male relatives stick a thorn bush into the ground at each corner of their beds. After 4 days, they are thrown into the water. Mourners must then rise early and go into the woods, where they stick 4 thorn bushes into the ground, at the corners of the square, in which they cleanse themselves by rubbing their bodies with cedar branches. They also swim in ponds. After swimming, they cleave 4 small trees and creep through the clefts, following the course of the sun. This they do on 4 subsequent mornings, cleaving new trees every day. Mourners cut their hair short. The hair that has been cut off is burnt. If they should not observe these regulations, it is believed that they would dream of the deceased. To the savage who fails to distinguish the visions of sleep from the appearance of waking life, the apparition of a dead man in a dream is equivalent to the actual presence of the ghost, and accordingly he seeks to keep off the spiritual intruder, just as he might a creature of flesh and blood by fencing his bed with thorn bushes. Similarly, the practice of creeping through 4 cleft trees is clearly an attempt to shake off the clinging ghost and leave it adhering to the trees, just as in Nice the future priest hopes to rid himself in like manner of the dangerous spirits who have dogged his steps from the mountains and the graves. The Madangs of Borneo creep through a cleft stick after a funeral in order to rid themselves of the ghost. This interpretation of the custom is strongly confirmed by the funeral ceremony which Dr. Charles Hose witnessed at the chief village of the Madangs, a tribe of Kayans who occupy a hitherto unexplored district in the heart of Borneo. Just across the river from where we were sitting, says Dr. Hose, was the graveyard, and there I witnessed a funeral procession as the day was drawing to a close. The coffin, which was a wooden box made from a tree trunk, was decorated with red and black patterns in circles, with 2 small wooden figures of men placed at either end. It was lashed with rattans to a long pole, and by this means was lifted to the shoulders of the bearers, who numbered 13 in all, and who carried it to the burying ground. After the mourners had all passed over to the graveyard, a man quickly cut a couple of small sticks, each 5 feet long and about an inch in diameter. One of these he split almost the whole way down, and forced the unsplit end into the ground, when the upper part opened like a V, leaving sufficient room for each person to pass through. He next split the top of the other stick, and placed another short stick in the cleft made a cross, which he also forced into the ground. The funeral procession climbed the mound on which the ceremony was situated, passing through the V of the cleft stick in a single file. As soon as the coffin had been placed on the stage erected for the purpose, the people commenced their return, following on one another's heels as quickly as possible, each spitting out the words, Pit bali krat bali jut te sip bertatep. Keep back and close out all things evil and sickness, as they passed through the V-shaped stick. The whole party having left the graveyard, the gate was closed by the simple process of tying the cleft ends of the stick together, and a few words were then said to the cross stick, which they call Nagring, or the wall that separates the living from the dead. All who had taken part of the ceremony were then bathed before the returning to their homes, rubbing their skins with rough pebbles, the old Mosaic idea of the uncleanness of the dead, as mentioned in Numbers, chapter 9, evidently finding a place among their religious beliefs. It is apparently a great relief to their minds to think that they can shut out the spirit of the deceased. They believe that the spirit of the dead is not aware that life has left the body until a short time after the coffin has been taken to the graveyard, and then not until the spirit has had leisure to notice the clothes, weapons, and other articles belonging to its earthly estate, which are placed with the coffin. But before this takes place, the gate has been closed. The cleft stick or tree through which a person passes is a barrier to part him from a dangerous foe. The closing of the cleft is like shutting the door in the face of a pursuer. But combined with this, in the case of ruptured patients, seems to be the idea that the rupture heals sympathetically as a cleft in the tree closes. Here the words uttered by the mourners in passing through the cloven stick show clearly that they believe the stick to act as a barrier of fence, on the further side of which they can leave behind the ghost or other dangerous spirit, whose successful pursuit might entail sickness and death on the survivors. Thus the passage of these mundane mourners through the cleft stick is strictly analogous to the passage of ruptured English children through a cleft ash tree. Both are simply ways of leaving an evil thing behind. Similarly, the subsequent binding up of the cloven stick in Borneo is analogous to the binding up of the cloven ash tree in England. Both are ways of barricading the road against the evil which is dogging your steps. Having passed through the doorway, you slam the door in the face of your pursuer. Yet it seems probable that the intention of binding up the cleft in a tree through which a ruptured patient is being passed is not merely that of shutting the door on the malady conceived as a personal being. Combined with this idea is perhaps the notion that in virtue of the law of magical homeopathy, the rupture in the body of the sufferer will close up exactly in the same measure as a cleft in the tree closes up through the force of bandages and of natural growth. Analogous Roman cure for dislocations. That this shade of meaning attaches to the custom is rendered probable by a comparison of an ancient Roman cure for dislocation, which has been preserved for us by the grave authority of the older Cato. He recommended that a green reed, 4 or 5 feet long, should be taken, split down the middle, and held by 2 men to the dislocated bones, which a curious, now unintelligible spell was recited. Then, when the spell has been recited, and the aperture in the reed had closed, the reed was to be tied to the dislocated limb, and a perfect cure might be expected. Apparently it was supposed that just as the 2 sides of the split reed came together and coalesced after being held apart, so the dislocated bones would come together and fit into their proper places. Other examples of creeping through narrow openings after a death. But the usual idea in passing through a narrow aperture as a cure or preventive of evil would seem to be simply that of giving the slip to a dangerous pursuer. With this intention, doubtless, the savage thieves of Tonquin repair after a burial to the banks of a stream, and there creep through a triangle formed by leaning 2 reeds against each other, while the sorcerer soothes them with dirty water. All the relations of the deceased must wash their garments in the stream before they return home, and they may not set foot in the house till they have shorn their hair at the foot of the ladder. Afterwards, the sorcerer comes and sprinkles the whole house with water for the purpose of expelling evil spirits. Here again we cannot doubt that the creeping through the triangle reeds is intended to rid the mourners of the troublesome ghost. So when the Kamchatkans had disposed of a corpse after their usual fashion by throwing it to the dogs to be devoured, they purified themselves as follows. They went into the forest and cut various roots which they bent into rings, and through these rings they crept twice. Afterwards they carried the rings back to the forest and flung them away westward. The Koryaks, a people of the same region, burn their dead and hold a festival in honor of the departed a year after the death. At this festival, which takes place on the spot where the corpse was burned, or if that is too far off, on a neighbouring height, they sacrifice 2 young reindeer which have never been in harness, and the sorcerer sticks a great many reindeer horns in the earth, believing that thereby he is dispatching a whole herd of these animals to their deceased friends in the other world. Then they all hasten home, and purify themselves by passing between 2 poles planted in the ground, while the sorcerer strikes them with a stick and endures death not to carry them off. The Tokuali, in the interior of central Celebes, hold a great sacrificial festival on the 8th day after the death of man, or the 9th day after the death of a woman. When their guests return homewards after the festival, they pass under 2 poles placing in a slanting direction against each other, and they may look round at the house where the death occurred. In this way, they take a final leave of the soul of the deceased. Afterwards, no more sacrifices are offered to the soul. Among the Tobianko, another tribe in the interior of central Celebes, When a man buries his wife, he goes to the grave by a different road from that along which the corpse is carried, and on certain days afterwards he bathes, and on returning from the bath must pass through a TP-shaped direction, which is formed by splitting a pole up the middle and separating the two split pieces except at the top. This he must do in order that his second wife, if he has one, may not soon die. Hence the notion probably is that the jealous ghost of the dead wife seeks to avenge herself on her living rival by carrying off her soul with her to Deadland. Hence, to prevent this catastrophe, the husband tries to evade the ghost, first by going to the grave along the different path, and second by passing under a cleft stick, to which, as usual, the spirit cannot follow him. The intention of the custom probably is to escape from the ghost of the dead. In the light of the foregoing customs, as well as of a multitude of ceremonies observed for a similar purpose in all parts of the world, we may safely assume that when people creep through rings after a death, or pass between poles after a sacrifice to the dead, their intention simply is to interpose a barrier between themselves and the ghost. They make their way through a narrow pass or aperture through which they hope that the ghost will not be able to follow them. To put it otherwise, they conceive that the spirit of the dead is sticking to them like a burr, and that like a burr it may be rubbed or scraped off and left adhering to the sides of the opening through which they have squeezed themselves. Passing through an archway in order to escape from demons. Similarly, when a pestilence is raging among the Koryaks, they kill a dog, wind its guts about 2 poles, and pass between the poles, doubtless for the sake of giving the slip to the demon of the plague, in the same way that they give the slip to the ghost. When the Kayans of Borneo have been dogged by an evil spirit on a journey and are nearing their destination, they fashion a small archway of boughs, light a fire under it, and pass in single file under their archway and over the fire, spitting into the fire as they pass. By this ceremony, we are told, they thoroughly exorcise the evil spirits and emerge from the other side free from all baleful influences. Here, to make assurance doubly sure, a fire as well as an archway is interposed between the travellers and the dreadful beings who are walking unseen behind. Crawling under an arch of bramble as a cure for various maladies. To crawl under a bramble which has formed an arch by sending down a second root into the ground is an English and Welsh cure for whooping cough, rheumatism, boils, and other complaints. In some parts of the west of England they say that to get rid of boils, the thing to do is to crawl through such a natural arch 9 times against the sun. But in Devonshire the patient should keep through the arch thrice with the sun, that is from east to west. When a child is passed through it for whooping cough, the operators ought to say, "In bramble, out cough. Here I leave the whooping cough." Crawling under arches of various sorts as a cure or preventive of sickness. In Perigord and other parts of France, the same cure is employed for boils. In Bulgaria, when a person suffers from a congenital malady such as scrofula, a popular cure is to take him to a neighbouring village and there make him creep naked thrice through an arch, which is formed by inserting the lower ends of 2 vine branches in the ground and joining their upper ends together. When he has done so, he hangs his clothes on a tree and dons other garments. On his way home, the patient must also crawl under a ploughshare, which is held high to let him pass. Further, when whooping cough is prevalent in a Bulgarian village, an old woman will scrape the earth from under the root of a willow tree. Then all the children of the village creep through the opening thus made, and a thread from the garment of each of them is hung on the willow. Adults sometimes go through the same ceremony after recovering from a dangerous illness. Similarly, when sickness is rife among some of the villages to the east of Lake Nyasa, the inhabitants crawl through an arch formed by bending a wand and inserting the 2 ends in the ground. By way of further precaution, they wash themselves on the spot with medicine and water, and then bury the medicine and the evil influence together in the earth. The same ceremony is resorted to as a means of keeping off evil spirits, wild beasts, and enemies. Custom in Uganda of causing a sick man to pass through a cleft stick or a narrow opening in the doorway. In Uganda, sometimes a medicine man directed a sick man to provide an animal, promising that he would come and transfer the sickness to the animal. The medicine man would then select a plantain tree near the house, kill the animal by it, and anoint the sick man with its blood, on his forehead, on each side of his chest, and on his legs above the knees. The plantain tree selected had to be one that was about to bear fruit, and the medicine man would split the stem from near the top to near the bottom, leaving a few inches not split both at the top and at the bottom. The split stem would be held open, so that the sick man could step through it, and in doing so he would leave his clothing at the plantain tree, and would run into the house without looking back. When he entered the house, new clothes would be given him to wear. The plantain, the clothing, and meat would be carried away by the medicine man, who would deposit the plantain tree on waste land, but would take the meat and clothing for himself. Sometimes the medicine man would kill the animal near the hut, lay a stout stick across the threshold, and narrow the doorway by partially filling it with branches of trees. He would then put some of the blood on either side of the narrow entrance, and some on the stick across the threshold, and would also anoint with it the sick man, who would be taken outside for the purpose. The patient would then re-enter the house, letting his clothing fall off as he passed through the doorway. The medicine man would carry away the branches, the stick, the clothing, and the meat. The branches and the stick he would cast upon waste land, but the meat and the clothing he would keep for himself. Here the notion of transferring the sickness to the animal is plainly combined with, as we almost say overshadowed by the notion that the ailment is left behind adhering to the cleft plantain stem or to the stick and branches of the narrow opening through which the patient has made his way. That obviously is why the plantain stem or the stick and branches are thrown away on waste land, lest they should infect other people with the sickness which has been transferred to them. Similar custom practiced by the Key of New Guinea and the Lubus of Sumatra for the purpose of giving the slip to spiritual pursuers. The Key of German New Guinea attributes sickness to the agency either of ghosts or of sorcerers, but suspicion always falls at first on ghosts, who are deemed even worse than the sorcerers. To cure a sick man, they will sometimes cleave a stick in the middle, leaving the two ends intact, and then oblige the sufferer to insert his head through the cleft. After that, they stroke his whole body with a stick from head to foot. The stick with the soul stuff of the ghost is then hurled away or otherwise destroyed, whereupon the sick man is supposed to recover. Here the ghosts who cause the sickness are clearly supposed to be scraped from the patient's body by means of the cleft stick, and to be thrown away or destroyed with the implement. The Lubus, a primitive tribe in the Mandaling district of Sumatra, stand in great fear of the wandering spirits of the dead, Sui Mangots. But they know all sorts of means of protecting themselves against the unwelcome visits of the spirits. For example, if a man has lost his way in the forest, he thinks that this is the work of such a spirit, Sui Mangot, who dogs the wanderer and bedims his sight. So in order to throw the malignant spirit off the track, he takes a rattan and splits it through the middle. By beating the rattan, an opening is made, through which he creeps. After that, the rattan is quickly sketched and the opening closes. By this procedure the spirit, so they think, cannot find the opening again and so cannot further follow his victim. Here, therefore, the passage through a cleft stick is conceived in the clearest way as an escape from a spiritual pursuer, and the closing of the aperture, when the fugitive has passed through, is nothing but the slamming of the door in the face of his invisible foe. Passing through cleft sticks in connection with puberty and circumcision. Similar significance is probably to be attached to other cases of ceremonially passing through a cleft stick, even where the intention of the rite is not expressly alleged. Thus among the Ovambo of German Southwest Africa, young women who have become marriageable perform a variety of ceremonies. Among other things, they dance in the large and the small cattle kraal. On quitting the large cattle kraal after the dance, and on entering and quitting the small cattle kraal, they are obliged to pass, one after the other, through the fork of a cleft stick, of which the two sides are held open wide by an old man. Among the Washamba of German East Africa, when a boy has been circumcised, two women bring a long sugar cane, which still bears its leaves. The cane is split at some distance from its upper and lower ends, and the two sides are held apart, so as to form a cleft or opening. At the lower end of the cleft, a danga ring is fastened. The father and mother of the circumcised youth now place the sugar cane between them, touch the ring with their feet, and then slip through the cleft. and after them the lad's aunt must also pass through the cleft sugar cane. In both these cases, the passage through the cleft stick is probably intended to give the slip to certain dangerous spirits, which are apt to molest people at such critical seasons as puberty and circumcision. Crawling through a ring or hoop as a cure or preventive of disease. Again, the passage through a ring or hoop is resorted to, for like reasons, as a mode of curing or preventing disease. Thus in Sweden, when a natural ring has been found in a tree, it is carefully removed and treasured in the family, for sick and especially rickety children are healed by merely passing through it. A young married woman in Sweden who suffered from an infirmity was advised by a wise woman to steal 3 branches of willow, make them into a hoop, and creep through it naked, taking care not to touch the hoop and to keep perfectly silent. The hoop was afterwards to be burnt. She carried out the prescription faithfully, and her faith was rewarded by a perfect cure. No doubt her infirmity was thought to adhere to the hoop and to be burnt with it. Similarly, in Scotland, children who suffered from hectic fever and consumptive patients used to be healed by passing thrice through a circular wreath of woodbine, which was cut during the increase of the March moon and was let down over the body of the sufferer from the head to the feet. Thus Jonnet Stewart cured sundry women by taking a garland of green woodbine and causing the patient pass through it. Quick thereafter, she cut in 9 pieces and cast in the fire. Another wise woman transmitted the stick through an girth of woodbine thrice 3 times, saying, I do this in name of the Father, the Son, and the Hail Ghost. Passing sheep through a hoop of rowan. The Highlanders of Strathspey used to force all their sheep and lambs to pass through a hoop of rowan tree on All Saints' Day and Beltane, the 1st of November and the 1st of May, probably as a means of warding off the witches and fairies, who are especially dreaded at these seasons, and against whose malignant arts the rowan tree affords an efficient protection. Milking a cow through a natural wooden ring or a witch's nest. In Oldenburg, when a cow gives little or no milk, they milk her through a hole in a branch. At Everston, they say that this should be done through a ring which an oak tree has formed round the scar, where a branch has been sawn off. Others say the beast should be milked through a witch's nest, that is, through the boughs of a birch tree which have grown in a tangle. Such a witch's nest is also hung up in a pig's sty to protect the pig against witchcraft. Hence the aim of milking a cow through a witch's nest, or through a natural wooden ring, is no doubt to deliver the poor creature from an artful witch who has been draining away the milk into her own pail, as witches are apt to do. Passing sick persons or animals through a ring of yarn. Again in Oldenburg, sick children and also adults and animals are passed through a ring of rough, unwashed yarn, just as it comes from the reel. To complete the cure, you should throw a hot coal thrice through the ring, then split through it thrice, and finally bury the yarn under a stone, where you leave it to rot. The writer who reports these remedies explains them as intended to strip the witchcraft, as you might say, from the bodies of the victims, whether human or animal, on whom the witch has cast her spell. Passing diseased children through a coil. Among the Lucius of Assam, 5 to 10 days after the child is born, its body is said to be covered with small pimples. Its lips become black, and its strength decreases. The family then obtain a particular kind of creeping plant called form, which they make into a coil. In the evening, everything in the house that has a lid or covering is uncovered, and the child is thrice passed through this coil, which act is supposed to clear the child's skin and restore its strength. After this is finished, the patients go to bed, and the pots or other receptacles are covered again by any of the members of the family. The parents themselves must not replace any of these lids for fear that they might shut up the spirit of the child in them. Passing through a hemlock ring during an epidemic. When the Kwakatel Indians of British Columbia fear the outbreak of an epidemic, a medicine man takes a large ring of hemlock branches and causes every member of the tribe to pass through it. Each person puts his head through the ring and then moves the ring downwards over his body till it has almost reached his feet, when he steps out of it, right foot first. They think that this prevents the epidemic from breaking out. Passing through a ring of red-hot iron to escape an evil spirit. In Asia Minor, if a person is believed to be possessed by an evil spirit, one form of treatment is to heat an iron chain red hot, form it into a ring, and pass the afflicted person through the opening, on the theory that the evil spirit cannot pass the hot chain, and so is torn from his victim and left behind. Here the intention of the passage through the aperture is avowedly to shake off a spiritual pursuer, who is deterred from further pursuit, not only by the narrowness of the opening, but by the risk of burning himself in the attempt to make his way through it. Crawling through hold stones as a cure in Scotland and Cornwall. But if the intention of these ceremonies is essentially to rid the performer of some harmful thing, whether a disease or a ghost or a demon, which is supposed to be clinging to him, we should expect to find that any narrow hole or opening would serve the purpose as well as a cleft tree or stick, an arch or ring of boughs, or a couple of posts fixed in the ground. And this expectation is not disappointed. On the coast of Morven and Mull, thin ledges of rock may be seen pierced with large holes near the sea. Consumptive people used to be brought thither, and after the tops of 9 waves had been caught in a dish and thrown on the patient's head, he was made to pass through one of the rifted rocks thrice in the direction of the sun. On the farm of Crossapole in Cole, there is a stone called Clachthuel, that is, the whole stone, through which persons suffering from consumption were made to pass 3 times in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. They took meat with them each time, and left some on the stone. The bird that took the food away had the consumption laid upon it. Similar stones, under which the patient can creep, were made use of in other islands. Here is manifest that the patient left his disease behind him on the stone, since the bird which carried off the food from the stone caught the disease. In the Aberdeenshire River Dee, at Campus Womay, near Ballater, there is a rock with a hole in it large enough to let a person through. Legend runs that childless women used to wade out to the stone and squeeze themselves through the hole. It is said that a certain noble lady tried the effect of the charm not very many years ago with indifferent success. In the parish of Mardun, in Cornwall, near the village of Lanyon, there is a perforated stone called Men Antol, or hold stone, through which people formerly crept as a remedy for pains in the back and limbs, and at certain times of the year parents drew their children through the hole to cure them of the rickets. The passage through the stone was also deemed a cure for scrofula, provided it was made against the sun and repeated 3 times or 3 times 3. Crawling through hold stones as a cure in France. Near the little town of Dordogne, not far from Castres, in southern France, there is a mountain, and on the top of the mountain is a tableland, where a number of large stones may be seen planted on the ground about a cross, and rise to a height of 2 to 5 feet above the ground. Almost all of them are pierced with holes of different sizes. From time immemorial, people used to assemble at Dorn and the neighbourhood every year on the 6th of August, the festival of St. Esteban. The palsied, the lame, the blind, the sick of all sorts, flocked thither to seek and find a cure for the various infirmities. Very early in the morning they set out from the villages where they lodged, or from the meadows where, for want of better accommodation, they had been forced to pass the night, and went on pilgrimage to the chapel of St. Esteban, which stands in a gorge at the southern foot of the mountain. Having gone 9 times in procession round the chapel, they hobbled, limped, or crawled in the tableland on the top of the mountain. There each of them chose a stone with a hole of the requisite size, and thrust his ailing member through the hole. For there are holes to suit every complaint, some for the head, some for the arm, some for the leg, and so on. Having performed this simple ceremony, they were cured. The lame walked, the blind saw, the palsied recovered the use of their limbs, and so on. The chapel of the saint is adorned with the crutches and other artificial aids, now wholly superfluous, to which joyful pilgrims left behind them in token of their gratitude and devotion. About 2 miles from Gisors, in the French department of Oise, there is a dolmen called Tre, or Tre Château, consisting of 3 upright stones with the 4th and a larger stone laid horizontally on the tops. The stone which forms the back wall of the dolmen is pierced about the middle by an irregularly shaped hole, through which the people of the neighbourhood used from time immemorial to pass their sickly children, in a firm belief that the passage through the stone would restore them to health. Crawling through hold stones as a cure in Bavaria and Austria and Greece. In the church of St. Corona, at the village of Koppenwall, in the Lower Bavaria, there is a hole in the stone on which the altar rests. Through this hole, while service was going on, the peasants used to creep, believing that having done so, they would not suffer from pains in their back in harvest. In the crypt of the old cathedral at Frazer in Bavaria, there is a tomb which is reputed to contain the relics of St. Nonnosius. Between a pillar of the tomb and the wall there is a narrow opening to which persons afflicted with pains in the back creep in order to obtain thereby some mitigation of their pangs. In Upper Austria, above the lake of Aber, which is a sheet of dark green water nestling among wooded mountains, there stands the Falkenstein Chapel of St. Wolfgang, built close to the face of a cliff that rises from a little green dale. A staircase leads up from the chapel to a narrow, dark, dripping cleft in the rock, through which pilgrims creep in a stooping posture, in the belief that they can strip off their bodily sufferings or sins in the face of the rock. Women with a child also crawl through the hole, hoping thus to obtain an easy delivery. In the Greek island of Zythos, when a child is sickly, the mother will take it to a hole in a rock, about half an hour distant from Massaria. There she strips the child naked and puts it through the hole in the rock, afterwards throwing away the old garments and clothing the child in new ones. Crawling through old stones is a cure in Asia Minor. Near Everek, on the site of the ancient Caesarea in Asia Minor, there is a rifted rock through which persons pass to rid themselves of a cough. A writer well acquainted with Asia Minor has described how he visited a well-known pool of water tucked away in a beautiful nook high up among the Anatolian mountains, and with a wide reputation for sanctity and healing powers. We arrived just as the last of a flock of 300 sheep were being passed through a peculiar hole in the thin ledge of a huge rock to deliver them from a disease of the liver supposed to prevent the proper laying on of fat. Passing through various narrow openings as a cure or preventive in India and Ireland. Among the Kawars of the central provinces in India, a man who suffers from intermittent fever will try to cure it by walking through a narrow passage between two houses. In a ruined church of St. Brandon, about 10 miles from Dingle, in the west of Ireland, there is a narrow window through which sick women pass thrice in order to be cured. The Hindus of the Punjab think that the birth of a son after 3 girls is unlucky for the parents, and in order to avert the ill luck, they resort to a number of devices. Amongst other things, they break the center of a bronze plate and remove all but the rim. Then they pass the luckless child through the bronze rim. Moreover, they make an opening in the roof of the room where the birth took place, and then pull the infant out through the opening, and further they pass the child under the sill of the door. By these passages through narrow apertures, they apparently hope to rid the child of the ill luck which is either pursuing it or sticking to it like a burr. For in this case, as in many similar ones, it might be hard to say whether the riddance is conceived as an escape from the pursuit of a maleficent spirit, or as the abrasion of a dangerous substance which adheres to the person of the sufferer. Crawling through holes in the ground as a cure for disease. Another way of ridding man and beast of the clinging infection of disease is to pass them through a hole dug in the ground. This mode of cure was practiced in Europe during the Middle Ages, and has survived in Denmark down to modern times. In a sermon preached by St. Eloi, Bishop of Noyon, in the 6th century, he forbade the faithful to practice lustrations and to drive their sheep through hollow trees and holes in the earth, because by this they seemed to consecrate them to the devil. Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, who died in 690 AD, decreed that if any one for the health of his little son shall pass through a hole in the ground, and then close it behind him with thorns, let him do penance for 11 days on bread and water. Here the closing of the hole with thorns, after the patient or his representative has passed through, is plainly intended to barricade the narrow way against the pursuit of sickness personified as a demon. Hence it confirms the general interpretation here given of these customs. Again, Burchard, Bishop of Worms, who died in AD 1025, repeated the same condemnation. Hast thou done what certain women are wanted to do? I mean those who have squalling babes. They dig the earth and pierce it, and through that hole they drag the babe, and they say that thus the squalling babe ceases to squall. If thou hast done this, or consented unto it, thou shalt do penance for 15 days on bread and water. At Funen in Denmark, as late as the latter part of the 19th century, A cure for childish ailments was to dig up several sods, arrange them as to form a hole, and then to pass the sick child through it. A simplified form of this cure is adopted in Jutland. At 12 o'clock on a Thursday night, you go to a churchyard, dig up a circular piece of turf, and make a hole in it large enough to permit the passage through it of your infant progeny. Taking the sod with you, go home, salute nobody on the way, and speak to nobody. On getting to your house, take the child and pass it thrice through the turf from right to left. Then take the turf back to the churchyard and replace it in position. If the turf takes root and grows afresh, the child will recover, but if the turf withers, there is no hope. Elsewhere, it is at the hour of sunset rather than of midnight that people cut the turf in the churchyard. The same cure is applied to cattle which have been bewitched, though naturally in that case you must cut a much bigger turf and make a much bigger hole in it to let a horse or a cow through than is necessary for an infant. Here again the conception of a sympathetic relation established between sufferer and the thing which has rid him of his ailment comes out clearly in the belief that if the turf through which the child has been passed thrives, the child will thrive also, but that if the turf withers, the child will die. Among the Kuranas, a people of the Hottentot race on the Orange River, when a child recovers from a dangerous illness, a trench is dug in the ground, across the middle of which an arch is thrown, and an ox made to stand upon it. The child is then dragged under the arch. After this ceremony, the animal is killed and eaten by married people who have children, none else being permitted to participate of the feast. Here the attempt to leave the sickness behind in the hole, which is probably the essence of the ceremony, may perhaps be combined with an endeavour to impart to the child the strength and vigour of the animal. Passing through the yoke of a chariot as a cure for skin disease. Ancient India seems also to have been familiar with the same primitive notion that sickness could, as it were, be stripped off the person of the sufferer by passing him through a narrow aperture. For in the Rigveda, it is said that Indra cured Apala of a disease of the skin by drawing her through the yoke of the chariot. Thus the god made her to have a golden skin, purifying her thrice. Passing under a yoke or arch as a rite of initiation. At the small village of Daman, on the Cabinal River in German New Guinea, a traveller witnessed the natives performing a ceremony of initiation, of which the following rite formed part. The candidates for initiation, 6 in number, were boys and lads of various ages from about 4 years of age to 16 or 17. The company betook themselves to the bed of a small stream, where at the end of a gully a hollow in the rocks formed a natural basin. At the entrance of the gully a sort of yoke, so the traveller calls it, was erected by means of some poles, and from the cross-piece plants were hung so as to make an arch. One of the men took up his station in front of the arch, and as each candidate came up, the man seized him, spat on his breast and back a clot of red spittle, and gave him several severe blows with the stock of a plant. After that, the candidate, who had previously stripped himself naked, passed under the leafy arch, and bathed in the rocky pool at the other end of the gully. All the time that this solemnity was proceeding, another man sat perched on the neighbouring rock, beating a drum and singing. Only men took part in the ceremony. Though no explanation of the ceremony is given by the observer who witnessed it, we may suppose that by passing under the yoke, or arch, the novices were supposed to rid themselves of certain evil influences, whether conceived as spiritual or not, which they left behind them on the further side of the barrier. This interpretation is confirmed by the bath which each candidate took immediately afterwards. In short, the whole purpose of the rite would seem to have been purificatory. The ancient Roman custom of passing enemies under a yoke was probably in origin a ceremony of purification rather than of degradation. With the preceding examples before us, it seems worthwhile to ask whether the ancient Italian practice of making conquered enemies to pass under a yoke may not, in its origin, have been a purificatory ceremony, designed to rid the foe of some uncanny powers before dismissing him to his home. For apparently the ceremony was only observed with prisoners who were about to be released. Had it been a mere mark of ignominy, there seems to be no reason why it should not have been inflicted also on men who were doomed to die. This conjectural explanation of the ceremony is confirmed by the tradition that the Roman Horatius was similarly obliged by his fellow countrymen to pass under a yoke as a form of purification for the murder of his sister. The yoke by passing under which he cleansed himself from his sister's blood was still to be seen in Rome when Livy was writing his history under the Emperor Augustus. It was an ancient wooden beam spanning a narrow lane in an old quarter of the city, the two ends of the beam being built into the masonry on the walls on either side. It went by the name of the Sisters' Beam, and whenever the wood decayed and threatened to fall, the venerable monument, which carried back the thoughts of passers-by to the kingly age of Rome, was repaired at the public expense. If our interpretation of these customs is right, it was the ghost of his murdered sister whom the Roman hero gave the slip by passing under the yoke, and it may have been the angry gods of slaughtered Romans for whom the enemy's soldiers were believed to be delivered when they marched under the yoke before being dismissed by their merciful conquerors to their homes. Similarly, the passage of a victorious Roman army under a triumphal arch may have been intended to purify the men from the stain of bloodshed by interposing a barrier between the slayers and the angry ghosts of the slain. In a former part of this work, we saw that homicides in general and victorious warriors in particular are often obliged to perform a variety of ceremonies for the purpose of ridding them of the dangerous ghosts of their victims. If the ceremony of passing under the yoke was primarily designed, as I have suggested, to free soldiers from the angry ghosts of the men whom they had slain, we should expect to find that the victorious Romans themselves observed a similar ceremony after a battle for a similar purpose. Was this the original meaning of passing under a triumphal arch? In other words, may not the triumphal arch have been for the victors what the yoke was for the vanquished, a barrier to protect them against the pursuit of the spirits of the slain? That the Romans felt the need of purification from the taint of bloodshed after a battle appears from the opinion of Mesurius, mentioned by Pliny, that the laurel worn by soldiers in the triumphal procession was intended to purge them from the slaughter of the enemy. A special gate, the Porta Triumphalis, was reserved for the entrance of a victorious army into Rome, and it would be in accordance with ancient religious views if this distinction was originally not so much an honour conferred as a precaution enforced to prevent the ordinary gates from being polluted by the passage of thousands of blood-guilty men. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bolder the Beautiful, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11, The External Soul in Folk Custom, Part 3. 3. The External Soul in Animals. Belief in a sympathetic relation between a man and an animal such that the fate of the one depends on that of the other. But in practice, as in folk tales, it is not merely the inanimate objects and plants that a person is occasionally believed to be united by a bond of physical sympathy. The same bond, it is supposed, may exist between a man and an animal, so that the welfare of the one depends on the welfare of the other, and where the animal dies, the man dies also. The analogy between the custom and the tales is all the closer because, in both of them, the power of thus removing the soul from the body and stowing it away in an animal is often a special privilege of wizards and witches. The external souls of Yakut shamans in animals. Thus the Yakuts of Siberia believe that every shaman or wizard keeps his soul, or one of his souls, incarnate in an animal which is carefully concealed from all the world. "Nobody can find my external soul," said one famous wizard. "It lies hidden far away in the stony mountains of Ezigansk." Once a year, when the last snows melt and the earth turns black, do these external souls or wizards appear in the shape of animals among the dwellings of men. They wander everywhere, yet none but wizards can see them. The strong ones sweep roaring and noisily along, the weak steal about quietly and furtively. Often they fight, and then the wizard whose external soul is beaten falls ill or dies. The weakest and most cowardly wizards are they whose souls are incarnate in the shape of dogs, for the dog gives his human double no peace, but gnaws his heart and tears his body. The most powerful wizards are they whose external souls have the shape of stallions, elks, black bears, eagles, or boars. Again, the Samanids of the Tarakinsk region hold that every shaman has a familiar spirit in the shape of a boar, which he leads about by a magic belt. On the death of the boar, the shaman himself dies, and stories are told of battles between wizards who send their spirits to fight before they encounter each other in person. Sympathetic relation between witches and hares. In Yorkshire, witches are thought to stand in such peculiarly close relations to hares that if a particular hare is killed or wounded, a certain witch will at the same moment be killed or receive a hurt in her body exactly corresponding to the wound in the hare. However, this fancy is probably a case of the general European belief that witches have the power of temporarily transforming themselves into certain animals, particularly hares and cats, and that any hurts inflicted on such transformed animals are felt by the witches who are concealed in the animals. But the notion that a person can temporarily transform himself into an animal differs from the notion that he can deposit his soul for a longer or shorter period in an animal, while he himself retains the human form, though in the cloudy mind of the peasant and the savage, the two ideas may not always be sharply distinguished. The Malays believe that the soul of a person may pass to another person or into an animal, or rather that such a mysterious relation can arise between the two that the fate of the one is wholly dependent on that of the other. Melanesian conception of the tamanao, a person's external soul lodged in an animal or other object. Among the Melanesians of Mota, one of the New Hebrides Islands, the conception of an external soul is carried out in the practice of daily life. The Mota word for soul is atane. The use of the word atai in Mota seems properly and originally to have been to signify something peculiarly and intimately connected with a person and sacred to him, something that he has set his fancy upon when he has seen it in what has seemed to him a wonderful manner, or as someone has shown it to him as such. Whatever the thing might be, the man believed it to be the reflection of his own personality. He and his atai flourished, suffered, lived and died together, but the word must not be supposed to have been borrowed from this use and applied secondarily to describe the soul. The word carries a sense with it which is applicable alike to that second self and the visible object so mysteriously connected with the man, and to this invisible second self which we call the soul. There is another Mota word, tamanao, which has almost, if not quite the same meaning as atai, has when it describes something animate or inanimate which a man has come to believe to have an existence intimately connected with his own. The word tamano may be taken to be properly likeness, and the noun from the adverb tama as like. It was not every one in Mota who had his tamano. Only some men fancied that they had this relation to a lizard, a snake, or it might be a stone. Sometimes a thing was sought for and found by drinking the infusion of certain leaves and heaping together the dregs. Then whatever living thing was first seen in or upon the heap was a tamano. It was watched, but not fed or worshipped. The natives believed that it came to at call, and that the life of the man was bound up with the life of his tamano. If a living thing, or with its safety should it die, or if it not living, get broken or be lost, the man would die. Hence in case of sickness they would send to see if the tamano was safe and well. This word has never been used apparently for the soul in Mota, but in Aurora in the New Hebrides it is the accepted equivalent. It is well worth observing that both the atai and tamano, and it may be added the motlav telegi, is something which has a substantial existence of its own, as when a snake or stone is a man's atai or tamano. A soul, then, when called by these names, is conceived of as something, in a way, substantial. Sympathetic relation between a man and his tamano, external soul. From this account, which we owe to the careful and accurate researches of Reverend Dr. Godrington, we gather that while every person in Mota has a second self or external soul in a visible object called an atai, only some people have, it may be, a second external soul in another visible object called a tamano. We may conjecture that persons who have a tamano in addition to an atai are more than usually anxious as to the state of their soul, and that they seek to put it in perfect security by what we may call a system of double insurance, calculating that if one of their external souls should die or be broken, they themselves may still survive by virtue of the survival of the other. Be that as it may, the tomato discharges two functions, one of them defensive and the other offensive. On the one hand, so long as it lives or remains unbroken, it preserves its owner in life, and on the other hand, it helps him to injure his enemies. In its offensive character, if the tomato happens to be an eel, it will bite its owner's enemy. If it is a shark, it will swallow him. In its defensive character, in the state of the tomato, is a symptom of life token in the state of the man. Hence, when he is ill, he will visit and examine it, or if he cannot go himself, he will send another to inspect it and report. In either case, a man turns the animal, if animal it be, carefully over in order to see what is the matter with it. Should something be found sticking to its skin, it is removed, and through the relief thus afforded to the creature, the sick man recovers. But if the animal should be found dying, it is an omen of death for the man, for whenever it dies, he dies also. Soul of a Melanesian doctor in an eagle hawk and a rat. In Melanesia, a native doctor was once attending to a sick man. Just then a large eagle hawk came soaring past the house, and Kaplan, my hunter, was going to shoot it, but the doctor jumped up in evident alarm and said, "Oh, don't shoot, that is my spirit. No egg, literally my shadow. If you shoot that, I will die." He then told the old man, "If you see a rat tonight, don't drive it away. 'Tis my spirit, Neog, or a snake which will come tonight, that also is my spirit." It does not appear whether the doctor in this case, like the giant or warlock in the tales, kept his spirit permanently in the bird or in the animal, or whether he only transferred it temporarily to the creature for the purpose of enabling him the better to work the cure, perhaps by sending out his own soul in a bird or beast to find and bring back the lost soul of the patient. In either case, he seems to have thought, like the giant or warlock in the stories, that the death of the bird or the animal would simultaneously entail his own. A family in Nauru, one of the Marshall Islands, apparently imagined that their lives are bound up with a species of large fish that has a huge mouth and devours human beings. For when one of these fish was killed, the members of the family cried, "Our guardian spirit is killed, now we must all die." The theory that an external soul lodged in an animal is very prevalent in West Africa. The theory of an external soul deposited in an animal appears to be very prevalent in West Africa, particularly in Nigeria, the Cameroons, and Gabon. In the latter part of the 19th century, 2 English missionaries established at San Salvador, the capital of the King of Congo, asked the natives repeatedly whether any of them had seen the strange, big, East African goat which Stanley had given to a chief at Stanley Pool in 1877. But their inquiries were fruitless. No native would admit that he had seen the goat. Some years afterwards, the missionaries discovered why they could obtain no reply to their inquiry. All the people, it turned out, imagined that the missionaries believed the spirit of the King of Salvador to be contained in the goat, and they wished to obtain possession of the animal in order to exercise an evil influence on His Majesty. The belief from the standpoint of the Congo savages was natural enough, since in that region some chiefs regularly linked their fate to that of an animal. The soul of a chief in a hippopotamus or a black snake. Thus the chief Banqua of Ndolo, on the Moeko River, had transferred this honor on a certain hippopotamus of the neighborhood, at which he would allow nobody to shoot. At the village of Ongek, in the Gaboon, a French missionary slept in the hut of an old Fan chief. Awakened about 2 in the morning by a rustling of dry leaves, he lit a torch, when to his horror he perceived a huge black serpent of the most dangerous sort coiled in a corner, with head erect, shining eyes, and hissing jaws, ready to dart at him. Instinctively he seized his gun and pointed it at the reptile, when suddenly his arm was struck up, the torch was extinguished, and the voice of an old chief said, don't fire, I beg of you. In killing the serpent it is me that you would kill. Fear nothing, the serpent is my Elengela." So saying, he flung himself on his knees beside the reptile, put his arms about it, and clasped it to his breast. The serpent received his caresses quietly, manifesting neither anger nor fear, and the chief carried it off and laid it down beside him in another hut, exhorting the missionary to have no fear and never to speak of the subject. Belief of the fans that every wizard unites his life to that of a wild animal by right of blood brotherhood. His curiosity being excited by this adventure, the missionary, Father Trials, pursued his inquiries and ascertained that among the fans of the Gaboon, every wizard is believed at initiation to unite his life with that of some particular wild animal by right of blood brotherhood. He draws blood from the ear of the animal and from his own arm, and inoculates the animal with his own blood, and himself with the blood of the beast. Henceforth such an intimate union is established between the two, that the death of the one entails the death of the other. The alliance is thought to bring to the wizard or sorcerer a great accession of power, which he can turn to his advantage in various ways. In the first place, like the warlock in the fairy tales, who has deposited his life outside of himself in some safe place, the fan wizard now deems himself invulnerable. Moreover, the animal with which he has exchanged blood has become his familiar and will obey any orders he may choose to give it, so he makes use of it to injure and kill his enemies. For that reason, the creature with whom he establishes the relation of blood brotherhood is never a tame or domestic animal, but always a ferocious and dangerous wild beast, such as a leopard, a black serpent, a crocodile, a hippopotamus, a wild boar, or a vulture. Of all these creatures, the leopard is by far the commonest familiar of fan wizards, and next to it comes the black serpent. The vulture is the rarest. Witches as well as wizards have their familiars, but the animals with which the lives of women are thus bound up generally differ from those to which men commit their external souls. A witch never has a panther for her familiar, but often a venomous species of serpent, sometimes a horned viper, sometimes a black serpent, sometimes a green one that lives in banana trees, or it may be a vulture, an owl, or other bird of night. In every case, the beast or bird with which the witch or wizard has contracted this mystic alliance is an individual, never a species, and when the individual animal dies, the alliance is naturally at an end, since the death of the animal is supposed to entail the death of the man. Belief of the natives of the Cross River that they stand in a vital relation to certain wild animals, so that when the animal dies, the man dies also. Similar beliefs are held by the natives of the Cross River Valley within the German provinces of the Cameroons. Groups of people, generally the inhabitants of a village, have chosen various animals with which they believe themselves to stand on a footing of intimate friendship or relationship. Amongst such animals are hippopotamuses, elephants, leopards, crocodiles, gorillas, fish, and serpents, all of them creatures which are either very strong or can easily hide themselves in the water or a thicket. This power of concealing themselves is said to be an indispensable condition of the choice of animal familiars, since the animal friend or helper is expected to injure his owner's enemy by stealth. For example, if he is a hippopotamus, he will pop up suddenly out of the water and capsize the animal's canoe. Between the animals and the human friends or kinsfolk, such a sympathetic relation is supposed to exist that the moment the animal dies, the man dies also, and similarly, the instant the man perishes, so does the beast. From this it follows that the animal kinsfolks may never be shot at or molested for fear of injuring or killing the persons whose lives are knit up with the lives of the brutes. This does not, however, prevent the people of a village who have elephants for their animal friends from hunting elephants, for they do not respect the whole species, but merely certain individuals of it, which stand in an intimate relation to certain individual men and women, and they imagine they can always distinguish these brother elephants from the common herd of elephants, which are mere elephants and nothing more. The recognition indeed is said to be mutual. When a hunter, who is an elephant for his friend, meets a human elephant, as we may call it, the noble animal lifts up a paw and holds it before his face, as much as to say, "Don't shoot." Were the hunter so inhuman as to fire on and wound such an elephant, the person whose life was bound up with the elephant would fall ill. Similar belief of the Balong in the Cameroons. The Belong of the Cameroons think that every man has several souls, of which one is in his body and another in an animal, such as an elephant, a wild pig, a leopard, and so forth. When a man comes home feeling ill and says, "I shall soon die," and dies accordingly, the people aver that one of his souls has been killed in a wild pig or a leopard, and that the death of the external soul has caused the death of the soul in his body. Hence the corpse is cut open, and a diviner determines, from an inspection of the inwards, whether the popular surmise is correct or not. Belief of the Audiobooks in external human souls which are lodged in animals. A similar belief in the external souls of living people is entertained by the Audiobooks, an important tribe of the Niger Delta who inhabit a country west of the Cross River. They think that a man's spirit can quit his body for a time, delaying life, and take up its abode in an animal. This is called Ishi Anu, to turn animal. A man who wishes to acquire this power procures a certain drug from a wise man and mixes it with his food. After that his soul goes out and enters into the animal. If it should happen that the animal is killed while the man's soul is lodged in it, the man dies, and if the animal be wounded, the man's body will presently be covered with boils. This belief instigates to many deeds of darkness, for a sly rogue will sometimes surreptitiously administer the magical drug to his enemy in his food, and having thus smuggled the other's soul into an animal, will destroy the creature, and with it the man whose soul is lodged in it. A like belief is reported to prevail among the tribes of the Obubura Hill district on the Cross River in southern Nigeria. Once when Mr. Partridge's canoemen wished to catch fish near a town of the Asiga tribe, the people objected, saying, "Our souls live in those fish, and if you kill them we shall die." Belief of the Negroes of Calabar that every person has an external or bush soul lodged in a wild beast. The Negroes of Calabar, at the mouth of the Niger, believe that every person has 4 souls, one of which always lives outside of his or her body in the form of a wild beast in the forest. The external soul, or bush soul, as Miss Kingsley calls it, may be almost any animal, for example, a leopard, a fish, or a tortoise, but is never a domestic animal, and never a plant. Unless he is gifted with second sight, a man cannot see his own bush soul, but a diviner will often tell him what sort of creature his bush soul is, and after that the man will be careful not to kill any animal of that species, and will strongly object to anyone else doing so. A man and his sons have usually the same sort of animals for their bush souls, and so will the mother and her daughters. But sometimes all the children of a family take after the bush soul of their father. For example, if his external soul is a leopard, all his sons and daughters will have leopards for their external souls. And on the other hand, sometimes they all take after their mother. For instance, if her external soul is a tortoise, all the external souls of her sons and daughters will be tortoises too. So intimately bound up is the life of the man with that of the animal, which he regards as his external or bush soul, that the death or injury of the animal necessarily entails the death or injury of the man. And conversely, when the man dies, his bush soul can no longer find a place of rest, but goes mad and rushes into the fire, or charges people and is knocked on the head, and that is an end of it. When a person is sick, the diviner will sometimes tell him that his bush soul is angry at being neglected. Thereupon the patient will make an offering to the offended spirit and deposit it in a tiny hut in the forest at the spot where the animal, which is his external soul, was last seen. If the bush soul is appeased, the patient recovers, but if it is not, he dies. Yet the foolish bush soul does not understand that in injuring the man, it injures itself, and that it cannot long survive his decease. Further particulars as to the Calabar belief in bush souls. Such is the account which Miss Kingsley gives of the bush souls of the Calabar Negroes. Some fresh particulars are furnished by Mr. Richard Henshaw, agent for native affairs at Calabar. He tells us that a man may only marry a woman who has the same sort of bush soul as himself. For example, if his bush soul is a leopard, his wife also must have a leopard for her bush soul. Further, we learn from Mr. Henshaw that a person's bush soul need not be that either of his father or of his mother. For example, a child with a hippopotamus for his bush soul may be born into a family, all the members of which have wild pigs for their bush souls. This happens when the child is a reincarnation of a man whose external soul was a hippopotamus. In such a case, if the parents object to the intrusion of an alien soul, they may call in a medicine man to check its growth and finally abolish it altogether, after which they will give the child their own bush soul. Or they may leave the matter over till the child comes of age, when he will choose a bush soul for himself with the help of a medicine man, who will also select the piece of bush or water in which the chosen animal lives. When a man dies, then the animal which contains his external soul becomes insensible and quite unconscious of the approach of danger. Thus a hunter can capture or kill him with perfect ease. Sacrifices are often offered to prevent other people from killing the animal in which a man's bush soul resides. The tribes of Calabar which hold these beliefs as the bush soul are the Efik and Ekoi. The belief of the Calabar Negroes in the external soul has been described as follows by a missionary. Akpong is a native word we have taken to translate our word soul. It primarily signifies the shadow of a person. It also signifies that which dwells within a man on which his life depends, but which may detach itself from the body, and in visiting peoples and persons here and there, again return to its abode in the man. Besides all of this, the word is used to designate an animal possessed of an akpong, so connected with a person's akpong that they mutually act upon each other. When the leopard or crocodile or whatever animal may be a man's akpong gets sick or dies, the like thing happens to him. Many individuals, it is believed, have the power of changing themselves into the animals which are their akpong. Belief of the Ekoi of southern Nigeria in external souls lodged in animals. Among the Ekoi of the Oban district in southern Nigeria, it is usual to hear a person say of another that he or she possesses such and such an animal, meaning that the person has the power to assume the shape of that particular creature. It is their belief that by constant practice and by virtue of certain hereditary secrets, a man can quit his human body and put on that of a wild beast. They say that in addition to the soul which animates his human body, everybody has a bush soul, which at times he can send forth to animate the body of the creature which he possesses. When he wishes his bush soul to go out on its rambles, he drinks a magic potion, the secret of which has been handed down from time immemorial, and some of which is always kept ready for use in an ancient earthen pot set apart for the purpose. No sooner has he drunk the mystic draught than his bush soul escapes from him and floats away invisible through the town into the forest. There it begins to swell, and safe in the shadow of the trees, takes on the shape of the man's animal double. It may be an elephant, a leopard, a buffalo, a wild boar, or a crocodile. Naturally, the potion differs according to the kind of animal into which a man is temporarily converted. It would be absurd, for example, to expect that the dose which turns you into an elephant should also be able to turn you into a crocodile. The thing is manifestly impossible. A great advantage of these temporary conversions of a man into a beast is that it enables the convert in his animal shape to pay out his enemy without being suspected. If, for example, you have a grudge at a man who is a well-to-do farmer, all that you have to do is to turn yourself by night into a buffalo, an elephant, or a wild boar, and then bursting into his fields, stamp about in them till you have laid the standing crops level with the ground. That is why in the neighbourhood of large well-tilled farms, people prefer to keep their bush souls in buffaloes, elephants, and wild boars, because these animals are the most convenient means of destroying a neighbour's crops. Whereas where the farms are small and ill-kept, as they are round about Oban, it is hardly worth a man's while to take the trouble of turning into a buffalo or an elephant for the paltry satisfaction of rooting up a few miserable yams or such like trash. So the Oban people keep their bush souls in leopards and crocodiles, which, though of little use for the purpose of destroying a neighbour's crops, are excellent for the purpose of killing the man himself first and eating him afterwards. But the power of turning into an animal has this serious disadvantage, that it lays you open to the chance of being wounded or even slain in your animal skin before you have time to put it off and scramble back into your human integument. Case of a chief whose external soul was in a buffalo. A remarkable case of this sort happened only a few miles from Oban not long ago. To understand it, you must know that the chiefs of the Ododopop tribe, who live about 10 miles from Oban, keep their bush souls whenever they are out on a ramble in the shape of buffaloes. Well, one day the district commissioner at Oban saw a buffalo come down to drink at a stream which runs through his garden. He shot at the beast and hit it, and it ran away badly wounded. At the very same moment the head chief of the Odopo tribe, 10 miles away, clapped his hand to his side and said, "They have killed me at Oban." Death was not instantaneous, for the buffalo lingered in pain for a couple of days in the forest, but an hour or two before its dead body was discovered by the trackers, the chief expired. Just before he died, when touching solicitude, he sent a message warning all people who kept their external souls in buffaloes to profit by his sad fate, and beware of going near Oban, which was not a safe place for them. Naturally, when a man keeps his external soul from time to time in a beast, say in a wild cow, he is not so foolish as to shoot an animal of that particular sort, for in so doing he might perhaps be killing himself, but he may kill animals in which other people keep their external souls. For example, a wild cow man may freely shoot an antelope or a wild boar, but should he do so and then have reason to suspect that the dead beast is the animal double of somebody with whom he is on friendly terms, he must perform certain ceremonies over the carcass and then hurry home, running at the top of his speed to administer a particular medicine to the man whom he has unintentionally injured. In this way he may possibly be in time to save the life of his friend from the effects of the deplorable accident. Belief of other tribes of Nigeria in external souls lodged in animals. Near Eket in North Calabar, there is a sacred lake, the fish of which are carefully preserved because the people believe that their own souls are lodged in the fish, and that with every fish killed, a human life would be simultaneously extinguished. In the Calabar River, not very many years ago, there used to be a huge old crocodile, popularly supposed to contain the external soul of a chief who resided in the flesh at Duke Town. Sporting vice-consuls used from time to time to hunt the animal, and once a peculiarly energetic officer contrived to hit it. Forthwith the chief was laid upon with a wound in his leg. He gave out that a dog had bitten him, but no doubt the wise shook their heads and refused to be put off with so flimsy a pretext. Again, among several tribes on the banks of the Niger between Lokoja and the Delta, there prevails a belief in the possibility of a man possessing an alter ego in the form of some animal, such as a crocodile or a hippopotamus. It is believed that such a person's life is bound up with that of the animal to such an extent that whatever affects the one produces a corresponding impression upon the other, and if that one dies, the other must speedily do so too. It happened not very long ago that an Englishman shot a hippopotamus close to a native village. The friends of a woman who died the same night in the village demanded and eventually obtained £5 as compensation for the murder of the woman. Among the Montols of northern Nigeria, in many of the compounds, there will be found a species of snake, of a non-poisonous sort, which, when full grown, attains a length of about 5 feet and a girth of 8 or 9 inches. These snakes live in and about the compound. They are not specially fed by the people in the place, nor are places provided for them to nest in. They live generally in the roofs of the small granaries and huts that make up the compound. They feed upon small mammals, and no doubt serve a useful purpose in destroying vermin which might otherwise eat the stored grain. They are not kept for the purpose of destroying vermin, however. The Montols believe that at the birth of every individual of their race, male and female, one of these snakes of the same sex is also born. If the snake be killed, his human partner in life dies also, and at the same time. If the wife of a compound owner gives birth to a son, shortly after the interesting event, the snake of the establishment will be seen with a young one of corresponding sex. From the moment of birth, these two, the snake and the man, share a life of common duration, and the measure of the one is the measure of the other. Hence every care is taken to protect these animals from injury, and no Montol would in any circumstances think of injuring or killing one. It is said that a snake of this kind never attempts any injury to a man. There is only one type of snake thus regarded. Among the Angas of the Kana district in northern Nigeria, when a man is born, he is endowed with 2 distinct entities, life and a kurura, Arabic rin. When the rin enters a man, its counterpart enters some beast or snake at the same time, and if either dies, so also does the body containing the counterpart. This, however, in no wise prevents a man from killing any game, etc. he may see, though he knows full well that he is causing thereby the death of some man or woman. When a man dies, his life and limb both leave him, though the latter is asserted sometimes to linger near the place of death for a day or two. Again, in the town of Paha, in the northern territory of the Gold Coast, there are pools inhabited by crocodiles which are worshipped by the people. The natives believe that for every death or birth in the town, a similar event takes place among the crocodiles. The conception of an external soul lodged in an animal appears to be absent in South Africa. In South Africa, the conception of an external soul deposited in an animal, which is so common in West Africa, appears to be almost unknown. At least I have met with no clear traces of it in literature. The Bechuanas, indeed, commonly believe that if a man wounds a crocodile, the man will be ill as long as the crocodile is ill of its wound, and that if the crocodile dies, the man dies too. The belief is not apparently confined to the Bechuana clan, which has the crocodile for its totem, but is shared by all the other clans. All of them certainly hold the crocodile in respect. It does not appear whether the sympathetic relation between a man and a crocodile is supposed by the Bechuanas to be lifelong, or only to arise at the moment when the man wounds the animal. In the latter case, the shedding of the crocodile's blood might perhaps be taught to establish a relationship of affinity or sympathy between the two. The Zulus believe that every man is attended by an ancestral spirit, Hilozi, or rather Idhorozi, in the form of a serpent, which specially guards and helps him, lives with him, wakes him, sleeps and travels with him, but always underground. If it ever makes its appearance, great is the joy, and the man must seek to discover the meaning of its appearance. He who has no Ilhozi must die. Therefore, if anyone kills an Ilhozi serpent, the man whose Ilhozi it was dies, but the serpent comes to life again. But the conception of a dead ancestor incarnate in a snake, on which the welfare or existence of one of his living descendants depends, is rather that of a guardian spirit than of an external soul. The conception of an external soul lodged in an animal occurs among the Indians of Central America, some of whom call such a soul a nagual. Among the Zapotecs of Central America, when a woman was about to be confirmed, her relations assembled in the hut and began to draw on the floor figures of different animals, rubbing each one out as soon as it was completed. This went on till the moment of birth, and the figure that then remained sketched upon the ground was called the child's tona, or second self. When the child grew old enough, he procured the animal that represented him and took care of it, as it was believed that health and existence were bound up with that of the animals. In fact, that the death of both would occur simultaneously, or rather that when the animal died, the man would die too. Among the Indians of Guatemala and Honduras, the nagual or nahual is that animate or inanimate object, generally an animal, which stands in a parallel relation to a particular man, so that the weal and woe of the man depend on the fate of the nagual. According to an old writer, many Indians of Guatemala are deluded by the devil to believe that their life dependeth upon the death of such and such a beast, which they take unto them as their familiar spirit, and think that when the beast dieth, they must die. When he is chased, their hearts pant. When he is faint, they are faint. Nay, it happeneth that by the devil's delusion they appear in the shape of that beast, which commonly by their choice is a buck, or doe, a lion, or tiger, or dog, or eagle, and in that shape have been shot at and wounded. Herrera's account of the way in which the Indians of Honduras acquired their naguales runs thus. The devil deluded them, appearing in the shape of a lion or a tiger or a coyote, a beast like a wolf, or in the shape of an alligator, a snake, or a bird, that province abounding in creatures of prey, which they called naguales, signifying keepers or guardians, and when the bird died, the Indian that was in league with him died also, which often happened and was looked upon as infallible. The manner of contracting this alliance was thus. The Indian repaired to the river, wood, hill, or most obscure place, where he called upon the devils by such names as he thought fit, talked to the rivers, rocks, or woods, said he went to weep that he might have the same his predecessors had, carrying a cock or a dog to sacrifice. In that melancholy fit he fell asleep, and either in a dream or waking saw some one of the aforesaid birds or other creatures, whom he entreated to grant him profit in salt, cacao, or any other commodity, drawing blood from his own tongue, ears, and other parts of his body, making his contract at the same time with the said creature, the which either in a dream or waking told him, Such a day you should go abroad a sporting, and I will be the first bird or other animal you shall meet, and will be your negual and companion at all times. Whereupon such friendship was contracted between them, that when one of them died the other did not survive, and they fancied that he who had no negual could not be rich. The Indians were persuaded that the death of their negual would entail their own. Legend affirms that in the first battles with the Spaniards on the plateau of Quetzaltenango, the neguals of the Indian chiefs fought in the form of serpents. The negual of the highest chief was especially conspicuous because it had the form of a great bird, resplendent in green plumage. The Spanish general Pedro de Alvarado killed the bird with his lance, and at the same moment the Indian chief fell dead to the ground. In some tribes of southeastern Australia, the lives of the two sexes are thought to be bound up with the lives of two different kinds of animals, as bats and owls. In many tribes of southeastern Australia, each sex used to regard a particular species of animals in the same way that a Central American Indian regarded his negual, but with this difference, that whereas the Indian apparently knew the individual animal with which his life was bound up, the Australians only knew that each of their lives was bound up with some one animal of the species, but they could not say with which. The result naturally was that every man spared and protected all the animals of the species with which the lives of the men were bound up, and every woman spared and protected all the animals of the species with which the lives of the women were bound up, because no one knew but that the death of any animal of the respective species might entail his or her own. Just as the killing of the green bird was immediately followed by the death of the Indian chief, and the killing of the parrot by the death of Punchkin in the fairy tale. Thus, for example, the Wotjobaluk tribe of southeastern Australia held that the life of the Ngurungunut, the bat, is the life of a man, and the life of Yartatgurt, the nightjar, is the life of a woman, and that when either of these creatures is killed, the life of some man or of some woman is shortened. In such a case, every man or every woman in the camp feared that he or she might be the victim, and from this cause great fights arose in this tribe. I learned that in these fights, men on one side and women on the other, it was not at all certain which would be victorious, for at times women gave the men a severe drubbing with their yamsticks, while often women were injured or killed by spears. The Wotjobaluk said that the bat was a man's brother, and that the nightjar was his wife. The particular species of animals with which the lives of the sexes were believed to be respectively bound up varied somewhat from tribe to tribe. Thus, whereas among the Wotjobaluk the bat was the animal of the men, at Gunbower Creek, on the Lower Murray, the bat seems to have been the animal of the women, for the natives would not kill it for the reason that, if it was killed, one of their lubras, women, would be sure to die in consequence. In the Koorinai tribe of Gippsland, the emu wren, Stipiturus malaculus, was the man's brother, and the superb warbler, Malurus cyanus, was the woman's sister. At the initiation of young men into the tribal mysteries, the name of the emu wren was revoked over the novices for the purpose of infusing manly virtue into them. Among the Yuin on the southeastern coast of Australia, the woman's sister was the tree creeper, Climacterius scandens, and the men had both the bat and the emu wren for their brothers. In the Kulin nation, each sex had a pair of brothers and sisters. The men had the bat and the emu wren for their brothers, and the women had the superb warbler and the small nightjar for their sisters. It is notable that in southeastern Australia, the animals thus associated with the lives of men and women were generally flying creatures, either birds or bats. However, in the Port Lincoln tribe of South Australia, the man's brother and the woman's sister seem to have been identified with the male and female respectively of a species of lizard, for we read that a small kind of lizard, the male of which is called Ibiri, and the female Waka, is said to have divided the sexes in the human species, an event that would appear not to be much approved of by the natives, since either sex has a mortal hatred against the opposite sex of these little animals, the men always destroying the Waka and the women the Ibiri. But whatever the particular sorts of creatures with which the lives of men and women were believed to be bound up, the belief itself and the fights to which it gave rise are known to have prevailed over a large part of southeastern Australia, and probably they extended much farther. The belief was a very serious one, and so consequently were the fights which sprang from it. Thus among some tribes of Victoria, the common bat belongs to the men, who protect it against injury, even to the half-killing of their wives for its sake. The fern owl, or large goat sucker, belongs to the women, and although a bird of evil omen, creating terror at night by its cry, it is jealously protected by them. If a man kills one, they are as much enraged as if it was one of their children, and will strike them with their long poles. Bats regarded as the brothers of men, and owls as the sisters of women. The jealous protection thus afforded by Australian men and women to bats and owls, respectively, for bats and owls seem to be the creatures usually allotted to the two sexes, is not based upon purely selfish considerations. For each man believes that not only his own life, but the lives of his father, brothers, sons, and so on, are bound up with the lives of particular bats, and that therefore in protecting the bat species, he is protecting the lives of all his male relations as well as his own. Similarly, each woman believes that the lives of her mother, sisters, daughters, and so forth, equally with her own, are bound up with the lives of particular owls. And then in guarding the owl species, she is guarding the lives of all her female relations besides her own. Now, when men's lives are thus supposed to be contained in certain animals, it is obvious that the animals can hardly be distinguished from the men, or the men from the animals. If my brother John's life is in a bat, then, on the one hand, the bat is my brother as well as John, and on the other hand, John is, in a sense, a bat, since his life is in a bat. Similarly, if my sister's Mary's life is in an owl, then the owl is my sister, and Mary is an owl. This is a natural enough conclusion, and the Australians have not failed to draw it. When the bat is the man's animal, it is called his brother, and when the owl is the woman's animal, it is called her sister. And conversely, a man addresses a woman as an owl, and she addresses him as a bat. So with the other animals allotted to the sexes respectively in other tribes. For example, among the Kurnai, all emu wrens were brothers of the men, and all the men were emu wrens. All superb warblers were sisters of the women, and all the women were superb warblers. End of section 9.